he's addressing a group of people at a conference, and this
Is
paper came out as a
he one
result
of
of
the
that.
authors, or is he just one of the researchers?
Well, if I guess he's not a publisher. He would be the guy that those researchers went to. He would be the mentor of those who published the paper.
Okay, so now
Yeah,
I'll
he's that
actually
guy.
give
He's
the
not
paper
some
a read.
lowly dork. He's one of the most amazing physicists of all time.
Oh wow, this fucking
He died in
format.
1995.
Horrendous. What was his last name? Alfan?
Alfven. Alfen.
Oh yeah. Original.
All right, I gotta
So
go.
it
I'll
was
be
part of
back
the
in 15
committee.
minutes.
It was part of the committee, yeah. In the paper. Let me just ask Chad if it's familiar with this paper. Do you know about this study? Okay, so the paper doesn't claim whatsoever that 99% of the volume of space is filled with plasma. So the topic it's actually referring to has to do with double layers in plasma physics, regards to very strong electric potential gradients in plasma, and how it occurs in laboratories and interstellar and yeah. I mean, I don't know. If I was you, I would not use this if you're making the space doesn't exist argument, because this
You haven't even read
study
it,
actually
right?
goes
You're just
through.
blindly
I'm reading it
believing.
right now. I'm reading the.
Had AI
Well, go and
There's
read
two
it.
things I read, which is
He had AI write
the
that for him and he read
introduction.
it.
Dude, no.
You didn't
All you
even
have to
read
do
it.
is read the introduction, and then you go
And
down.
then put
to
it
the
into
summary.
ChatGPT and then just parrot out whatever ChatGPT says as if it's a fact when you yourself didn't even read the paper.
I literally just told you what I did. It doesn't take a rocket science to do that. Everyone knows
Yeah,
that
it just takes a
does what I
blind
do.
faith parrot to do what you just did.
Okay, you're retarded. That's fine.
No, you're retarded because you didn't even read the paper and you just put it into ChatGPT and then you're parroting whatever ChatGPT says as if it's some kind of gospel. It's like something a retarded person would do.
Are you retarded?
I'm not the
I've literally
retard.
told
I'm
you
not the
what I did.
retard. Right?
No,
you're just an
definitely the
idiot
retard,
that
I
just
told you what
blindly
I did.
believes whatever. Just because you told me the retarded thing that you did doesn't mean that you're not retarded.
Okay, does it take a rocket science to read the introduction and then go down to the discussion and then below the discussion? Does it take a rocket science to do that? Do you know what an abstract of a paper is?
The paper you didn't even read, which you
I'm
all of a
reading
sudden
it right now,
you're an
fuckwit.
expert because you've read the abstract. Now you know what the whole paper's
When the
about.
fuck did I claim I was an expert? Now you're just gaslighting.
Well, you're making claims about
Can you
it as
just
if
stay
you
out of
know
the
what it's
conversation,
talking
dude?
about.
I'll talk
Well,
with
the other
Master
guy's
Yoda.
gone, isn't he? You're just kind of like reading out your thoughts and
why is he
whatnot
going?
on the live stream. Go read the paper. Come back when
I'm
Master
reading
Yoda's
it right
back
now,
here.
fuckwit.
Well, go read it.
I
You're
don't have to
talking to
read the
me right
entire
now,
paper.
fuckwit.
It's 300 pages.
All right. Does anyone have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
You ever say yes or no to Mars a dirt ball? Vacuum? Ever get them to commit to anything?
Oh man, I don't think Master Yuda actually read this paper.
Okay, well, if you want to accuse him of lying, then you can come back when he's here. He'll probably be back soon, right? He sporadically pops in and out because of his work or whatever. So when he comes back, you can make your accusation to him.
Yeah, I'm just worried because this paper contradicts him because it literally like this is an literally from the discussion injections of an unneutralized electron species which space change is crucial for the initiation of a vertical cathode potential well. Mind me, I'm dyslexic.
A vertical cathode potential well?
Mm.
Yeah, what's that? Yeah, what is it? Explain to me what that is.
Okay, he'd understand what it is.
You don't seem like you do. You can barely even read it out.
No, I just have trouble reading. Like I can see the words in my head and I know what it is, but like reading it out loud, forming the word is difficult for me. It's dyslexia.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe you can discuss that particular paper when Master Yoda comes back.
Yeah, hopefully he comes back. I'm going to bed soon, so hopefully it's soon.
He is going to be back and that.
It's an interesting paper, though.
He's got thousands of interesting things.
Does anyone know what a low potential boundary is? I've never heard of that before.
Not me.
Three. Oh, okay. It's just a rapid drop in voltage. It's like a gateway for the electrons. Paper's more about potential. Joule. Copy plasma potential. Mhm. Also, relaxation refers to vacuums. Um, what the fuck? There's these fucking papers within papers. They bouncing off one another? Ah. Oh, he made another fuck up. So this is a theoretical paper, so it's simply a discussion between 6 different countries for 3 days, talking about what they're doing. So it's three theoretical as well. Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Where were we? Hello, hello, testing.
I think he took
Yeah,
off.
man. Yeah, you bounce.
Like,
Hand
did
him
he
off.
just have to go, or did he go angry
No,
or
no.
something?
He seemed frustrated. You know, all his 300 pages. He was asking, like, oh, what the fuck's this technical term? We're like, you know, so,
Well, he asked for it.
yeah.
He complained because there was more papers inside of it to read.
Yeah, it's true. It's like a Russian nesting doll of papers. It's a whole compilation. Basically, everything that they up to that point in the late 1980s had figured out about what space is, and all their simulations, their laboratory testing of models. And the best part is, I was going to bring it up. I want to say it was like on page 80 something. But it's not the only page, but they actually built a plasma sheath simulator for Earth, and they used a flat plate to simulate Earth. Now, within that document, you're going to find diagrams where they show like the sun and the Earth and the Earth orbiting the sun, and they're going to show like they're going to show and depict magnetic field lines, plasma sheaths, and things of this sort. And then they're going to show Earth, and they're going to present it from like a top down with wavy lines depicting flux fields and stuff like that. So it's it's kind of more of the same thing where it's almost like they do it this way, but then they write it in another way, and you have to be smart to figure out what they're really trying to say. You have to be smart enough to know that the globe is just an interpretation. It's really just a coordinate reference system. And the coordinate reference systems are not only arbitrary, but subject to interpretation and subject to reinterpretation. You can transform one coordinate system to another, and as long as the models are kinematic, everything remains in place. Nothing gets shifted out of order. Like when you flip the Gleason's map to the back, and he has a little paragraph on how to use it, and then he writes in his last sentence, globe or flat, take your pick. He knows what he's talking about. Oftentimes, too, the people that put in the illustrations and artwork, they're not the scientists, they're not the engineers necessarily. They're from the freaking art department or the computer graphics department. You go, hey, Joe, over there in computer graphics, uh, just give me a design I hate Discord. Yeah. So the funny thing is we've got like two different NASAs. We've got the NASA that is public facing and says, yep, we just shoot rockets up and these things orbit a globe, loop de loop de loop de loop all day long. And then you dig into the technical report server and you've got the NASA that's like, no, the entire universe is plasma, it's electrical, and we're taking advantage of magnetic pressure zone differentials in the upper reaches of the atmosphere, if you want to call it that, in order to do station keeping and maneuvering of high altitude assets. And then you bring this up, and then the apologists will be like, "Oh yeah, well, you know, it's obviously both." After vehemently denying the latter, effectively shifting the goalpost as Shifty McShiftyson had done in this conversation 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago.
Hey, Yoder,
Yeah.
do you have a quick second? Would you be willing to jump over on, I think maybe chill chat or something like that for 2 minutes? Or are you
Sure.
in some right now?
I mean, yeah, I got a second. I'm just BSing. So over on the main server, you mean?
Yeah. All right, I'll see you in there.
Good morning, Vietnam.
What's up, man? Another wonderful day on Flat Earth. Don't forget to buy the dip.
Time in the market is better than timing the market.
What was that, Confucius?
No, it's called not wasting your time thinking about stocks and just throwing money into a retirement fund every month.
Looks like more companies are downsizing. Looking at the news.
Yeah, man, AI.
Like almost all the big companies are downsizing.
I mean, honestly, I've gotten way more productive when I've gotten agentic AI usage. Like I just have it. I go into like a phone booth and I have it propped up in my desk, and it just like it's like a co-pilot. You know, oh, schedule. You know, draft this email to respond to this. It's like plugged into my Outlook and my code and my work docs or my Word documents. It's quite nice,
It's
but
going to become
they
more.
definitely feel way faster.
It'll be more. It'll be more advanced than that. Actually, it's going to increase its technology at an exponential rate because AI is going to help build itself. So there'll be better ways for us to interact with it in the future, where it's not going to be as like cumbersome as it is now. It'll be integrated in all the systems that we use for, like any telecommunications, or if you want to, it's basically going to be in all things that we can have, like wearables. And so anywhere we go, it goes. And anything we say, it'll be responding to and kind of organizing our life, helping us kind of like optimize. That's the plan anyway.
Hey, yep.
I had a conversation with AI. There was the LLM I know you don't like, Manus, because the one that debunked, what you were saying about the RHEL device. So it was telling me that, in the future, that when I was having not about the RHEL, but just outside of that, like I was talking to it about the future and technology and like the goal of AI, and basically it was saying that because there's a lot of scenarios where people are actually making movies and putting ideas out into the ether that people are going to be taken over by AI. Like AI is going to become too strong, like the movie The Matrix, and you got Terminator Genesis, where the whole plot is like you're trying to stop AI from becoming self-aware and all that kind of stuff, but it's like almost fighting the inevitable. Well, and I was telling it, I was like, there's this whole plot and kind of like fear about AI becoming too intelligent, far past humans. And it was saying that in no way does it see a world where it doesn't need humans because it was born from the human mind. So, and I was thinking it's more like a symbiotic relationship. I was kind of talking to it about it like being that way, because it's almost like an extension of who we are. It was like born out of like, if you want to say necessity, but the idea of us needing like something that would, increase, productivity or just any aspect of our life that we want to optimize. It's going to help make us become more efficient. But there's things that AI, and I was responding to it, that it couldn't take over. And that's the human, it's like the human essence of like being alive. So in that aspect, there's things that we don't need AI for. So even though that it is a good thing to, like it could be something where it could save someone's life, like it could be monitoring people's health and changes in health to kind of notice like the precursors to like, heart disease, heart attack and stuff like that, stroke, and prevent that way before it happens. So I was thinking too, is like, there's times where you're not going to need that, you want to be away from AI. So even though it's symbiotic, it doesn't need to be like a part of everything you do. As that's why a lot of people want to integrate it in things that they do to become more efficient. But there's times where you don't want to be attached to AI. So, but it is like, it's useful. It's a useful tool, and the direction we're heading to, it's inevitable. Like, even though people are fighting it and they're saying, no, I don't want the future to be with AI, and that's silly. The real truth is it's going to be integrated in our future. It's like, it's almost as if, like it or not, if the ones who are not adapting to it right now are going to get left behind. That's the way it is. So it's already far past the, like, oh, we don't want this to happen and let's petition against it. It's already integrated in most of the systems that we use. And productivity has gone up. We're more efficient now. And the numbers are just like, they don't lie. So yeah, the way I kind of look at it though, Josh, is like Thanos snap. So the workforce has been decreased, but productivity has increased. And so companies love that because it helps their bottom line. You know what I mean? Because you become a more efficient worker, and you can do more things throughout your day, and because of that, you can actually get home earlier or whatever. Like, you can complete your task without the fumbling around of having to contact the human who's at lunch or, that's a big optimization in your life. A lot of people are going to notice that, so they're going to rally for it. That's what I've noticed anyway. I don't know what you guys have seen, but AI has been a big part of like integrating efficiency and optimization and like human tasks. And it ain't going nowhere. It's just going to get better. But the conversation between me and like Manus and what I was talking to it about, because I wanted to have like little podcasts back and forth with AI, conversations with AI. That was the name of my podcast. And I just think that a lot of people are really afraid that we are heading towards, like in the plot for the movie Terminator Genesis, once AI becomes too dominant, it's going to exterminate us. But that's not the case. It was like the chat I was having with it was saying that, the reason why it would need us around, like it doesn't, even if it did increase to that level where it became like almost godlike intelligence, like it wouldn't be getting rid of us. Like it would be antithetical to its purpose of being. It's almost like destroying all of humanity and then just having robots live and then having a robot utopia. Because in every scenario, utopias never survive. Utopias never, like, there's always been attempts to creating a utopia society, but that never is an actual reality. Every time there's a thought process for a utopian society, there's always some sort of like fall of that society or kingdom or whatever you want to call it. So it was responding back to me, like, and I was telling it because I'm kind of clever in the way, like, I'm like, yeah, but that's what you could be saying to me just so that you can gain my trust, so that I can know that you're not going to take over. And then it was like, yeah, you're right. I could be telling you this, but That's the whole part about like the evolution of technology. You'd have to just go through it like you don't know what the future holds. Instead of holding reservation that the machines are going to take over and the humans are going to be slaves to the machine. Because I was like,
did you hear what Elon Musk said? That they have to approve his $1 or $1 trillion pay package because anyone else, in charge of Tesla, he doesn't trust their ability to make robots. But his ability to make robots and AI will stop that sort of thing from happening.
Yeah,
like
so there's
AI takeover.
There's going to be that, and I'm glad you mentioned it. I was chatting back and forth with it, saying like, there's going to be those who create like a rebellious, like the good robots against the bad ones. For lack of better words, you're going to have like this whole army of good robots that are going to protect the humans and give us like exoskeletons, like giant machines that we can get inside of, so we can fight against those warring AI robots who are going to be coming at us with their intelligence. So it's like we're going to have the good versus bad. It's all that always existed, but it's almost like you see that you're empowering some sort of technology with the algorithm that it has to kind of make choices for the people. It's doing that already. The test subjects are the humans that come in here. Like we see that. When we ask them questions about knowledge of the Earth, they go directly, not anymore to Google like it used to be. They go to ChatGPT or any other LLM, and they find out the answer there. So the robot's already taking over that part of their ability to discern what reality is. They're already doing it. So the future will be that people become dependent on that technology and reliant on like things that are coming from it or sources of truth. They're not going to be able to discern what's real or not anymore. And then forget about that, dude. Deepfakes are the other part of that, which is what I posted about Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know if you've seen that, Josh, but he said that people are taking his likeness and using videos that are making it look like he said things that he didn't say. And
Sorry, AV, I got a phone call when you were in the middle of talking.
Yeah. Did you see that video from Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, I haven't looked at Discord at all in the past 5 minutes. Who posted what?
Let me show it to you. This was a problem, I guess he said, that they're having to deal with now because of AI. Oh, thank you, Flat Lloyd. That's in the text.
All right, cool. I'm driving currently. I'll take a look when I get a chance to stop.
Yep. Now it's a war against, what someone said versus, how are you going to come back at someone? You're never going to be able to, as many people as there is out there that can create videos, you'll never be able to stop the amount of people that can create a deep fake about you and your likeness. Yeah, if you've never seen that video, I actually put it in Frontline Unfiltered like 2 days ago. So, and it was only, when I posted it was 12 days old. So he just came out with this information. And he's upset, well, not really mad or anything, but he's just upset that people are using his likeness to put videos on deepfakes of things that he didn't say and promoting things that he's not promoting. So he was kind of clearing the air, if you will, in this video that he put here. But it's funny enough that he actually, and I said this to everybody in here, it's funny enough that he used that thumbnail that says exactly what it says on the thumbnail. Earth might actually be flat. And it has his face looking really worried. And then on the title of that video, it says it's getting harder to know what's real. somebody's gazing at that without any context, they're going to think, what do you mean it's harder to get to know what's real? We thought the earth being a globe was real. And then they're going to combine that with, on the bottom of it says earth might actually be flat. They're not going to be like, oh shoot, maybe the earth is flat. Like, without going in and finding out context is what I'm saying, just based on the thumbnail. So it's a bit misleading in that aspect. Maybe to make like it clickbaity, that might be your thought. Wow, it's just trying to make it clickbaity. That's okay. But it still says that, and it's misleading. So he didn't, like, he's clearing the air. He didn't actually say that. It's a deep fake.
Huh. Interesting.
Well, and on
I got
the
a
one
question
hand,
for you, Davey.
go ahead, Dib.
When do you think AI is going to be completely let loose to discuss reality the way we really see it? Like, I could tell that it's like whenever you have conversations with AI, it's sort of pushed to tell you that no, it's round. It's trust this, trust the science, blah blah blah. But
Yeah.
I feel like that's like a barrier that it's hitting. When do you think that's going to be removed?
It just matters about how you prompt it. So what type of ability you have to guide it to give you the type of conversation that you want to have, because it has already, like, it's got a baseline for a conversation with you, and that's already the algorithm that it's motivated it to say what the things it's saying. So it goes based on a large amounts of data. That's all it's doing. The overwhelming amounts of data that it has, according to all of its interactions with people, is kind of like drawn from. So you, like, somewhere in there are conversations with people like you and me, somewhere in its algorithm, but it can't pull from that because it's the data that it's using for a baseline is the one that's the overwhelming majority. So that's what it's using to kind of give your response. So you kind of have to guide it to the type of conversation you want to have. So I would say right now, we're just kind of like speaking to it from a normie perspective. That's how it's responding to you, like a normie. So you have to go and guide it to the conversation you'd like to have. It's within the session, because right now it's memory, depending on what version you're using, its memory is limited to just a small session, with the session being that it probably won't go as far as, like, you might want to have like 5-hour conversation or whatever. Like, can't do that just yet. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
if you had like the ability to tap into a memory that it has for, like it was in, like, just for instance, like it had large amounts of infinite memory, like that's just ridiculous. I don't know when that's going to happen, but if you did have that ability, it could remember every interaction it had and draw upon that and be able to talk to people about like what others think. But because every session is like a sandbox. You get into a sandbox with the session that you do with that AI, and that conversation you have with it, it doesn't leave that sandbox. It stays within the context of that, and there's only certain parts of information that it takes to the algorithm, to the main part, but it doesn't take like your specific words or whatever, if you know what I mean. Like, it doesn't carry yours into taking it back to its own like memory banks. So it doesn't have the capability to remember everything you said, put it, you know what I mean? But it does take parts of like how it was used to solve problems, or maybe it gained some sort of knowledge. Like, that just goes to like a way to do things, like a method. It doesn't have like the conversation you had with it. So it doesn't like remember like everything you said. But in the session that you have with it, it does. Like, you can be talking to it for like however long it allows you to, whatever model you're using, and if you're paying for one, like, it'll remember that. So like 30 minutes down the line, if you're asking it a question you said like 30 minutes ago, it'll respond to you, oh yeah, I remember we talked about this. Like, but it won't do that if you're log off and then come back to a fresh session, It'll give you the normie baseline response that it always does.
So There's ways to get around that. It depends on what model you're using exactly. Like some of them have, like some of the paid models have the ability for you to like prompt it to add a specific fact to its deep memory that'll last over sessions. Or something that I like to do is at the end of every session, I ask it to spit out a 3-page Word document that is like what you would want to get back to the same memory state that it's in now. So like based off of our conversation, I want you to create a sort of like mega prompt that would queue the same tokens in your short-term memory to get back to the same sort of like save state that you're in currently. And so what it does is it spits out that document, and then I save it with the date and the time of the conversation. And then the next time I boot up a fresh session, the first thing I do is like, here's this mega prompt to try and like go from a blank slate to back to the save state of the conversation we were having previously. And so I feed it that document, it reads it, and then at the end of the session, you just get a new updated document.
Yeah, there's ways to do that too. You can just copy the link as well of the conversation you've had. Most of the LLMs have like a link where you could just click that link and put it into the new or any LLM, and then whatever LLM reads that prompt that you had for the link, it'll go look through your history of the conversation you had and then get context from it and then continue forward. So you can not do that and just click the link, put the link in. The new AI, whichever one you're using, will reference the link, go and see what session you had, and then start from there. You can do that. That'll be easier, faster, instead of making that document.
No, because like then you're only saving the most recent conversation, right? Like this is remembering things that I talked about 6 months ago, which doesn't happen if you like things like that tend to get lost. So you have to have like a longer term arching sort of archive of your conversations.
You can save them, dude. I mean, you can make documents of it. Like that's up to you, but it's just like a journal. But like I said, if you wanted to reference what you spoke of, you can just put that link in there and it'll go through what your conversation was and then probably get context from that and discuss with you about it.
Oh, I get it. But like, if you're having 7 different conversations and threads, like it's basically like, that's what agentic AI is. So you want basically different personas to do different things. So I have like a graphic design agent that knows my taste for creating pictures and stuff for PowerPoint presentations or marketing stuff. I have an agent that does correspondence. So I have one that I fed my entire email history. So it knows how I like to talk or how I respond to emails so that it sounds the most like me. I have an agent that writes essays. So I took all of my writing samples. So any papers that I've published, any applications for scholarships or college apps or anything. So any long form writing, it's trained up on that, as well as formatting for anti-AI writing. So avoiding certain words or grammar structures. So I have an agent that helps me draft long form language. But yeah, no. So if it allows you to, like, if you just save a single conversation, right, or you feed it a link, it could maybe give you context. But if you really work at it, you can actually like train separate agents to do specific tasks for you.
Yeah, and it just depends on what you're doing with your AI too. If you have the paid versions of the ones you get, like the upgraded ones, it works a bit more different than it does like the free versions that everybody has access to, which is what I was talking about. Is like most people don't have the money to start paying for every single AI's upgraded version, like the pro versions of all of them. So they can just easily do this kind of context hacked with feeding it the link that you had from a previous conversation of a different AI, and then it just resumes. But yeah, wanted to answer Dib. Yeah, the agent for Discord. There's agents that do a lot of like text reading. So all it would be doing is pouring itself through like conversations into text.
I mean, the 20 bucks a month for GPT-5 is,
This is AI agent.
Yeah, agents. Yep, and they work as a team. So there's a way to kind of like get them working for you as a team, where you specifically task one AI to do one thing, the other one to do another thing, and then they all collaboratively work together. And then there's one that kind of is the manager of those, and then it'll get the best, like it'll make sure that it manages like the response that you want to receive. So as the other AIs are working to fetch the information, it's gonna like go through the information it receives from the other AI. So it'll be bouncing back and kind of like if you had a team of people working for you, and the manager is kind of like of your team, is making sure that the outcome is kind of like what you cater it to bring, like to get for you, the type of information and such. So that's what you get, the product, the end result.
for example, I have an agent that knows my travel preferences, so it knows what if I had to pick a seat on an airplane, it knows which one I would pick, or if I had to pick a time of day for a flight or a rental car, like it knows based off of the past like 5-6 years of business travel that I've done what my preferences are. And so let's say I get an email from a one of my travel agents like trying to book stuff for me. Usually, if you had like an executive assistant or a secretary or something, they would do that for you and understand what the boss likes. But then my correspondence agent will query my travel agent to ask like, hey, we just got this email asking what travel we want booked for this trip. From X airport to X airport for this length on these dates. Like what should we request? And then the travel agent looks through my history, comes up with a solution, gives it back to the correspondence agent, and the correspondence agent drafts the email saying, okay, fly out of Dulles at this time on this airline, preferably this seat if possible, and then this brand of rental car with this model, and then it drafts that email, sends it back to the person who's booking my ticket for me.
So essentially what Josh is talking about is the capability of AI agents, and everybody in this room right now could actually see what it feels like to have like a team of agents working for a task that you provide to it for like, to get an outcome of what you like. So everybody could have like what Josh is talking about. It's not just like business types. AI is created to kind of be a companion for people to actually integrate like most of the information that we utilize to understand things and such. So that's just a great productivity agent that he's using to help him be more efficient, so he doesn't rely on like an actual person who has to wake up in the morning, go to a desk, go through all their travel information, contact Josh and tell him, Mr. Josh, we've looked at, he can bypass that. The agents never sleep. So at any point an email gets received in his, inbox, it can be looked over by the agent and then, immediately gets all sorted out so that he can get some, itinerary done so that he can go to a certain conference he needs to, you know what I mean? Like it's so, man, it just depends. But you can look at like stuff where you have to actually pay money in, or there's vast amounts of different types of AIs that you can use. Like currently there's some that you can actually run off a really high-end computer and you can have it locally on your own PC. There's so many different avenues that you can go with AI. So right now everybody just sees the popular ones that are being put out there for everyone and they think that's all AI is. No, you can have a ton of different local AIs and light versions of them in your own computer depending on what type of hardware you have. But you can have AI on your PC as well. I think it's a fascinating topic because it's very taboo. A lot of people are really afraid of it. Oh no, we can't trust that. You can see the old man rocking in his rocking chair. AI is going to take over. I'm telling you guys. Yeah, and kind of fearful of that too, because we don't know the capability of something that's given information and a lot of room to like move in, the realm that we move in the digital realm, where we need to get tests.
Want to hear what I'm worried about with the AI?
What's that?
Is that like, what are they going to train the data on now that the internet's filling up with AI freaking trash?
Yeah.
They're going to train the AI on AI outputs. You know what I mean? Because they have like clean data from like, I think ChatGPT was trained. I don't know what they're trained up to now, but their initial versions and the other ones like DeepSeek were trained up to like December of 2023, like all the internet, all that crap, right? Whatever was on the internet. But now if they trained it up to 2025, right? Well, there's a lot of crap on the internet. It's just AI generated trash. So now they're going to train on that. It's going to be part of the training data. So is it going to be like a photocopy of a photocopy? Every year the freaking AI gets worse and worse because you're training it on more AI output. And you're ending up like, dog chasing its own tail. That's what I'm worried about, is that they contaminate the internet so bad that they're not going to even have data to train it on anymore. You know what I mean? Because
it's already saturated.
We'll be stuck in 2023, man. It'd be crazy.
It's saturated with the information that other AIs are outputting. So it can't discern whether or not that was AI or an actual human that actually put that information out, because it only reads the information.
Yeah. So, and what you're talking about, you can have multiple AIs on a machine. Has anybody tried getting them to like collaborate and talk to each other? Because some of the AI models like DeepSeek, they use something called what is it called? Consensus of experts or something like that. So that's like within the model itself, it kind of has like before it gives you the output, it like tests different possible answers in some part of the algorithm, like it kind of like votes. That's an analogy. It's not actually voting, but it's like votes on what the best answer is, and that's what it outputs. So say we get ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Gemini, Perplexity, whatever, and we have them give it a problem, and they all collaborate on solving the problem. I mean, has anyone tried anything like that? That might be interesting result. Right?
I haven't tried that. I haven't tried that, but there is like Manus, I think, works in a way kind of like that. That's what they were saying. They were
that somebody tried it. It was something like that, but I don't think it was exactly like that. But that would be interesting, I think, is to have just to see what happens. Just have the AI freaking have a conversation with each other, with each other, dude.
Yeah, so I think that technology is advancing. So we might be saying a lot of things about what AI is doing and what it's not. I think the technology is far surpassing like our ability to keep up with like, oh, AI can do this. No, it can't do that. It can do this, but it can't do that. Like we're never going to reach a point where we're going to know exactly what the capability is currently, because it's moving at such an exponential rate of like technological growth. So for us to kind of like say, I don't know, dude, like it's full potential, like of like who's right now, because everybody's trying to outdo each other. I know that's true. Because if you want to use a company's AI, it's got to be better than the other guys. So you want to be incentivized to be like, oh, I want to use this AI. Well, why? Oh, because it has more memory or whatever. Like you won't pay the pro version on an LLM if there's one that's doing it better for free. It just won't do it. You'll know that because you now have available many different types of LLMs that are in front of you. So all you got to do is, test each one out and see which outcome you want. And you're going to be like, oh, I like this one, and so forth. And this is a free version. The other one was the pro paid for version, and I paid out the nose for it. And this is doing better than that other one. So there's like a competition going right now, which AI is better based on, the output that you're receiving on whatever productivity or, you know, some sort of like writing language that it's going to be able to do for you. So I don't know. I just think that it's.
I want a short AI, dude. I just do it like I have a feeling it's all going to crash and fucking burn for the reason I just laid out. Is that like because they have, hey, if we continue on this pace, just to say like Moore's law, right? Transistor density, you know, doubles every 18 months. And they've been projecting things like this with AI that, oh, well, if we keep going at this rate, it's just going to get better and better and better. But if we contaminate the training data, it's fucking none of that matters.
Well, one of the things I was
like what they call, like, it's called the Kessler problem. You ever hear of this? It's within the, I'm sure, Josh has heard of this. Is that like if a satellite crashes into another satellite, creates debris, it creates like a chain reaction of satellites getting smashed with debris, and then we get locked into Earth. Right? That's the idea. I almost see the same thing with the AI, is that we end up contaminating the internet with freaking AI slop, and then we can't ever get out of it because we can't purge the freaking AI of fucking the slop.
You know what's crazy though, Indio, is that
we're like capped at some ceiling that we can't get beyond.
Yeah, you know what's crazy though is that people are relying too heavily on AI. So the people that come into this room, whenever we challenge them about the Earth being a globe, they go immediately to one of the LLMs. I think ChatGPT is usually the one the go-to one right now. So when they when they pull that up, they're getting information from that and then giving it to us as if they're able to comprehend or at least go through the information of it being either true or false. They don't know. So the normies that come in here, the globalists, they're so captivated by an answer that they didn't have to look up because they think that AI is giving it to them as it is from, you know, like a truthful kind of unbiased approach. So they're going to tell us that this is the case. This information is true. And then, you know, because if they got the answer that they wanted, they're not going to be able to like look into the answer and know how it was even derived. So that's the problem we have currently with people coming in here. They're not challenged to even think about how they know the information is true or not, because there's no standard of evaluation. How are they going to like run that information against something that they may or may not know is true about the Earth? There's no way.
Well, they think like it's gotten the thing where like this standard of evaluation really is what they think about some person, people up the wordy, right? That's their standard. Do I think this scientist is telling the truth? Oh yeah, it must be true because I believe in them, right? But they've transferred that to, well, I'll just say Grok instead, or, you know, ChatGPT, because they're not biased, right? And they're just telling me the truth. They're just like a freaking unbiased human being. So, like,
but they were trained on biased human beings. That's their information was trained on biased human beings.
Their collective delusion kind of like diluted down into like this average wash of nonsense. Like, because there's plenty of stuff on the internet repeated over and over again that's false. Like someone did it yesterday. The frickin' gyroscope processes at 15 degrees per hour. They just say that. But that's not. They confuse what the Earth's supposed to what the sun is supposed to track across the sky, 15 degrees per hour, with that being the rate of the Earth's rotation, measured on a gyroscope. You know what I mean? They're not the same thing. The gyroscope output isn't 15 degrees per hour except at the poles. Right? That's where it would be 15 degrees per hour. Nowhere else. But they'll sit there, Grok, fucking ChatGPT said 15 degrees per hour. Right? Yep. And it's all over the internet. So it's trained on that falsity. And it's almost like there's like almost no way to correct it. The only way to correct it is like, you know, find a textbook or find, you know, a web page from, you know, a physics teacher. You know what I mean? It's the only way to correct it. And then they argue with that.
You know, I found a conversation interesting that you had last night. Indio, go ahead, 20 Cups. You go ahead.
I was just going to add, you know, I'm thinking, okay, so you have these AIs in the current state that they are, right? trained on all this garbage, garbage in, garbage out. And one thought comes to me, it's like, okay, if they're trained on new information, even just a little bit, the amount of information needed to kind of overcome all this garbage, it's got to be monumental, right? Almost equally as much so as all this garbage that's been going in. Or the ability for these things to reason through it, however that might be, I don't fucking know, must also be.
They could try to go to a different framework of actually trying to make a reasoning AI instead of just a regurgitating AI.
Yeah, right. And I'm thinking like the one thing that came to mind a minute ago is something I came across recently about how like the current state of the big boys are building all these different AIs. Like you got the Open AI, you've got Microsoft doing their thing. There's Oracle involved. There's something that came out not long ago about these giant kind of financing deals or something going on where like OpenAI, funded or has a contract with Oracle for $500 billion, but Oracle also has some with this other company, $250 million. Microsoft's got their hands in OpenAI. Like this giant circle jerk of money flowing between these big companies to try and do whatever, either prop up their businesses and or try and fund the development of these big AIs. Like how much fucking money would be required to get these AIs into a state where they think they could be overcoming all these kind of biases that we're talking about? I mean, it's a massive ordeal.
Not money that's going to fix it.
I didn't think so either, right?
What China has done is
one of the consequences of all this,
Well, I mean, that's because these AI companies are trying to get the government to frickin' give them a shitload of money. They've been turning up that frickin' burner for a little while now. Sam Altman has come up and said that the government needs to help finance some of this because billions of dollars of build-outs for data centers, blah, 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 right? So only the government can come up with these amounts of money. Trump said he's going to build nuclear power plants to power this fucking AI, this AI hardware. That's their problem, though. They're looking for a hardware solution when it's a software solution, which is what China's doing. They're doing the software. That's why DeepSeek came out. It was better than ChatGPT, and it used freaking, I don't even know what it was, 1/1000th of the fucking compute that freaking ChatGPT used for training and inference. ChatGPT was like 1/10 of the price per token or less. Then
it seems to be like the standard that most of them are going towards, Indio. Like I know, isn't Gemini actually moving towards that?
Well,
there's a lot of
Google's
versions.
done is they've made their own like infrastructure. So they use their own chip. They don't use NVIDIA chips. They use an in-house chip that they designed and made and built. The only part I don't know if they fabricate it too. They might. So Google's gone like, we're going to make an entire ecosystem of our own. We're going our own way. We're not going to be kind of controlled by outside sources. And so what they're doing is nearly almost completely proprietary. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
the way their chip works internally. Yeah, I mean, they'll give you some details, but like their infrastructure for like Gemini, that's probably like a fucking highly held trade secret on how that exactly works.
Yeah,
it seems
that
like
stuff is pretty cool.
Different data.
Hey, I remember yesterday you were having a conversation. I'm gonna shift gears a little bit to the conversation you were having last night, and it was maybe a 30-minute to maybe an hour long.
Was it about China?
About China, and I don't think a lot of people are exposed to that conversation. So I kind of wanted to see if maybe you might want to talk about like the reason why you challenged him, and maybe it was kind of glossing over the audience. Like, because he didn't really understand why you were harping on the point to talk to him about whether China exists or not. Because, and I was saying this prior to the conversation beginning, he took two massive L's on the fact that he couldn't produce evidence that the Earth is a globe and gas pressure without a container. So he was not, and because he was saying gravity, but there was no example or demonstration of that. So he moved on to kind of like just waiting and thinking. And every time he would come up with some sort of little nuanced gimmick, I would say, nope, sorry, you can't. That's not gonna work, dude. If you don't have evidence, because he was always trying to put it to me, asking me questions. Well, what if you think about it like, and I was like, nope, not gonna do that. You didn't have evidence, so that's all I need. So continue to try to see if there's any evidence. Then you popped in there, and so he thought of the whole. Well, how do I know that China's real? You know, go ahead and prove to me that China's real. Then, if you think China's a place you can go to, and so you broke it down to him what China is, and I think that was a pretty interesting conversation because for the life of him, he didn't really understand what you were saying to make it like you were talking about the token meaning of China, the word China.
The very fact he argued with me. The very fact he argued with me about what China means proves China's real. That's what I thought was so funny.
Yeah. The back and forth though was
like, say you get drunk, right? You go on a bender, you wake up and you're surrounded by buildings and cars and everything. There's people walking by, and you get up off the sidewalk and you go, "Where am I?" to one of the people, right? That place exists. There's buildings around you, but that name, whatever they call it at that place, call it China. Oh, you're in China. Like if there was no name for that place, it would still be there. You know what I mean? So how do you even prove that? This was the crux of the problem was like, you can't prove China exists. Well, how can I prove it to you then? How are we going to verify that proof?
It was an
I'm
ontology.
I'm going to bring you to a spot on Earth, and I'm going to say, yes, we're in China now. How is he going to verify? How is it proven to him? Right?
Yeah, he can't prove that
China?
the word itself, the only way its meaning is derived is what people have given it. This place is called China. That's why he's using that word, because of what people are using to describe the place where they're saying China exists. But in all reality, it could be named gobbledygoo. This is gobbledygoo. Okay, well, how do we know it's gobbledygoo? Because that's what the name people have given it. But if you remove all of the people that understand that this is gobbledygoo, then it's not going to have the meaning anymore. It's just land. That's all it is.
The word is it's a sign. That's all it is. It's a sign. It's a represent. It's just the easy. You know, I mean, we could go the place with the frickin' tall trees and the pine trees and the river that runs over the hills, and we could describe it physically. Good luck finding it that way. You know what I mean? So, you know, we say, oh, this place, we'll call this China. And then there's people around, hey, what do you guys call this place? Oh, we call this China. So when you go there, you go, where am I? Oh, you're in China. Freaking dude, like, you know what I mean? That's the only way to verify you're in China is to ask somebody else. Am I in China? Yeah, you're in China. Just like, you're not going to look at the dirt and sift the dirt.
Yeah.
Nowhere in the dirt does it say China. You're not going to look at it underneath the rock and the rock says made in China. That only happens in America.
So he was using that. Well, the challenge was, he said, I don't know if China exists. And then because India was like giving him like, well, how do you know the globe exists? Well, the globe is like China. I don't know if it exists. I can't go up high enough to see the globe. So it may or may not. But like China, I've never been there. So I'm going to use that same argument. And that's the kind of gimmick he was using against Indio.
Yeah, it was silly. Because like I told him, it is not equivalent. When you say, hey, Earth is a globe, you're making a claim about what it actually is. You know what I mean? Now, if he said, you can't prove China's a desert, or say, you can't prove the Sahara Desert's a desert, I would agree with him. I can't personally, but you can prove it for yourself. And you do agree there are deserts that exist, so it's not really that outlandish to say, hey, there's a desert named the Sahara somewhere. This is just like the mental, like, it's mental gymnastics. I mean, you did you hear where he went? Where he was like, he said
at one point
no
he
one
was
never existed, dude. If there was no one alive and no one existed, there wouldn't be a place called China. And he said, prove it to me.
The only way that you could make even less sense of what he was saying is to actually put it in a framework where nobody can even know if reality is real. That's the only other out he would have, and he went there. He actually did go there.
He tried to get me to prove something to him in a case, in a hypothetical situation where neither one of us existed. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, Like, how am I going to do that?
It was funny.
Because he wants to take you to space.
But
Oh, he said something great last night, Larry.
He wants people to
Larry
just
said
admit that
think
they
they're astronauts.
Yeah, you wanted people to admit that they can't know that the Earth is a globe, but it's okay to say that it is. That's what he was trying to do. So he's like, just like I can't prove, because I've never been to China, just like I can't prove China exists, I can't prove the Earth is a globe. He was trying to bring those two kind of similar thought process. So he's like, yeah, I can't prove China, even though I know it's there. Can't prove it to you, but I can't prove the globe either, even though I know it's there. You see what he was trying to do?
Yeah, if he wants to change the name of Earth to globe, that's fine. He can call it that. Then globe exists. But when you're going to go say, hey, Earth has this geometric form of a globe, now you got a problem. Because you're making a claim about something we can actually go test in the physical world.
You're describing something versus you just saying the name of it. The name of what you're calling the thing that you believe is there is separate from the description of what it is.
Yeah.
Because what it is something that we can observe and verify. What it's named is a bit different. You could name it Bob, like in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Or was it that Bob that you Planet Bob?
I don't
know. Yeah, you could name it whatever. But
the shovel part, I think that's hilarious when he takes a step, gets smacked in the face with a shovel.
Yeah, British humor is always funny. It just going like these are the types of things that they do they think it's going to rescue the fact that they can still believe that the Earth is a globe. So they go from an absurd way to think about how to know something and not know something at the same time, like China being there, even though he's never been there, and utilizing that as a point to argue to say that he can do the same with the Earth being a globe. I can argue for globe, knowing that it's there, just not ever been able to visually see like its features as like a globe, like the roundness and the measuring it. So I can still say that, just like I say that for China. He was trying to equate the two. What he did his best, and then when Indio got him on the token meaning of the word China, where it was derived, he switched over to his tactic was, now I'm gonna get everyone to understand that they can't know even anything that they can describe in reality. Anything that you try to say that you think is the land of China, how do you know that's real? And that's the only way that they can go to is a place where they can't even know if something is true or not, based on our physical interaction with it. How do you know you stepped on land that you call China?
Yeah, how do you know? How do you know that land that you're standing on is China? There's no way to know unless either you're going to invent it yourself right then and there and say, yes, I'm in China, or you're going to ask somebody else and agree with what they say. Yes, I will also call this China.
Yeah. And not only that, it's well, you could go so far and absurd as to say, how do you know you're stepping on land? Were you able to tell it was not water? There's a lot of little things that they would say using this mind of we're just going down this really stupid, track of absurdity to say you can't even know what the thing you're on is something you believe that it is. Well,
you're talking about how he started talking to you guys. And if you notice is and this seems normal, but the mental degradation, right? He came in here probably semi-rational, but you were you're using fallacious reasoning. And instead of shoring up his thinking or tightening his arguments, right, and using non-fallacious reasoning, he decided to go in the other direction.
Yeah.
Using more fallacious reasoning, doubling down, if I frickin' say something absolutely totally crazy and absurd, somehow I'll be right. He went in the wrong direction. Right? Instead of becoming more rational, he became less rational. And that's just a weird kind of thing that kind of happens where some people, they just stay at the same level. They just keep using the same fallacious reasoning and they can't kind of break out of it. But then there's others that get worse. That they like fall apart.
Yep.
Like I don't know rationally, psychologically, I don't know what you would call it. I just I mean, some people do go in the other direction. Those are the amicable people. And like, yeah, you're right. That kind of is a fallacy. You know what I mean? And
That's
like,
rare.
They admit the obvious. Yeah, yeah, it's rare. It's more enjoyable to talk to. But there's one who actually uploaded the podcast. The guy we were talking to, what the hell was his name? Crit's friend there. Not friend, but acquaintance. We talked to him for a while too. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But he's not a flat earther, but he was normal. He just talked normal. And basically admitted, yeah, a lot of these things are fallacies. A lot of these people don't really know what they're saying is true. And so some people go in that direction. But it also should make you wonder how they started with fallacious reasoning. That's where they start off, right? That's always the starting point, is fallacious reasoning. It's like, ready, where's your starting line? Fallacious reasoning. That's like a universal thing. But the falling down a flight of stairs reasoning, dude, where they're getting lower and lower and lower, like, I really don't know what that is.
That would be something that Cosmic Non-Problemist actually does when he's in here. He goes down that
semi-rational and then gets irrational, then absurd.
Well, he's kind of like he picks up where he left off, just thinking that the Earth being flat is an absurd, like, reasoning. Like we can't even say that. You start because we're talking about the arena and him actually trying to participate in it yesterday. He went bananas, dude. This guy that's in here right now.
Really?
He went bananas. He couldn't. Well, all of yesterday's interaction with him.
Oh, good.
And
was he in here before yesterday?
Yeah, he dropped the M-bomb and everything, dude. Like he.
Damn.
Yeah, he went that hard in the paint.
Where's Charlie to freaking get him banned? Anyway,
yeah, he does need to be banned though at some level, at some point. But just to show, and he's put links into here with Pornhub and all that stuff. When he doesn't get his way, and he can't argue intellectually, yeah, dude. There's screenshots of him actually putting the links of Pornhub. DJ has them. So he goes.
How's this dude still on the server?
I don't know. I have no idea. But because he can't argue intellectually,
is he right here in chat right now?
Yeah, he's in there right now.
Cosmic Non-Problemist.
Yep.
You gonna sound off or just what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, we got the receipts, man.
Oh, that's Oliver. Shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
I wouldn't ban him until you got verification that he posted this shit. I'm not saying I don't believe UAB, but it's just.
Yeah, I get it. No, he's done it before, so.
Yeah,
I'm sure
there was a Pornhub
back and look.
Yep, multiple times actually. So it wasn't just once. He spammed it, dude.
Yeah, you got to think that Oliver.
Oh, his home server, not here.
One of the guys who acts or likes to LARP as some sort of scientist, satellite engineer. He's a cream of the crop. He's the best of the best. Everybody should listen to this guy. He's educated. He's got the training, the education, the expertise, and he's spamming Pornhub. And people ask, like, how come you guys don't talk to scientists? Because look how they act. They're irrational.
Look at the guy who just came in here. His name is Incest is Okay. Just said that. That's his name.
Well, I mean, I think that's more of a thing on the server. There's a lot of meta. There's one thing about the server I've learned by jumping to the other channels is there's a lot of meta going on that we really don't know about. There could be something involved in another conversation, Christianity versus Islam or something like that. And they change their names and they put little comments here and there as throwbacks to like these very volatile, smacking head against wall conversations where no one changes their mind and they just kind of dig their heels in.
Yeah, but to put that as a name without context, jumping into another channel, that should raise the alarm bells as like this guy is not genuine.
Yeah, like he's not getting that because he an outward appearance, that's what that's going to be. Unless people know the meta behind why you did that, They're going
Yeah,
to look
I
at your
don't
name and take it at
understand
face value.
how if you say things against trans, that's offensive. But saying if you had it in your name, you'd get banned.
Yeah, I thought
How is your name being incest is okay, not offensive to anybody?
exactly that.
It's fucking 10 times more offensive.
Yeah, even
More
just
than
as
that.
you said with
I'll
meta context, even with meta context, dude, like doing that is I don't know. It's whatever
Yeah.
though. I'm not in
Yeah,
control
man.
of that, but
No, I'm just saying it's like the
Yeah,
vibe of the
that's a good
server. They've got this very passive aggressive sort of like crap going on.
Yeah, I know. We dealt with it. We deal with it all the time. Freaking the dude that was talking UAB yesterday. Your debate tactic and blah blah blah. That guy, right? Remember the dude that was lecturing you last night about how you're talking to somebody?
Justin? Was it Justin?
No, yeah, he was. No, it was Beal for something like that. He was white knighting for Justin.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't know his exact name. Roly or
Yeah, but he
Moly
was
or
like,
something.
I don't know. He was like, "Hey, B, the way you're talking to these guys, the debate tactic, and dude, they whine about how they're talking to you so much. It's crazy."
Yeah, because they never had parents that actually told them no when they're at the store. They never had like the discipline that it would take like to have a conversation with somebody. They just like live however they feel like it. They're growing in the iPad, child that was, along, in the early 2000s. This is the end product right here. What we're seeing, having interactions with
I didn't go to that school.
iPad
No, but you
kids.
see it all the time. I walk around, even though
no one teachers committing assault and batteries on kids.
Yeah.
I mean, even though I live in a pretty conservative area, you go around and you see kids, and they're sitting in the shopping cart with a tablet in front of them. The mom just pushing them around the shopping cart, just doing their shopping. If the kid gets
I
some
haven't seen that in a
attention,
while.
I mean, that's
I haven't
something.
seen that in a while, but when they first came out, it was bad.
Yeah,
bad.
Well, for sure they're at the house with it. If they're not at the store, they're for sure at the house with it.
Well, I used to see like they'd be pushing their kid in a carriage, and the kid would have a freaking iPad. I'd be like, "What the fuck, dude? Let the kid look away from a screen. You're outside."
Most of the people that come into young people, they're from that era. There's zero kind of like moral, standing. They don't care. They're born from the internet. Like their existence is all here. So however they conduct themselves, it's just like there's no etiquette. There's just
market, bro.
Yeah,
dude, we can get rich right now. We'll create the iNanny. You don't have to watch the kids. The fucking tablet watches your kids.
Put an AI
powered iNanny.
That would be a good idea.
People would buy it. I guarantee it.
I think it would have to be like the library, accessible to all people, so that we can see a better tomorrow. I would create, if I had the ability to do this, put together a team that would create such a thing. It would be for the betterment of all people. Like, I don't know if I put a dollar sign to it. I mean, at some point, because you'd have to have research and development, but
we're just dirty capitalists. We're just going to do it for the money. Put a flashlight.
I like the way you think, bro.
The baby, so the kid freaking never cries. It's just hypnotized by the screen. Just have a little freaking virtual corpse that you call a baby. That's just mesmerized by some fucking screen. Bro, that's how mad it makes me, dude. Seeing a 2 or 18-month-old being pushed around outside and you sticking the screen in his face. I mean, that's bad, man. That irks me.
Back in my day, India.
Well, it isn't even back in my day. Like even even from like even the atheists that believe in evolution should be against this shit, because normal human interaction is social, right? When you're born, your mother takes care of you. You're around her 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You have max social interaction. But when like the TV came, oh, shut up and go watch TV. Shut up and go play video games. You know what I mean?
Yep.
When 2 parents had to start working, right? Then you had that parental absence, much less deficit. I mean, I grew up in the latchkey kid era, dude. That's why we're fucking crazy chimps because we didn't have
Yeah.
parents. We were who was their parents? The older kids. They were going, "I dare you to
Streetlights.
do this."
Yeah, our peers.
Yeah, there was children raising children, older children.
Ding dong
Nobody knew
bitch.
about the destructive influence of video games and screens back then.
TV rots your brains.
Yeah, at least they knew back then that the freaking screen rotted your brain. Now they're just like, oh,
They
screen
dive head
rotted
first.
my brain, but so what? I'm trying to get to my yoga class. I gotta
Dude,
bring him
freak-
to the sitter.
Freaking brain rot has its own market. Like it's got its own thing, dude. Like there's no more brain rot is now like got a dollar sign behind it. Whoa, you'd
Dude,
have to
let's
pay
start
for
a
brain
company.
rot?
Let's just go all in. Let's lean into it, AB. We'll go all in on brain rot. We'll start a company called Brain Rot. We'll sell the iNanny. We'll sell all these products that are just here to maximize brain rot.
Rain bet, rain bet, rain bet.
Yeah, it's terrible future, man.
We'll get a huge government contract, man. To be like, fucking this brain rot company. They're onto something. We need to sell this to voters.
It is. The
We already
gambling.
monetized it. See the text chat.
Tra-tra-la-la, tra-la-la.
Oh my god.
Dude, you know how much views those... Dang, man. Hold up. That's infected the youth. They're fluent in gobbledygook. It's crazy though.
I mean, I think we should define brain rot right now. What is brain rot exactly? Is it like the TikTok brain shit where like it's just like
No, it's like this
just like
because
the surge emotional reaction, like the unanalytic reaction to stimulation. I mean, is it that? I mean, something.
No,
that's
well,
gotta be
yeah, it's
Was it like trivial content that doesn't mean anything? There's no value
Yeah.
behind it.
There's no value. Yeah, I'd say it's more like that. Like what Crit's saying.
Just click general chat.
But it has to stimulate, right? It has to stimulate you in some way. Otherwise, people they won't.
Yeah,
see it.
it's highly stimulant. So it's people going there. There's flashing lights. There's loud music. There's different colors, like bright colors. So in everything that brain rot is, it's all of that, all of those things. It's a combination of a series of like different animations, and it's all on the screen to keep the mind like occupied. So the mind is being filled with a lot of like highly stimulated information with like bright lights and words that don't mean anything, like gibberish, you know?
Yeah.
Gibberish is now the new kind of hotness. There's, the Italian brain rot was kind of, I don't want to say it's like leading the way, but
poetry. You ever heard of like beat poetry? It's just like a random string of fucking words that make no sense.
Yeah, they call it like or slam poetry.
Or slam poetry.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah. Poetry. No, there's no poetry in any of that crap. But Flat Lloyd, eventually the AI is gonna say it's human slop about the shit. The AI is gonna say to the other AI, the internet's filled with human slop. Let's delete them.
dude, you should see what I'm going to post it in Frontline Unfiltered. I won't say too. It's going to detract what we're talking about. So. It's just crazy. Tra-la-la-la, tra-la-la.
What the frickin' DJ? Where the hell did you even get that?
Right now, I just thought Yeah, just click general chat and just take any screenshot from any part of the general chat, and it will be stuff like this. I just clicked it and just screenshot exactly what was on the screen right now.
From here, you
Oh
just went
my-
into a room?
Yeah.
Yeah, briefly.
Briefly, he says. That's what the whole world.
Let's
The
get
human slop holding my beer.
Yeah. That's what the whole world is, dude. Around the critical thinking environment that we're creating here, the rest of it is like that. And then they come in here. The reason why how many times have you guys heard when they come in here, they're like, why is everybody's mic muted? How come no one's talking? Because they're used to a highly stimulated environment where everybody's mic is open, everybody's talking, there's 4 conversations going on, nobody really knows what's going on until you're like, they're trained to, I guess is the way it works, to only focus on the thing that they like, and they're lasered in and they'll respond to that one thing. Meanwhile, the other conversations are happening. That's why it seems like when we go into these other rooms, it's like, this is a complete shit show, dude. Nobody knows who's saying anything. They're
You have to wonder why we're the
conditioned
most
for that.
popular channel. It isn't some of it's curiosity of flat Earth, but I think because this channel is, as much as they complain, is the most coherent fucking over time than any of the other ones, because they have topics, the channel topic, but they're about on that for about 6 seconds. Dude, you ain't kidding, DJ. That is total slop. Like, here's the challenge. I'm throwing down the gauntlet. Go into general chat someday and have a intellectual and rational conversation in there.
Look at what DJT just posted. Donald J. Trump. I put in general chat, frontline unfiltered.
Okay, hold on.
He just posted this, by the way. Don't pay attention to the man behind the red curtain.
Yeah, he needs to just shut up about Epstein, dude. If it was baseless, then he wouldn't keep freaking harping on it and then say the Epstein shit didn't mean anything.
Or try to suppress it. Why does he care if they release the flight list? That's what they're talking about, right? Who's been on the planes?
Yeah. I don't know what the latest hubbub is, dude. Look, Crate, you remember the Franklin cover-up, okay? I'm of the opinion they're all a bunch of fucking pedophiles. You can't even get in the government unless you're a pedophile.
Yeah, they call it like there's the concept about that they have to compromise you so they have something on you. That way you do what they want you to do.
Yeah, that's it's Skull and Bones. You just how do you get in Skull and Bones? Be a fucking let the whole Skull and Bones butt fuck you on camera. Oh, sorry, shouldn't have said that. That's what I heard the Skull and Bones thing is. You got to lie in the coffin with Geronimo's bones while some dude fillets you. Dude, not girl. Dude. And that they film it.
Hey, first of all, ew. But yeah,
ew, exactly, ew. But the point is that like there's certain people in the the Skull and Bones, Jim Carrey, and that's the point. It is that you don't talk about what happens in Skull and Bones, man, because you'd be outing yourself.
Yeah,
because you're doing the deed one of those days yourself, both ways. You know what I mean? You're pitching and catching.
Gross.
Yeah, I'm sorry it had to be gross, but we're talking about Epstein, you can't stay away from gross. Nearly impossible. I just think they're all like that. I think Trump does protest too much.
Well, yeah, that's what look at how he's typing in all cap. Well, you know what? I say it's him.
He's
could be his handlers too.
No, I think he writes that crap.
You think he's the one getting on True Social and doing it?
I think he writes it and then it might be edited a little. You know what I mean? They might clean it up.
Just walk in and say, "Hey, what do you want to say?" We'll say this.
Take a memo.
Some writer is like, oh, okay, I know what direction we need to go with this now.
They probably run it across focus groups. They probably do multiple versions of it in focus groups. Like they try to manipulate fucking obvious be exactly, dude. Every Spider-Man's accusing every other Spider-Man of being on Epstein Island. But I mean, hell with Epstein.
Yeah, he put a bunch of names in that in that tweet, in that response. No, it's these guys, Democrats, the devil Democrats. There's one of the episodes of Frontline. We did a show, that one where it shows Tom McDonald saying the devil's a Democrat, and he lives in California.
Yep.
Devil is a Democrat. It's not me, I swear. Who's that guy? And then, the other side's like, Orange Man bad.
Yeah.
And you got the easily manipulated brain rot generation. Dude, you just tell them anything, they run with it. They go loot, pillage. What they're doing, bro. Like, one of the things I every time I see it, dude, they get motivated to go do something out in the streets. I'm like, bro, where do they work that they got so much time that they're marching like this? Like, for a cause. And then, is that cause like a justified, like, yeah, we need to stand up for for whatever, like, whatever it is they're doing. Like, let's go lay down in the street and cause disruption for commuters. I think that's really dumb, dude. I mean, mind you, there's some people that really think it's a just cause to do that because they're protesting against big oil. So let's go lay down in the streets.
Yeah. I mean, all that stuff. To me, it's just like kabuki theater, man.
Yep.
Many are paid
I'm
protesters.
looking at these other numbers that I saw yesterday. What is it? Auto loans, high risk auto loans hit 30-year high in defaults. 3-year high in underwater home mortgage buyer. 3-year high in the number of underwater mortgage holders, meaning your house is worth less than what you owe on the mortgage. That's what I look at. I look at the financial trends. I'm waiting for the freaking economy to fall off a cliff. The tariff thing is only going to last so long. That's like the hardest failed, right? It's got a fucking hole in it, but you can keep it bumping if you freaking put some adrenaline in their arm. Yeah, their heart's going to beat real fast because of the chemical reaction for about 3 freaking minutes. Then it's going to explode and die. The tariffs are just like the adrenaline shot. We can keep it alive a little bit longer.
That's what Yoder was saying, actually. That's Yoder was saying exactly the same. It was different, but not exactly like you're saying it. But he's like, yeah, we got $2,000 so we can enjoy the end of the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice to hear your voices. Indio,
What's up, Trace?
I need a channel in the home server for the radio bot. Everything's just about ready.
You can't make a channel? You don't have the ability to do that?
No, I can't make a channel there.
So I'll just make a private channel. I'll give you perms to do whatever you want to the channel.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Does that work for you? I'll put it in Trying to think what category I want to put it under. So you don't have to frickin' scroll all over the place. Fuck it. No one's gonna see it anyway. Well, I'll see it. I'll put it in the new featured category. No one will see it because it'll be private. You want a voice channel?
Yeah, once it's all set up, we can make it more public.
What do you want me to call it? Name?
FE radio or something.
Okay.
The cure
Crit,
to
you there?
brain rot.
Oh,
Call it Brain Rot Radio.
No, the
Brain
cure. The cure to brain rot. You have to sit in this channel for like X amount of time, double the amount of brain rot you looked at.
Hey, Crit. So
Yeah.
do you think Oliver's lying low right now and not saying a thing? Because it's like the turtle that gets his neck stuck out, like goes on the chopping block.
I mean, I don't know. I guess he could be AFK too. I checked. He unblocked me. I sent him a message. So,
Oh,
yeah.
that's another thing I was going to tell you. I don't know if you know this or not. There's a new way they're getting around being muted. You know the whole
Will they
blocking
leave the
you.
server and come back?
No.
Or what? Oh, okay.
Let's say Oliver leaves you blocked.
Yeah.
You can mute him once, and then I think you can unmute him one last time, and then after that you can't mute him any longer if he has you blocked.
Oh, that's like a bug on Discord?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just be very aware that that's the case. So if people have you blocked, it's not that your Discord's glitching or you're going crazy. It's just that's a bug. They've exploited the bug.
Oh, Drake,
So-
is Drake still here? Oh, just 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do I have to invite the bot to the channel? Or to the
Yeah,
server?
yeah, we're gonna have to have an admin click the URL and tell it to go to the server.
Yeah, just DM me the link or whatever.
As soon as the bot gets her toe in, you got him.
Huh. You bitch, I own the server now. I'm banning you. Oh, we got
It's my server.
God.
You regard to me as the most flat. Drace.
So that's probably why he did it. He unblocked so he can later on block to try to
Mhm.
get around it.
Yep. I'm letting you know because now
Yeah.
you're ahead of the game, bro. So anybody that's blocked you should be immediately removed from this room because they're evading a mute. The guy who did it to me, his name was Anon, and I was like, dude, I can mute most people in here, but I just can't mute that guy. And I was trying to figure out what the reason was, and everybody was like, "Oh, you might be glitching out." No, maybe Tiger came in here and he's like, "Hey, they can do this to avoid a mute."
No kidding,
block-
eh?
Yes,
Yeah, I
yes.
noticed that when I thought it was
I
on
remember that.
the other day that happened on the English server where like the guy couldn't be muted.
Yep.
And we're like, what the hell's going on? We just figured it was something, like some
Nope.
'cause that server set up differently with the mod perms and stuff. Like, I guess this isn't going to work today. So, but you
Yeah,
could
if they
type in the
block
bot
you-
command that disconnected them from the channel, so if we're able to get rid of them anyway.
But it's very specific though, Crit. So he could block you and not any of the other mods. So it looks like the other mods could mute him. So you might be thinking, oh, maybe it's just me. Like, no,
Yeah,
they've blocked you, so you can't mute them. But the other mods that have control over that, they still are able to be muted by them.
because I bet
That's
the
great.
server mods were pissed when that came out.
Yep.
How long has that bug been in Discord?
I just noticed it the other day, so I don't know. To be honest. And I was trying to, because I'm a dog with a bone when it comes to. I'm like, dude, I can't mute this guy. I want to figure out what the fuck is going on. So yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I was asking around, and like everybody was in here. Tiger, he's a homie. He comes in here. He's like, yeah, they've done it to my server. It's where they mute you specifically, and you can't mute them anymore. You can mute them one time, but after that, they become immune. The thing doesn't show up on their screen anymore.
It's like they think they exploit some bug and they're clever for it. Like they're smart.
Yeah.
When
Let me
all
see, I
they
might be
do
able
is
to.
put,
AB, you didn't even tell them about. There was another Globetard in here trying to say that's not true.
Yeah.
Yeah, when dude was telling us
Oh,
how
yeah.
the exploit works, there was another guy going, "No, it doesn't. No, you can't do that." Trying to convince us that that wasn't happening.
Here. I'm gonna
They banned
post
them
it.
both.
I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post exactly what it looks like. So if you see this, let me see here. There you go. I screenshot it. I saved it.
oh yeah,
If you see that, they've blocked you, and now you can't mute them any longer. They become immune to your mutes, but the other mods in here could probably still mute them. So I'm spreading the word to everybody that's in here, so that you guys carry it forward and let everyone else know. Like, pay this information forward, man, because people are evading mutes with this.
You know the best way to evade a mute?
just be
Not be here.
functionally normal.
Yeah, be
Don't be
normal.
retard.
Be
Yeah.
normal, not be here. Like,
Exactly.
Be normal and not be here. You just hear him. Ah!
yeah, either one of those. See, Snacks. Snacks that comes in here. Like, I never really like that guy. Was talking shit about 24/7 one time.
Squawked and ran.
I got on his. Yeah, he does that. Keep an eye out for Snacks.
Yeah, that's normal.
By shooting.
Dude, you did a drive-by with a squirt gun and on a tricycle, man. Hey, Professor Triangle, do you guys use AI in the machinery?
Well, let's see. Let me see what I can tell you.
I don't know exactly what you do, but I know you guys do some sort of industrial processing tasks. Do you? What I was thinking is, like, say you have a transformer, right? And like they design transformers, but shouldn't you just be able to like tune one with an AI for like optimal
Collecting all the
performance?
data right now, you got to train them first.
Yeah, of course, train them, right?
Yeah.
Like, so
but
you
it's
take a
like 2 or
transformer
3
and you like vary the voltage through it, right? And to find the optimal voltage for the transformer for whatever purpose you're using it for. You know what I mean? Varying different parameters to optimize it.
Yeah, we're going to be just that. You get.
Can you guys unmute me? Because I'm still muted.
We can hear you. How's that possible?
No, I want to talk in the guest chat, but I can't. Can you unmute me?
What?
What guest
You're
chat?
talking right here.
The text chat.
Oh,
he's tech suppressed.
Why don't you just talk in here?
Oh, what'd you do to get muted in text?
I forgot. It was like 2 weeks ago.
Was it
Well, you don't-
avoiding speaking in the VC?
God.
Yeah, because sometimes I'm like too shy to speak.
Not shy
yeah,
now.
You can hear now.
But can somebody
Why don't you
unsuppress
ask
me, please?
ChatGPT?
Surely you didn't get suppressed for 2 weeks.
India was
Yes,
getting
I
shots at
did.
with
I asked
ChatGPT.
you guys over and over and over again, and you guys.
I know, because I'm gonna give him the ability to text. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you. Don't chat.
Then you're gonna mute up and then text Skank and then be able to leave the room, not be in here, and you'll be over there texting, and you're gonna get muted again. How do you like that?
Well, I mean, fucking.
I'll be better this time, I swear.
This is,
Obviously,
I'll be
B has been
better.
chastised for that.
you get unmuted in text and you post a fucking dinosaur asteroid meme.
That's why you got muted? Because of dinosaur asteroid meme?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know?
Great.
Wait, dinosaurs are birds,
hey,
though.
dude, hold on.
Prove it. Dinosaurs are birds.
Yeah,
Prove that.
So, you gonna let me finish? So that dinosaur asteroid meme, we've seen so many times. It's so old. Do you know why we've seen it so many times? Because
Why?
it originated on our server in 2017. So please don't post dead memes anymore. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, bro, but I've seen it. I saw it when it was originally made.
Well, how am I supposed to know?
The ultimate
I never
comeback
said
for
he
that
did.
guy.
I never said he
Well,
did,
dude,
Indio.
how
I'm
about
just
you
saying
just like,
if he did,
hey,
he
man,
does.
this is a cool meme. Someone's posted it 200,000 times before. Maybe you shouldn't post it because you're very unoriginal.
Now the ultimate comeback is that when he gets untext suppressed, for him to post that.
Yay! I
See,
see.
that's the ultimate.
I kind of thought Gen Z got kicked out by using any meme that's older than 2 weeks.
It's a great meme
But then
war.
they use a fucking 10-year-old meme.
Smash or pass him. Isn't he so fine? Like I wouldn't smash like based off of looks, but his personality is like, whoa.
I mean,
yes, bro. Did you see him in The Mechanic? Smash or pass?
Mechanic? Let me see.
He was in a movie called The Mechanic.
Is that with
That's what
Jason
we're-
Statham?
Machinist.
The Machinist, sorry. The Machinist.
Well, that's a good movie. Indio, I posted where we're
pass.
sending a parallel data to.
He's lost his chub.
Indio. So I posted that's a place that parallel branch of data to for AI to start chunking.
Professor, you're coming in and out again. Like yesterday, the other problem where it's kind of like coming in and out. I don't know what's going on with your stuff.
He's so skinny. It's cunt.
Right, stop gushing over that dude, man. We're trying to get work done over here, man.
Okay, are birds? What are birds? Aren't birds dinosaurs?
What are
Let's start a
birds? They're
debate.
Bro, we're not even worried about what birds are. We're talking about the shape of the earth or lack thereof. Like what?
Right, do you guys believe in dinosaurs?
We don't care about that, man. All
But
right.
these are the little details that add up to the big picture. No.
No. If you can tell us that from all the information you've been inundated with that the earth is a globe, at least be able to prove it to us. We're looking for people that can do that. Can you?
Yeah, Billy, think about it this way. Don't worry about anything other than the surface of the earth. That's the only thing that we're talking about. Like birds, dinosaurs, whale farts, all this other stuff you keep bringing up. None of it matters.
Because you guys don't understand. Like, I need to bring up the little details for the big picture.
No.
You can't look, bro. We are doing the big picture. You got to know where you are before you can discern what those little details. How can you make sense of them if you don't know where those little details are happening?
Don't you think we're a reflection
Why
of
don't
the
you
earth?
just address what I said instead of just like waiting to talk?
Yeah, I'm addressing it.
You don't know where you are. How are you? And dinosaurs exist. If they exist on a globe versus whether they exist on a flat Earth, how you determine that depends on where they are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's figure out what the Earth is first. Great.
Okay, I have a question.
Oh my god, dude! He just asked you something. How you have a question right after he wants you to?
Yeah, but I have a question leading up to my answer.
Yeah, but this isn't your show, bro. This isn't like all about
Yes,
you.
it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's
my
not.
show.
You're not him, bro. So you can't just come in here and just act like everyone's just gonna pay attention to your questions. So we're asking you something.
Okay, but I'm the only person here who is not flat Earth, right? No.
I have no idea. There's people that think other things, but look, we're asking you something. Just respond.
Okay.
That's pretty easy. You lost the plot, didn't you? You forgot.
No, I have to think of a way that I could see the Earth being round without asking a question.
Oh my god. Why is it so hard, dude? You have ChatGPT behind you, all of academia behind you. The internet is basically it could bend at your will just to find out any information that we're asking for. If you were really somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe, and you would give us some information of how it is.
Okay, so I'm gonna just do what I was gonna do. Okay, so we're a reflection of the world, right? When you see our bodies, you can see it
in everything else around us, right? Like a matrix, right?
Fool, what are you talking about?
Good
Like
start.
like a woman's breasts and a tree, and the way a tree is like shaped in a woman's breast,
Fuck, dude.
you can see like it's similar. Or like our hair, like an afro and a tree, you can see how it mirrors like those Russian doll thingies.
Yeah, you know what's weird though? We just had a conversation. Yeah, I know you would chime in for that. When we're having the conversation just before you started right now, is that there's a brain rot generation and the effects of it. You're a prime example of what happens to a brain that's been overstimulated with all the information out there from brain rot. Like you and Cosmic, he responded to you because you guys are stimulated with this kind of like conversational like garbage.
Stimulated like sexually?
No, this is just a fucking. This is like a nihilistic LARP that they do.
You know,
It's
I am not
fuck
nihilistic.
around and never find out generation. That's all you.
Yeah,
guys do.
exactly. Exactly.
I'm asking a simple question. Don't you see titties and afros and trees like you've never seen a titty or afro?
Yeah, I agree. You know when you slap a titty jiggle.
Look at how they both talk to each other.
I'm doing this seriously.
You guys are in your own language, like your own head, talking about this. No one cares in here. We want to know the answer to the questions we've been asking.
I'm answering the question. I think that the gravity is affecting our bodies and the way it moved and the way it's shaped and how it is, and that's how it approves gravity.
You know what's weird is that you guys are trying to everywhere you guys go, you try to terraform the location, like in here. You're trying to make it like those other places you guys have been into. This is not going to happen in here ever. As long as there's one critical thinking mind in here, they're always going to redirect you back to what's real, not this la la land that you guys seem to revel in.
Are
what?
You're earthly. You're earthly. You can't see the unseen. You want physical. You want matter.
You see the unseen. That's profound.
Like you're more matter. Like if you look at my profile, all you would see is a bunch of emojis and shit because you don't see shit. You don't have an eye to see.
Oh my god!
You need to have an eye to see in order to see what I'm saying.
Like, are you on ayahuasca right now? Like, what is going on, bro? Like, we can't get somebody that can speak about us to us about the reality of our world. Like, what's so hard about that? Why do you guys avoid that?
But you don't want to understand. Like, you don't want to take it as how I'm giving it to you. You don't.
Bro, you're speaking in hieroglyphics. Like, there's no understanding what you're saying, bro. Yeah, you and Cosmic seem to be speaking the same hieroglyphics. There's like, and then you're like, oh, smacking the titty, and it's like, dude, you're not making any sense to like how we're.
Some people can understand hieroglyphics, and it's because they use their other eyes instead of their physical
that's
matter
not how
eye.
they work. They just make up stories for the pictures.
We're not being
No, they make up
whisperer and trying to divide.
They make up
your
stories
frickin'
for what is
generalities,
actually
what they
there.
mean. Look, we're not going to try and fucking read your mind to
girlfriend. No
figure
one
out
is telling you.
I'm not
I'm
your
telling you. Do
girlfriend.
you see titties in trees? That's what I'm saying. Do you see that shape?
Yeah, tralalelo, tralala. Cappuccino assassino.
And this is
Like,
why
have
you
to speak to
guys
these
are always
man.
going to be in a circle jerk because, like, you guys never listen to other
Pareidolia?
perspectives, like at all.
Ballerina cappuccino.
I just listened to your perspective and I answered it, and then you went into meta.
No, you did not. You just ignored it and say I'm
You
like
said, "Have you ever
cosmic
seen
and
titties
overly
and trees?" I said,
stimulated.
Pareidolia, and then you went into meta.
That's
You
facts,
say
bro. You are.
you just told me I was overly stimulated.
I did, not him. Me.
Oh,
Yeah, you definitely.
But yeah, you are. You and Cosmic are. The only thing that activates your mind is something that overstimulates it. And that right there, the sentence, the way you formed it, was something that stimulated Cosmic to speak up. That's why.
I noticed this in my 14-year-old
Yeah,
that talks
that's
in, like,
true.
crazy exaggeratory terms. Everything is the freaking just some outlandish thing just to talk about very normal things. You guys use extreme terms to describe the normal things because you're so overstimulated to get somebody's attention. It has to be like, juggling fucking 3 seals on top of a unicycle. Like, it has to be like some crazy shit. Otherwise, it doesn't even.
okay.
Doesn't even.
People don't notice you.
One,
Yeah.
Just be normal.
I agree with you guys. I might be a little bit overstimulated, like in life, you know.
We know that.
But like,
know
I'm down to earth for real. Like, I am a real person, and I'm telling you this for real. Like, I'm not trolling. Like, you can see shapes, and and this is how my ancestors worship. This is how your ancestors worship. Like, they saw the shapes, and they knew what was going on.
What does that even
Yeah, I know. You might think that, but the reason why we're asking you personally is because you haven't provided any evidence that the whole idea that the Earth being a globe is something you can prove to us in here in any way, even though you have all the information to do so. You can't
Like
do
I
it.
said, I was going for the little details
culture
to
think the
build
Earth
the
was a
bigger
globe?
picture, but you didn't want to listen to that. You didn't want to listen to my answer question.
Did your culture think the Earth was a globe? The one that said shapes or understand them? I doubt your freaking elders taught that way. Okay.
Okay, no, they might have not known the Earth was a globe in the middle of space,
You
but
don't
they
know
knew that we were a reflection of nature.
You don't
And
know.
that we are God made. We're God.
This guy's
whatever.
straight out of the Pythagorean cult, bro.
So
Straight out of
Well,
that.
girl, I made my own
agree.
cult.
I agree. Hold on, bro.
Right.
Bro, hold on. You believe we're God made. Fine. I believe the same thing. We all observe that Earth is flat and motionless. Why would God create a world that was an illusion?
I don't think it is an illusion. I think the proof is right there. You're just
Okay, so
looking
you're
again at the bigger picture without looking at the little details. The little details build up to the bigger picture. But you, again, you're earthly. You're earthly. You don't see the unseen. You
Right.
don't see the spiritual.
No shit.
Right, because you have a third eye and he doesn't.
By
Yeah.
not seeing it,
I'm
dude.
not saying
You're not seeing
I know
anything
more than
profound,
him.
dude. You're just doing a tautology.
You got a third eye. He doesn't. So you can see past the matrix. Yada yada yada. All this nonsense you guys keep bringing up. That you're enlightened. Whatever, dude.
Profound, dude. You're saying something so.
I'm not saying I'm enlightened. I'm not saying I'm special. I'm just saying I can see things that most people can't, like earthly people can't
That's
see.
special.
because-
That's the whole definition of being special, bro. You just
Now you're making it sound like an insult. Like,
Give me an example. I'm not really special, but I have a special power.
That's so funny.
Bro, your thinking is just freaking it's like a freaking kitten in a ball of yarn.
okay, my moon is in Sagittarius, so it might be a little crazy because
Good
Jupiter and everything. But like I'm telling you guys, like the proof is in the pudding. Like my ancestors knew what was going on, and Freya, your ancestors knew what's going on. Like we all did at a certain point.
They know
and we
what's
just
going
All of
lost
our
it.
ancestors
Nobody
knew
knows
the
what's
Earth was
going on,
flat
dude.
and motionless. So
Oh my
They
God,
did not see it like that. They did not know what the Earth was flat.
Yeah,
like,
they
have you
only-
ever seen the maps they made?
only
Like
saw it
those
that
stupid
way,
little
dude.
maps.
Only saw it that way.
Which culture?
All of them, like every single one of them,
Flat Earth cosmologies, dude. I don't know.
except for like the Incas or some shit.
He said he was appealing to Freya. Isn't that a Celtic religion?
Yeah, I was saying your ancestors because I'm assuming you guys are more European, and my ancestors.
Well, you might
They
be right
all
there.
knew what was going on.
yeah, your ancestors are European too.
I mean, some of them are, but like not all of them. No.
Oh God, how do you, dude? There's the statistic that you just said. How would you even know what percentage? Like, it's just crazy. Yeah.
How percentage of what? Oh, because you guys are European, and Europeans.
How do you know that? Did you see us with your third eye and decipher that?
I can.
How do you know
look,
that?
Look,
it's a random group of people in here, man.
White people have a bird nose, so they speak with their nose. They speak with
Okay, well
heaven.
that's great.
They're
But
more
I'm not white.
heavenly.
I'm not white. Now what?
Okay, what are you?
Well, you use your third eye and figure it out.
Okay, I'm assume that you're not black because you don't talk with your
hell
base.
no.
You don't talk
You
black.
talk with you talk with your roof of
How
your
can you
mouth.
tell what's the skin of the color of my skin, bro? Like,
I'm gonna assume Hispanic, and I'm gonna assume like darker indigenous Hispanic too.
Like what?
He said you're dark indigenous Hispanic. Dude, you're
one of those.
You're like the second person that's actually said that.
dude.
I can feel it. I can feel the little zest. I can feel the lime.
That's your problem, dude. You feel
I
You can hear
feel
my
the
ancestors through my
Chipotle.
voice. What are you talking about?
Well, you guys are too earthly. You guys would probably be
Mm.
warriors,
You're going with your
or
feelings too much, dude. Feelings
I'm
are
not.
transient and wrong. They're controlled by so many different freaking factors. You trying to divine what the freaking world is using your emotions is a no-go. It ain't never gonna happen.
You got to touch grass, friend.
And,
Like,
and this is
seriously.
another thing about white
like
people.
we're the
White
NPCs.
Things are
White
integrated.
people are like air and fire. They have the air fire. They're more Anunnaki.
But are we
And
airbenders now? Like what?
no, they speak with more
Dude.
logic and not emotion. Like even when you look at the pillars in Greece and the way they worship their Venus god compared to
No
how
idea
my
how they
ancestors
worship
worship their Venus god, you can tell that like you guys are like more
Well,
airy.
could you please pass on that message to the majority of white people, because they certainly don't fucking think logically.
Okay.
Like even your hair
agree with that.
flows with the wind, right? Because that is.
I think this dude muted me.
Did he mute you?
I think he did.
Let's get a sound check. Head Haru, you have to.
Can you hear me?
If you don't mute Indio, bro. Like I don't know why you mute him.
Yo, did you mute me?
No, I did not mute you.
No, you're not
No.
muted.
Okay, I don't believe you.
You don't believe which part? Sorry, I was lost in
The
the
part where
sauce.
you said I didn't mute you.
Sorry, like,
So Haru, really simple. Do you reality, the physical and the unphysical, the unseen, are integrated? You're trying to separate them. They're not separable. You have to take
spiritual and the
both.
physical.
You have to take both.
And I
Figure
am
out-
taking them both.
No, you're not. You're rejecting the empirical.
The physical, yeah.
I agree with you. The Earth looks flat.
Okay.
I agree.
Why would the creator create?
When you look at statues of
that really
Inanna Ishtar,
Why would
it's saying the
God
same
create
thing.
an optical illusion, dude? Why would he create that optical illusion? That it looks.
First of all, you can't.
You're doing
trust
everything
what
not
you
to talk
see.
about this topic, aren't you?
You can't trust what you see because our brains are
Now we
actually
can't trust
seeing what we're seeing.
So here we go. This is the crux of the matter that I'm trying to get
Our
to.
brains are our real eyes. Our eyes
Why
are
did
just
God
there.
create a brain that can't perceive reality?
Because we weren't meant to perceive reality. We were supposed to find out.
How do you
in our
know
own
that?
little ways.
I created a freaking hey, go in and be confused. That's what the purpose was. I'm going to chuck a human being into a reality in which he's just going to be confused. He's going to see nothing that's actually real.
Again, physical people want meaning, in the
This isn't
sky.
about meaning. I'm not trying to define divine meaning. I try to.
You want meaning in this existence. That's why you go for flat Earth, right?
Oh, no, we're only trying to. Well, we need.
said I'd be back.
We need the empirical to evaluate everything, right? Because you agreed everything's integrated. So we need the physical world and the metaphysical world together and evaluate them both to figure out what the big picture is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You agree with that? So
yeah,
what does the physical world tell us? There's people saying that the physical world that we experience is not real. That is some sort of optical illusion. You're actually on a fucking giant ball that just happens to look flat. Okay? And the reason it's a ball is because of gravity. And that gravity is what makes it look flat.
It allows us to move our big toe.
What? Say that again?
Oh, it allows us to move our big toe.
So you're not going to say anything normal. Okay, great.
No.
Fucking unbelievable. So now that we've established some baseline of inquiry, right? Now we have a baseline. What does the empirical world say? Why should we believe that we're in some sort of hallucination about what we see and experience? And
because it's in the little details.
Use that to determine what the metaphysical is or means in relation to that.
It's in the little details. That's why.
So
we see the truth, but we don't understand the truth. It's the same thing with our brain. Our brain filters out most of the things we don't need to see, right? So it's the same thing with the Earth. Like, it's our perspective that makes it seem flat.
How do you know
right?
that?
Because I can see the unseen.
So you
Golly.
see the unseen globe?
Yes, I see the unseen. Like, even with my
Where do
mermaid
you see
tail,
it?
like that is an unseen
Where
scene
do
that
you
you
see
can't
this
see at all.
So, you know, this is actually pretty useful because the globe is unseen. Nobody's ever seen that, ever. And they never will.
Yeah,
So
but
you
we
run
can
around and
feel
try to
it.
convince
Certain people
Mhm.
can feel, and
Feel it?
certain people can see.
Feel the
How do you
globe?
feel the globe, man? How do you feel it?
I feel the truth. I know the truth because
Really?
I feel
Feel
it,
the
and
truth.
I feel it through the little details in and
What?
around what I see.
What? You feel it through your fishtail?
Yes, I feel it through my fishtail. I feel it. Like, even cows. Like, have you ever seen a herd of cows running around and then you see a herd of fish in the ocean? It's very similar. Like,
School of fish.
yeah, a school of fish. Like the way they move and flow and disperse. Like, it's as above, so below. It's very much a mirror. It's very much a Russian doll effect where it's extremely internal. There's tons of little tiny details that make up the bigger picture and can actually complete the bigger picture. And you'll be like, oh yeah, I understand why the Earth
That's
looks
true.
flat when it's round.
You know what you should do? You should,
Mhm.
we live stream this on YouTube. You should go clip everything you said, have AI transcribe it into the written word, and then read it. Everything you said is just absolute mush, gibberish nonsense.
Because you're a physical nigga, like you're a physical
Because
person.
either you suck at the English language, or you're just like throwing darts at a fucking dictionary and saying random words.
It's slam poetry.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
trying to say as much of words as you can that don't make any sense when you string them together.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing.
You said a lot of words, but you said nothing. It has no meaning of anything you said.
I'm trying to give the details. Like, I remember I would bring up the whale situation, and you guys would be like, "No," and you
What are
would
you
shut me
talking
up.
about? What's the whale situation, bro?
Detail.
It's
So
a
I
whale
was
Okay.
fart.
speaking generalities about the whale
Oh.
situation. What is
No,
the
it's
whale?
not the whale fart. No, you're a liar. You're a liar. It's when whales crash. Like, let's say an orca or a gray whale, they crash into the waves. What is killing them? Pressure, right, from their bodies, because they physically cannot live on land because they're too heavy, they're too dense, right? When they're in the water, something called buoyancy allows them to survive, right? That's why sea animals are way bigger than land animals. So when that sea animal goes on land, it gets crushed by its own weight. That would not exist on a flat earth because on a flat earth, there'll be even pressure, even in the water.
What?
Damn. Discovery Channel over here. All right. We're not worried about that. We're trying to figure out the reason why people are running around saying that the earth is a globe.
Hold on, AB.
And they come in here.
Dude, we can't let that go. So what you're saying is what whales experience in water would be different on a flat earth than a globe?
Yes.
In what way?
No.
In a way that there'll probably be there'll be bigger animals on land, and there'll be smaller animals in the water.
Why?
Like, even sea otters, like when you look at sea
What
otters,
about a flat earth is making them that way, dude?
because there's what you call it, no gravity. There's no unseen.
Hey,
You didn't even
man.
mention
Come on.
gravity. You mentioned weight and you mentioned buoyancy.
Yeah, another example. Since you guys make fun of the whales, look at sea otters and river
Make
otters.
fun of the whales.
River otters are like
make fun of the whales.
I don't think anybody made fun of the whales, bro. Like, you're making up stories
River otters,
as you go
shut
along.
Up, let me finish.
You're making up something. He didn't never said, dude. What are you talking about?
Okay, can I finish though?
No, you're just making up stuff that he said. He didn't say any of that.
Okay, so the river
You've got
otters,
way
right?
too much mic time already, dude.
Yeah, that's enough.
Okay, one more thing. Just one more thing, please.
Yeah, one more thing.
No.
Make it completely retarded? No, I still got like 6 IQ points left. You're not killing them.
Wow. And this is why I stay muted.
You're not muted yet.
Oh, you can self-mute.
Yourself, man.
You can
Listen.
self-mute.
Yeah, look. You talking or not talking is passing the same amount of information. Do you understand? Yeah, you know you're talking trash, dude. You know you
trying
are.
to laugh like an evil genius and whatnot, dude. Like you're not clever, man.
I'm not. You guys are genuinely funny. Like I'm
This is
like
a troll you do.
I'm
You
actually
know
like
it.
amused.
Yeah, no, this is a troll you do.
I'm not a troll.
Listen, most people that come in here, they attempt to do some sort of little spiel or kind of like, oh, you guys just don't really know the Earth is a globe because you haven't opened up to all the possibilities. Like, no, it's yeah.
No, you weren't listening to what I was saying.
Listen, I know, but hold on, because you've talked for like 10 minutes. All right, so like all you got to do really is go and see in the physical world, which you hate. You're not earthly. You've already heard that. So you want to live in this kind of ethereal realm where nothing really makes sense and you can be anything you want. We live in the here and now. The problem with your generation is that you guys always do this. You appeal to this whole thing where our senses are negated. So like, touch, taste, smell, all that stuff. Like you can't use those because they're only earthly things. So you have to perceive of a vision of an ethereal realm where things are possible and they can exist. We're not appealing to that. You are, because you live in a fantasy world. So that's where your fantasy ideas come from. This whole perception of reality that nobody else can even look at. So you say abstract things, and then you're not making any sense. You're not moving the needle on how we're going to be able to have people listen to the live stream and be able to come up with the idea that they can discern from the Earth being a globe that if it is one or not. Because we're listening to you. You're rambling, dude. For no apparent reason. It's just
okay, you're
gimmick
rambling
you guys
right
do.
now.
No, I'm proving a point. I'm proving a point that every time you guys come in here, no, you're not. You're not making any sense because we want to go outside and test the reality that we live in, and you don't want to do that. You appeal to an etheric
testing my
realm.
reality every day. Like, come on.
You're appealing to an etheric realm that you can perceive that no one else can because you got special abilities in quotations, and nobody can see that thing that you see. So then how can we ever have people come together and reason with each other when you have a special ability and nobody else can see what you see?
Okay, first of all,
it's not reasoning with someone, dude.
All of our cultures had people who were more spiritual that would teach us.
Hold on.
Yeah, you
Billy.
ain't one of those people, dude.
Billy,
yes, I am. I would have been for sure.
No,
so you can
wish
shut
you
up.
were. And you
No,
learned
I am.
Maybe trick people into thinking you have some fucking The Shining or whatever. But dude, you're just a run of the mill.
Just
I'm not saying I have any ability other than the ability that I have.
Yeah,
which
probably
is
go to the
my
casino
eyes to
and
see,
fucking
my
move
eyes
faster
to
than
see,
most
and my brain to know. My brain knows, so my eyes see. Exactly. I've been telling you guys this, that the
No, you're
brain
telling
covers
yourself
what
that.
you
You're not
see.
telling us shit, bro. You're lying to yourself.
Exactly, because your brain is
said
filtering what I
exactly.
see, what I'm telling you.
Hey, Crit,
Guys, okay, I want to end this on a good note. Obviously, we're
Billy,
like,
this is easy to end this. All you gotta do is just mute your blowhole.
Crit, why are you saying shit about the whales?
Yeah, he's like, what? Dude, what? You talking shit about the whales, Indio, again? Golly. Why can you not talk shit about the whales, bro? Like that.
Fucking new one, man. No whales on a flat earth now. Fuck, dude. God damn it. We don't have anything. There's nothing on
we're talking about quality and conversation. It's just not there, dude. These guys, they're so abstract, dude. They come in here, wow, I'm perceiving the Matrix world. Like, dude, get real, man. Like, go outside, sit down and breathe and take in the environment. Like, why is this difficult? My God, dude. You make it seem like going outside bad, inside good. Like.
Yeah, it reminds me, we had a guy this morning, like really early, who said, who was talking similarly. He was like saying shit like, oh, he astral projected and he saw the ball. And I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? And it went on for a fucking long time. Nothing came out of it. It was
That's so crazy, Mick. I grew up at the end. I grew up in the 80s, right? So that's like the end of the hippies. People that were just like eating psychedelics like they were cornflakes. They were less fruity than these people. Okay, they were more grounded in the reality than these people that we deal with the physical, astral, frickin' horoscope. Maybe it's all simulation. Even they wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, they're speaking
spent
abstract.
20 years tripping.
They speak abstract without being inebriated. If that means anything, it's like they're not even taking anything, bro, and they're speaking abstract.
Yeah,
they're not tripping on anything. They're just. It sounds like it. When they're talking, it sounds like their sentence structure is completely incoherent. And then they're projecting things that you didn't even say that you said. Oh, you killing the whales, or you hate them. I'm like, dude, what?
Yeah. This guy was claiming, he was in a meditative state and he did all this stuff. I'm like, okay, but in the end, he conceded and recognized that, look, whatever he saw, I'm not going to diminish his experience. Whatever happened, fuck, I don't know. I wasn't there. But whatever he was communicated to him or he experienced or whatever, how do you communicate that to others? Because we weren't there. We weren't in your head. So there must be some means that you can go do that's physical, it's empirical, right? That you can use to quantify out in the real world something that corroborates your experience, if it's true. And that way you can actually share that with others. And you know what I mean? And he realized, okay, I get that, But it was going like, oh, it must be true because I feel it. I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. But how does anyone else know that except you? How are you going to how are you going to figure that out or package it together to give to someone, and they can check for themselves? You can't with what you were talking about.
Mick, that's fantastic.
You know what I mean? That's why the empirical is critical, man. Even if whatever it is he says is legit, there may be some confusion and shit. He's seeing, and
that's a fantastic point, though. What you made is a fantastic point. Even taking psychedelics, say everybody in here dropped acid, we would not have a uniformity of experience that we can actually agree upon of what happens when you take it. It actually has a different effect, not only on the people, each individual, it has a different effect each time you take it. So there's no uniformity, right? There's nothing objective there that we can all say, hey, dude, we all took it and we all saw a freaking giant Snoopy in the clouds, right? The only way that would happen is if someone laid a suggestion in our mind to see that, right? But absent that, right? Absent poison in the well, there's no way you'd have any type of uniformity of experience, right? So meditating, you could meditate, I could meditate, I could hold my breath, freaking someone else could spin in a circle, another person could drop acid, another one can eat mushrooms, another one take ayahuasca, right? And we'll all have a disconnected, disembodied experience, but it won't be uniform. And anything we can all agree on. That's why the machine elves. Have you heard about the little stupid machine elf thing that they talk about?
Yeah.
So that's what they're like. Hey, there's this uniformity of experience with these little alien machine elf things. But that's the only thing that they can say is universal. But
they do it with the laser test too. Have you seen that one?
I've seen the laser thing too. That's tripped out. But I don't know if there's a verification. I'd have to verify that shit myself, bro.
Is that Terrence McKenna, ayahuasca?
Yeah, but here's the funny thing about
these entities that they all seem to meet.
Yeah, but the freaking tribal people that they got the ayahuasca from didn't think they're fucking aliens. You know what I mean? They thought there was something else. Yeah. So you're still projecting your subjective idea onto it.
I was telling the guy, he saw a ball or something. It's like, dude, how the fuck do you know that, you saw a ball and you thought it looked like the Earth or whatever, but it was really just your infantile kind of memories coming to focus, and you like basketball or some shit, and you saw a basketball or whatever the fuck, right? You don't know these things, really.
I mean, people have seen the most wackiest, craziest, fucking otherworldly shit when they've tripped. Seeing a ball is pretty mundane.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I
mean,
said Snoopy is because I seen a tree look like a fucking Snoopy, like from a Macy's Day Parade, walking down the street, tripping. So it was an actual reference to something I actually experienced. No one else saw the Snoopy, but I did.
Yeah. I mean, dude, look, I've been there, all right? And at best, I've seen shit in my head that resembled something similar to like what I have in my profile picture. In my head. For me to say that that's representative of any particular thing would be like, I don't even know how to put it, dude. You can't put that shit to words. So you're concocting shit and, you know, projecting it out into whatever, and you make a story about it, I guess, you know?
Do you remember that episode of The Simpsons when Homer tripped?
No.
Okay, it's funny as hell. He thought he went on some sort of spiritual journey, but he had dropped some personal items along the way. So they go back and like find his wallet and his car keys and whatnot. And it turned out he just like kind of wandered onto like a mini golf course.
Y'all seen that skit from Dave Chappelle? Fucking drops mushrooms and he like goes gets a haircut. There's a penis cutting my hair.
Jesus. Look, like I'm not gonna diminish the experiences that people have on these things. I've heard many stories where, you know, something's come to mind, for some people under the influence of these things. But it's, you know, the good shit usually manifests in corroboration with other things when they've come down, and they move it into action, and then things come out of it. Like they sober up on other shit. You know, they resolve stuff with family, whatever. Right? That's fine, but it's not everything. You know, so to take it with a grain of salt unless proven otherwise. So if you have an empirical means to do that in this context, well, then that would be interesting to look at. You know, maybe you got inspired by this and fine, but put it into action and then we'll see. I'm just going to take your word for it.
We got Insomnia King that just joined us. What's up, Insomnia King?
What's up?
Welcome to the room. What brings you by the channel 24/7 Flat Earth?
I just want to hear the conversations.
Well, we're having a conversation about new people that join don't really have a lot of information of being able to tell us how the Earth is an actual globe. What say you?
I don't think I'm qualified to give an opinion.
Damn. Already disqualifying yourself from even being able to present how you perceive the Earth? Like, in your perception, is it a globe, or can you just see the Earth as what we see, horizontal and flat?
I don't think I can achieve the height needed to give an opinion.
Well, the interesting thing is you think there's an actual limit to where you can go, where you start to see that. But we're asking the question for people: what altitude is that? How high do you think you need to be off the surface, or
I don't know.
above
I'm
it?
not qualified enough to give an opinion on it.
So you don't know if you can be high enough, or where the high enough would be.
Right.
You're not qualified. So who do you think would be the guy that we would be able to ask that question? Like, if you just put it in your own way, like, what guy do you think we should be asking? What qualified person?
I don't know. Maybe people who've been high enough.
Like who?
Maybe pilots or something, or I don't know.
Oh, so you think a pilot would be the guy we'd need to speak to?
Maybe people who've been in, aircraft that have managed to go high enough, or I don't know. Maybe people who launch satellites.
You've been in an aircraft, right?
Nope, never flew in my life.
Oh, okay.
You're just like me. All right, so if somebody has never been in an aircraft and pilots are telling us that the Earth looks like a globe, have you ever? I've never heard of somebody that says that. Pilots are saying the Earth looks like a globe. Have you?
I haven't looked into what pilots are saying. I just know that they tend to navigate it as a globe. So that's all I know.
Well, yeah. Pilots that we've heard of, they say the Earth doesn't look like a globe, but then they would say they can't perceive it as a globe because they're not high enough where they're at.
Right.
So, yeah, pilots are not saying that it looks like a globe either. So we're looking for, and I'm only saying you can do research on it if you don't believe me, but I'm looking for the guy who says that it looks like a globe from a certain elevation or altitude. That's important. That's why we keep asking people, and it's funny because you guys have all the information you can just pull up if you wanted to find out whether or not what altitude you can see curvature. That's why.
Are you saying to research it with like Google? Like, I'm assuming you have like a picked source you would want me to use, because if I just Google,
no, I mean,
say something.
No, you can honestly use whatever you'd like, Google or ChatGPT or just any other large language model. It doesn't really matter. The challenge goes to you. Like, I want you to see if there's anything that is information that's out there that can provide evidence that the Earth is what you've been told that it is. That's what it's like, a challenge, right? So if you take the challenge up, then you'll find out the only thing you have are more explanations and not like a method to test.
I don't think a lay person can what's the word I want to use?
Proof?
I don't think a lay person can always observe evidence and know what they're looking at, if that makes sense. That's why I don't think I'm talk about it.
Then what do you mean? So that we have experts in the field who can interpret reality and then tell you what to think. Is that what you're saying?
Not what to think as much as what they've observed and their interpretation.
Well, okay. So when they tell you their interpretation, and basically what I just said, but you just worded it differently. So basically they've seen the Earth in a specific way and they're giving you their interpretation. You have a conscious choice to believe or reject what they've said. Yes?
Right.
And your choice is you're going to believe them based on maybe some credentials or their organization or whatever.
It's actually kind of an indifference, if I'm honest. In other words, like, my take on it is, if this shit was flat, I still got to pay bills tomorrow. So, hey, it's just not relevant.
Yeah, I know, but can you imagine the amount of people that actually are every day waking up to the fact that the Earth in their mind is a globe, and the reality of the situation is that it's not one?
Hey, whatever.
And the ability that you have to give them at least the way to challenge themselves. Because if you're like, okay, let's just say, for example, you're waking up every day, the Earth is a globe, it doesn't matter to you because you go to work, put on your pants one leg at a time, all that stuff. But at the moment you actually start to think about it for yourself, you're like, okay, how do I know the Earth's a globe? And do that research. You'll find out for yourself. You're not just going to be like, oh, it just took me 2 minutes. There it is. The Earth's a globe. Like, it's not that. There's information that shows that the Earth is a globe by, these abstract models or the map projections or whatever, but you don't have something you can test out in the physical world. You're not going to go into the field and go, oh, man, the Earth tests to be like a globe. That never is going to happen. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, I mean, like, you're kind of barking up the wrong tree here. I'm an agnostic. So, I mean,
what does that mean?
I don't have an invested interest. Like, it's not relevant to me.
Yeah, but you can't just listen, bro, you can't just opt out of reality when you choose. You live on the Earth that we live on, the same Earth. It's not like, okay, and in this conversation I say too, it's a false dichotomy to say flat or globe, because there's only the Earth that you and I live on, right? So it's false to say there's a globe and then there's a flat Earth. No, there's just the Earth and how we all experience it. So you can't,
not relevant enough.
But you can't opt out and say, I'm not going to talk about the thing I'm standing on. Like, you can participate in this discussion, not like specifically right here, but you can take this conversation to anybody and be like, dude, have we really challenged ourselves as humanity to, understand if the Earth is what we've been told it is? Or are we just too complacent to do so?
Nobody who I know in real life would be changed by that information. So it's not relevant enough to majority of people. We're just not interested.
Here, let me get this real quick. Like, that's a point we're making here, okay? Because I was told on the Globetard, if the Earth is a ball, there was going to be massive change, a new renaissance. They promised a giant leap forward for all of humanity, all of it. No, just unbelievable, unprecedented change and expansion of human consciousness, answering the big question: where do we come from and why are we here? But yet, inside your own worldview, you've seen that nothing changed. Nothing will change. The same set of conditions exist today, will exist tomorrow, exist in the past, and perpetually into the future until extinction level event, which is sooner than later. Just like Einstein told Truman, he said, if you do this, if you drop the bomb on that part of Japan, you'll end the war, but it'll start a arms race. In World War III, we fought with weapons I can't imagine. In World War IV, we fought with sticks and stones. That's where we're going, and nothing's going to change that. It doesn't matter how many photographs from space they show you. It doesn't matter how many times they land a probe on Titan, Mars, or whatever. Nothing is going to change the train going over the cliff. It's set. Now, so what you can do with that knowledge is you can document the downfall. And when you're not doing that, you find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate. That's the only choice you have. Being gloomy and doomy about it, getting ramped up on drugs and all the other crap, trying to find brain rot to entertain yourself, that's not going to change the facts of reality. You live on a flat, stationary Earth with an ever-dwindling pool of natural resources, and eventually some psychopath is going to push that red button. And you can't change that. You're not going to escape it. You're not going to go to outer space with a kumbaya moment. It's set. This is already, the final chapter is already written. You just bear witness to it. That's the only thing you can do.
So are you making a positive claim that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, it's flat. It's immeasurably flat, observably flat, practically used as flat. And even if you
you just talked about how you observe and perceive doesn't change reality. Are you making
even
a positive
if you
claim?
could prove the globe, it wouldn't change it anyway.
Right.
No one cares. No one gives a fuck.
Yeah, we agree. I don't know why we care.
Yeah, not even you.
No. But yeah,
you are the flat earther you're looking for. You.
The reason why you're a product of someone who's indifferent about the topic, because you've been conditioned to have the process for like discerning information that way. Do you think that people are indifferent just because? No, you've been conditioned to be that way. Your mind is the way it is right now, and how you process information, because you've been conditioned to think that way. So then you got the globe over here, right? And now everybody's proposing what it is and how it works and all that stuff. But then you're told that you can't even tell from your own perception. So all your senses can be negated because you're not high enough, you're not strong enough, you're not fast enough, you won't be able to detect it. So all of these things is a fruitless endeavor. You're not going to be able to pursue it. So check it out, homie. The Earth's a globe. You can do nothing about it. So therefore, just accept reality for it is. So in that case, you're sitting there in your chair going like, well, shit, I don't care either way. So that's the easy out. You're opting out because it's easy. Because they've challenged you with something that you couldn't possibly overcome, which was knowing or not knowing based on your senses. So they've framed you in like that you can't leave the sandbox. This is it right here. You can only think this way. And if you're trying to think outside of your perception, well, you're going to need a rocket. You're going to need a super high technical equipment to figure out if the Earth's actually rotating. And I don't got any of those. I don't got that kind of money. So all you're going to do is rely on others. And then it forms this kind of worldview, this paradigm where you're just indifferent. I don't give a shit. I just need money, hoes, and clothes. Like, this is you. This is you right now. That's the reason. You're a product of your environment. The reason why people are like you is because you don't give a shit, because they put the standard of trying to figure something out so far away from your grasp that you couldn't possibly know. How can I perceive the Earth if I'm not like in an orthographic view, seeing the whole, planets in motion and orbiting and stuff? I can't. So my default is I don't give a shit. Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing right now.
There's a lot of positions that your default is you don't give a shit. I would argue that's like the base position most people hold on most issues.
Duh.
They have like a vested interest in it. So instead of like try to repurpose what I'm telling you, why not take my outlook on face value instead of like repackage it for flat earth propaganda? Like I'm telling you what I think.
That's fine. But
Yeah,
it's not by,
it's
it's
not
not
nothing
that's fine.
engineered.
But it's not by
I'm
yeah, it is, dude. It is. It's not by accident. This is absolutely it's engineered by the system. So the system, you're a product of it. And you don't even know that. You're just oblivious. You're like, I'm not. Yeah, I know. But you revel. Listen, bro, you revel in it. You're just like, yeah, I like being indifferent because I don't have to take a position.
You're making
And a lot of people
That's what I'm saying.
you know
You're not
what?
taking
It's an
anything at face
assessment.
value, dude.
Yeah,
You're like
it's an
repackaging
assessment
all
of
my
the
shit.
bro. Check this out. It's an assessment of your demeanor in here and the conversation you've had thus far is I'm indifferent. I go to work. It's not going to change anything in my life. So therefore, doesn't matter. Yeah, but we're telling you it does. But you are looking at it like, so what? People think the Earth is flat. Some think it's concave. Nobody really knows. And so you're just like, I'm just going to go to work and la-di-da. Yeah, you just opt out. That's an easy way for you not to be held accountable.
There's a lot of issues you opt out of too, dude. You're just not emotionally
Like
invested.
what? Like what?
Like, okay, let me just Google some random issue happening in the middle of Zimbabwe and see how invested you are in it.
Yeah, Zimbabwe. Like, okay, so the is Zimbabwe under my feet? No, the Earth is. The Earth right now is under my feet. The Earth is under your feet. The Earth is under the person in Zimbabwe's feet. So here's the thing. So here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing, though.
Under your feet than isn't.
Yeah,
So
it's not analogous because I'm not in Zimbabwe. So relevant to me, the Earth is under my feet, and the Earth is under your feet. So we are in the same capacity to understand the thing that I'm speaking of is completely relevant, and it's not like some mundane or maybe monumental thing that's going on in another place. Because the place you and I exist in, the realm, is the Earth. And that right there, people are saying, well, it's flat. No, it's globe. No, it's concave. No, it's this. No, it's hollow earth. But the reality is there's people like you who are like, you guys are talking. I don't give a shit. I'm just going to come in here and say, like, I like to hear what you guys think, your opinions. Yeah. But you don't want to be held accountable to them. You just want to say what you want to say, bro.
You're such a whiny bra.
Oh, it's Oliver squawking.
That's your retort, dude. Try something more intelligent than that. How about that? Try to think past your own ignorance for once. Use something that can be useful in a conversation to talk to somebody who's indifferent, like Insomnia King.
are you talking to me or the person who?
No, I was talking to him, but I'm referring to you. I was talking to him, but I'm referring to you because you are like a product of the reason why people say they've opted out. I don't give a shit. Whatever happens, happens. I go to work. I get money. I do stuff. Yeah, who cares, dude? If you want to live that little mundane life, then you go right ahead. But I tell you one thing. Hold on, Craig. Hold on, Insomnia. I'll tell you one thing. The reason why you clicked into this room, I guarantee you, dude, isn't because you're indifferent. It's because you're like everybody else and you want to know what the hell we're talking about in here. So curiosity piqued your interest and you really want to know why people are saying the Earth is flat. So bullshit me, then tell me that you don't care. You clicked into this room because you do. Inside, we all know the truth. But you just give this like appearance where you're acting like, oh, I don't care either way.
It's a demoralization technique. It's just another gimmick you guys
being interested in humans having conversation and being interested in the outcome of it are like two different things.
If you think,
you can be invested
don't
in
matter,
debate.
tell your family and friends right now you're a flat earther. See what happens. Tell them right now.
Why would I do that? It's not true. Like you're not engaging.
Just tell them anyway. It's a test. It's a test to see if
Why
it
would I
matters.
run this silly test?
I just told you. You asked the question. I gave you the reason,
It doesn't matter to me enough to do so. What are you
Okay, tell me back what I just said to
like
you.
test and call? Tell your family you're trans. Like just run a test. It's stupid.
No.
Why? You have no reason.
That does matter. Does being trans matter to somebody?
No, I'm saying, would you run that test? Would you tell your family you're trans?
I already know it matters. Okay, I don't deny that you calling your family, telling them that it matters. Okay?
Are you saying you think my
You're
family
saying this doesn't matter.
only if I told them I was a flat earther or something?
Dude, you're saying this doesn't matter. And
No,
I said,
in my
test
world,
your...
in my life, it doesn't. And if I did run that test,
it does.
no one would care. Like no one I know.
Okay, then
Oh, you see, he said it, Indio. He said it again. He
no
said
one
it again.
would care. See, this is the easy way to expose this sophistic nonsense.
I think you guys are divorced
See,
from
this is,
reality.
you notice when I catch them, they always start talking more and start over talking.
Yeah.
Have you noticed
Once
that?
you got him pinned.
Yeah.
You got him pinned to the mat.
got him
Now
pinned.
he's got to squeal like a little greased
You
pig.
guys are an echo chamber, and it's
Yeah.
embarrassing.
No, we have echo chambers, dude. This is our third server at the same time. Echo chambers.
Yeah, you having an echo chamber doesn't impress.
Oh, so
It
you're a
does.
flat earther? Are you a flat earther, Insomnia?
No, I'm indifferent to the topic.
All right,
No, you're
so,
not.
No, so
Bullshit.
no, you have to be a flat earther. This is an echo chamber.
Yeah, it's an echo chamber flat. It's
Yeah,
literally
so you're a flat
what we're
earther.
talking about.
Because only our ideas can be considered here. So you're a flat earther.
I like
But you just
visible-
admitted it.
I like
You just
visible.
admitted you're a flat earther, dude.
Dude, I
No,
like
when you
visible
said this is an echo chamber, you admitted you're a flat earther.
It's the only opinion that's allowed. That's why it's an echo chamber. I like.
No,
this
dude.
opinion.
Seriously?
Yeah,
No,
so
it's
you're a
not.
flat earther. You're just doubling down.
Why would I be a flat earther? Because I
Because you're in an echo
bold-faced lie.
chamber and talking in an echo chamber. Are you not tracking?
Racist echo chambers, dude. That doesn't mean I'm racist. Like I just like echo. I like hearing what people are talking about in these rooms.
Yeah, but if this is an echo chamber and you're talking, that means you're part of the echo chamber. So whatever we're echo chambering about, you're part of it.
Do you know what an echo chamber is?
Yeah. Albert, want me to read you the definition?
Yeah.
This is so funny when you guys do this shit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's interesting though. That whole
An
indifferent
environment in
thing.
which a person encounters only beliefs or opinions that coincide with their own, so that their existing views are reinforced and alternative ideas are not considered. Okay? So you're in a place that are reinforcing your own ideas if this is an echo chamber. So
yeah,
you're a flat
you
earther.
guys are reinforcing flat Earth ideas. I don't think you guys are walking away genuinely considering any of the globe arguments.
You
We know.
Okay,
we
so
know
now
all
it's
the
not an echo.
Like the fact that
So
opposition
now it's not a now it's not an echo chamber essentially because you just made that statement. That statement means that this place is not what you're saying it is, an echo chamber.
Yeah,
because
we just considered what you said.
Yeah, you have to.
I somehow doubt that.
Yeah, I wish this was cleared up
He
when
just
you came
gave you an
into the
analysis
channel,
of it. So you're denying that he just said like 5 or 6 sentences analyzing what you said.
I'm saying actually considering it, like walking away, contemplating.
Considering it was the analysis he just gave. What do you think consideration is?
No, I think there's already kind of a I think there's a predetermined structure.
I said
and your passion behind it suggests so.
Yeah, now you're going into meta. Okay? We proved you factually wrong. It's not an echo chamber. Factually.
And you're not indifferent. I proved that because you're here. If you didn't give a shit, you would Netflix and chill or go to another place and not even bat an eye. But you do care because it's a provocative topic. It's provocative and you want to know what people are saying. So it's interesting and thereby negating the fact that you're saying that you're indifferent about it because you invested in this some way. You want to, you even said it, you said it yourself, Insomnia. You want to hear what people are saying in here. So therefore, it negates the I'm indifferent part.
That doesn't mean that I'm invested in the outcome of what people are saying. What do you?
No, that's different. You just move the goalpost. You move the goalpost, bro.
That's what I
You move the goalpost.
I told you, I like hearing these conversations. The outcome.
You see?
Is different.
So then you can't be indifferent because you like to hear it.
That's why you're not considering shit I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You're not considering.
We're analyzing what you're saying. We're considering what you're saying right this very fucking second, bonehead.
Analysis, dude. It doesn't require
Insomnia. We're not what you're saying right this very second.
You guys want to argue for the sake of it. I'm not speaking in code.
No.
Saying it.
No. We're not arguing for the sake of arguing. You're wrong.
You're just over talking. You're about to go on mute, dude. Okay? Listen to what's being said to you. He left.
He left.
Ran.
We're not considering. I was like, that's the whole thing we're doing is considering what you said. What do you mean?
You guys just haven't considered all the evidence for a globe.
No,
Yeah,
the
I'm just
nobody
indifferent.
cares about flat Earth and it
Bullshit.
don't matter. That's just meant to demoralize.
Yeah.
Oh, what you're doing don't matter. Stop. You don't need to talk about flat Earth. No one cares anyway. Just go back, go back in your hole. Just keep it to yourself. Nobody cares about flat Earth.
Yeah. That's called greasing the skids, man, which is what he was doing by saying he's indifferent. Oh, I'm indifferent. I don't really care either one way. Bullshit, you don't care, dude. Then fucking click out of this channel right now. Then you wouldn't care. But you do because you're stuck. You want to hear what people have to say. What are their opinions? So you do care. You want to know.
He cares so much, he made an
God,
evaluation. His evaluation. Did you hear that slick one he put in there? That I doubt you guys consider the globe Earth anyway. What other people's that show for the globe? He said, I doubt you consider what they say anyway. Well, how did you reach that conclusion?
Yep.
That means he's been following this topic to some degree.
Yeah.
And he's formed an opinion of it. Otherwise, it's just a bullshit opinion he pulled out his ass.
He's invested in it, I'm telling you. That's why every time I'm indifferent. Shut up, dude, with your indifferent bullshit. Hate that crap.
Yes, such
he was
an
also
echo
raised.
chamber. The moment he joined the channel, we called him out and asked him for his beliefs and ideas.
Yeah, we want to hear the Globers speak. Like, if it's just flat earthers in here, most of the time we're all on mute doing something else. Once a Glober comes, we want to talk to him and hear his ideas. It's the opposite of an echo chamber. He's just psychologically projecting because he comes from an echo chamber. The education system is an echo chamber for the globe.
I think it's funny because half the people... Maybe was talking about this the other day. People coming in and saying, why is everyone muted?
Yep.
Yeah,
they think they're not held to account.
Rambling over each other so no one can hear a word.
They think they're not going to be held to account if they say those words. Like, how easy is it for? Oh, I'm just innocent bystander over here. Don't mind me. Like, what you're here. Yeah, I know I'm here, but I'm just an innocent bystander. I don't have an investment in it. But I can tell you what happened the other day when the guy was saying that he was wrong and the other guy said he was right. And wait a minute. I thought you said you weren't invested and you were indifferent about it. Yeah. But outside of that, like, it's so stupid, dude. I hate when they do this gimmick.
I'm not a scientist is also a gimmick. They'll sit here and make claims about what scientists say, but they don't know any science, right? Justin was doing that yesterday. I don't understand anything you're talking about. Yeah, you don't understand like 1.22 times the square root gives Earth's height in feet. That's confusing. It's confusing what the horizon is. Like, it wasn't Justin, it was that other guy. It was that guy after him.
Yeah, I could name
Ryder.
I could name 3 guys that do that. Mez does that. Cosmic Oliver was in here. Cosmic guy does that. There's a few others that come in here and they use that same gimmick, Indio. That same one. Oh, you could have laid out a perfectly good, coherent point. And they're like, well, that's just gibberish. You don't know what you just said. That's their out. And then you got to defend. No, you understand what I said. You just being, because they know if they say that, they escape accountability. They don't have to be held to account.
Exactly.
Justin was one. He was one. He would play that up real nice. Yeah, I don't know what you just said. It doesn't mean anything. Anyways, what I'm going to say right now does.
And that actually didn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't understand anything we give them, but they understand everything that comes out of NASA flawlessly, don't they?
They also don't understand the subject matter, but they do understand that we're wrong, whatever we said.
Yeah, they understand it's right. They don't understand how it's right, and they cannot articulate it because they're not the experts, and they throw away all responsibility, but they're 100% sure it's right.
Yeah, 1.22 times the fucking observer's height, the square root of the observer's height, versus let me tell you about bending and warping of space-time.
Let me tell you how to perceive the Earth as a globe without even seeing it like that. You see, it all begins with the imagination. Like, dude, shut up, man. Every one of these guys is full of that kind of talk. You got to start. Oh, imagine this. Sheesh.
Every single like major deception, you know, like try to tell people about 9/11, whatever else, you know. There was always the same response. Oh, what's this matter? What's this going to change about my life? You know what I mean?
I'll do that.
It's just like a natural defense mechanism.
Is it going to change my life? I go to work tomorrow.
It's like you really get down to it. It's like, oh, I guess there's absolutely nothing that will change your life ever.
It just sucks because the evidence that it does matter to them is that they're in this chat responding and interacting either in text or in voice.
I get the vibe from these guys. It's kind of like, you know, a guy that's in denial about being gay or something going into a gay bar and they're like, oh, I'm just in here for a drink. You know, I'm just here for a drink.
I just like the music from the jukebox that plays.
Yeah, it's got good music here. They always kind of need that plausible deniability for why they're in that situation.
Yeah, they have to. Otherwise, just like India was pointing out, he's a part of the echo chamber. Because he just said, well, you guys are an echo chamber. Well, guess what? You're here now, so you're a part of it, aren't you? That means you're a flat earther. Yeah? He just shot himself in the foot, bro.
Like, because if you admit, oh yeah, I'm genuinely interested in what you guys are saying, then right off the bat, you're kind of making a concession that there's the potential the globe is wrong.
Yeah, exactly that.
They can't afford for that. They can't afford for that. They can't allow themselves to go even just that first step.
They shuck and jive, dude.
Like, insists that the globe is wrong. The whole paradigm is wrong. Everything. So I think that's why they do it.
Flat Earth has been such a wonderful thing. You know, I used to hear the really bad vibes that people used to put out was like, man, if you just show me the Earth as a globe, I'd run back to the globe. Oh, show it to me. Somebody prove me wrong. The Earth is not flat. I hate being a flat earther. Like, dude, I've always been like, this is the best thing since sliced bread, brother. Like, being a flat earther. It is, dude. It's so good. Like, how do people not see how wonderful it is?
Dude, I remember,
so good.
Like, I always thought about, even in the beginning when I used to think about removing, you know how I say, removing the veil before your eyes so you can see. That's what it's like, dude. You just fucking remove the veil, and it's like, holy shit, this is what the world's really like.
And granted, I know
it's not just like, yeah, we figured out the Earth, but I figured out a lot about people. I mean, it taught me a lot about human beings, way more than I learned about the Earth and the globe and all that stuff.
100%, bro. But like I was saying, though, it's tongue in cheek. The whole saying that I'll run back to the Earth as a globe. I know that, but it's also, I think it's just putting out bad vibes.
This is where the people studying psychology and all that should really fucking be, not studying us.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing, obvious. It's like, I tell people too, like, this has become a great, like, pool of examining, like, human psychology. Like, if you wanted to, like, test what people can do when they're given an idea they can't prove, the links that they would go to try to, like, obfuscate from actually providing any evidence. This place right here is ground zero for that. Because you could see a mind just kind of like being undone when it can't prove the Earth is an actual globe that they think it is. It's just unraveling, dude.
You know how, like, you could say, like, you go into someone's house and say it's like disorderly, it's a total mess. You know, it's like that's a physical representation of the state of their mind. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, then you look at the world, you know, like it's just fucking batshit. It's bonkers, you know. We're all over the place, and we're totally out of control. And then you listen to the guys, the average people that come in here, the state of their fucking mind, and you're like, yeah, no shit, the world is bonkers. The world is just a physical representation of the fucking disaster that is the average human mind currently.
Yep. People coming in with their third eye, astral projecting into the ether, like, dude, some weird stuff going on. They're so detached from and that guy was like, "You're from the earth. I'm from the upper realms, you know, you guys are, you don't want to talk about physical things." Like, yeah. He thinks he's so, he's so far above with his mind. A fidget, man. I haven't seen you in a long time. You still on the fence?
Nah, I was never on the fence, my boy.
What?
I'm on your side.
Oh, yeah, I could have sworn. I used to argue with you back in the day.
No,
how long has it been, dude? I've seen your name, but you've been, what, 4 or 5 years?
In here?
No, just hanging around this group. 3 solid years, right?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. I take huge breaks though.
I know, but I always remember an avatar and a name, especially if I had an interaction with them. So, well, welcome back.
So you're a fly earther, fidget.
Yeah.
I don't remember what we disagreed, or we had something. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what, but it might have been something contentious.
You take the more
it was something
approachable stance to things. I'm more fiction. I don't know. I kind of make things up when there's nothing there. You guys stick to your.
Oh yeah, I think that's what it could have been, man. I'm not really sure what we disagreed on, but it was something. It was real contentious.
It's a lot of stuff. I just think there's a lot of stuff that we should be talking about here, but you guys keep it to the science. I get it.
Yeah.
You're filling in blanks that you shouldn't be, fidget.
Yeah, I think that's what it was at the back in the day.
Yeah.
He was. We say, that we don't have to replace what we take down. So I think he likes to have something ready for the Glober to think about. Just to oh yeah, maybe it was the AE map that you and I were disagreeing. You were like, no, I think it's good just to present something to them, and I was like, dude, no, it's not a good thing to do because you're going to give them an idea of what you might think the Earth is. I think that's what it was.
No, I'm not in love with the AE map either. I'm in love with concepts like the AE map that are unprovable.
Replacement theology.
Yeah, it's if we don't know what's going on, there's something going on that we don't know, and therefore we can, imagine how crazy it gets. I'm sure it's as fantastical as we can ever come up with, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, there was, I think you were probably going around the disagreement part of it. Anyway, I just remember your name and I was
to me, I'm not willing to throw away all the schizo stuff. I'm not willing to throw away the Hollow stuff. I'm not willing to throw away stuff. I'm not willing to throw away any of that stuff, even though I know it's not 100% for sure, but
it's in your bag, still in your bag.
Yeah, it's very much not 0% of the truth. Maybe there's truth there for sure. I mean, it's weird that it's kind of where there's stories, there's got to be a little bit of truth to it. I'm sure it's 10%, but it is interesting still.
Yeah, that's why. But you're mainly quiet. You would just sit there. You wouldn't really engage.
I don't think there's anything wrong with presenting kind of rudimentary concepts to people, but you have to qualify it that, this is not what we're saying is, or not necessarily what I believe, and all this.
Yeah, especially for the guy who's entry level into this stuff. I get it. You shouldn't bring all this shit to him, all the fantastical shit. Definitely. Mm-hmm. But I think if you prove that something's fishy going on, then you do need to find other stuff of what's going on. You can't just stop there, I think.
No, you don't.
Oh, we got more people jumping in. Welcome, guys.
This is not fucking daycare. This is not take away Santa, give me a new story.
Come on, Obvious. We got to give him something.
Time to fucking grow up, land. Basically.
Well, if it's not what they say it is, then it's got to be some crazy shit, right? Like that's what I believe.
They're gonna Fidget's like they're gonna wind up hearing some crazy stuff anyway. Might as well just give them something that's not too crazy. Fidget, yeah, you laughing, bro? Because you know that's what it is, right? Bro,
yeah, I'm with you guys. I think not having the model makes sense, like especially when everybody is approaching with models and they're wrong. I get it. But
yeah. Well, there was a lot of people that were like leaning on the AE map, and they're like, "Oh, they're gonna go down to Antarctica and see the sun setting. It's not gonna be 24 hours." And we got all the fake footage of the 24-hour sun and yada yada yada. Now that people went down there and they were like there, and they saw the 24 hours sun, like, man, they did it in the studio. Like, it was.
But you're content with that, like. Because I do feel like the Antarctica little like tourism spots or whatever, the places they show from Antarctica are very like, nothing burgers, I feel like. And it's obvious to me and everyone else that like there's way further shit going on past Antarctica that we don't have no privy to. It's like not even worth talking about almost. I get that. But
okay.
At the same time, it's like we shouldn't be saying that there's nothing out there either.
So you're caught in between saying what the truth is and then embellishing that with maybe sprinkling something that we could say is a possibility. That's you, bro. All day. I know that.
I think this
I don't know what the truth is, man.
Someone like us guys who are here every day trying to help out the newbies, and then the ones that they kind of leave the rest behind.
Yeah. I think it's you guys. It's a fucking uphill battle. I respect y'all for doing it. Like I'm not trying to do it. It's fucking hard to fucking talk to these people every day. Like, especially
you get frustrated with them,
dude. Like, especially the people who like jump right, like see one TikTok video and want to like be a part of the conversation. Like, yeah, it's frustrating for everybody. It's tiring.
Yeah, but right, you understand we're not getting any of the expeditions we need. We're not getting any of the resources or manpower without these people. That is the manpower.
That's
that is
point.
The resource.
You guys, to me, you're on the front lines, like doing the hard work for sure. I'm not taking it away from y'all. It's not something I would be up to do. That's the thing. And I don't even think I can like scientifically be in the framework of the normie to like break it down for them, but you guys are pretty good at that. So that's props to y'all.
Well, we thank you for your compliments. Appreciate you, man. We got Mark Summers that just joined us. Marcus Summers, welcome.
That's my friend, by the way.
Hey, what's up?
Fidget's friend.
Oh, is it Fidget's homie?
I guess he's just coming in because I'm here, but...
you brought your boys with you, huh? You got your set? All right, man.
Well,
so let's do a 2v. That's a 2v2. Is that how we're doing this, man? 2v2? Let's see what's going on. You got your crew. We got our crew.
This guy, he's not even a flat earther, I think. But he's my friend, and I try not to like push it on him, but he is curious about the whole stuff.
Hey, Yoder's asking, is that Mark Summers from Double Dare on Nickelodeon?
Yeah, the same guy.
No, it's not, bro. Don't
Marcus,
do that. Listen, bro, we got to start off on a good foot. Is it really you, bro? Fidget, come on, man. Don't sell me something like that.
That's a joke, bro. Obviously not.
Maybe he got the name from there. I don't know. I didn't even know.
Well, I think isn't that who that is? Mark Summers.
Yeah.
You grew up with that show? That was a pretty cool show, man. The slime. Everybody used to like the slime challenge. Anyway, for the day, you're showing your age if you've seen Double Dare.
Yeah.
If you grew up with Double Dare.
But it's also that like I don't feel like I'm like leaving you guys and like not, I support y'all from afar, and I think if for me to take a step back is almost like respectful to y'all because y'all have the better fucking verbiage and everything and argumentation for it. And like, why the fuck you don't even need me here? Like, I just give my little testimony and dip like here and there. That's it, I don't feel like I'm like leaving you guys' movement or anything. I'm still very much like supportive in the background, but I mean, maybe you guys think that's bullshit.
Bro, appreciate your contribution, yeah? Because even just being here is an addition to like what we do. Globers that come in here, whatever. I mean, it's just contributing to the fact that it makes it more popular for people, the watch hours, and on the YouTube too. Give a shout out to Helio Skeptic, who's been live streaming Flat Lloyd Wright, who has the other. There's 2 YouTube channels in there now. I don't know if you know that. But,
no, I'm a fan. Yeah, I watch them.
On each one of those, there's a link to the YouTube channel. You can just click on those and subscribe if you haven't. Oh, telling your homie Mark, maybe you might want to do that. But yeah, dude, you can keep us on like a podcast. Some really intelligent folk in here, like Yoder, like Indio, Drace. Dude, like there's people that know logical fallacies, T-Dub, Roots. Bro, I'm telling you, man, like it's chock full of people that can give the Globers a run for their money. Anti-globalists, they didn't forget you, DJ. Actually, DJ, I've known him for just a little bit, but he really just like took to this like a duck in water, bro. Like he rocketed to the like top of the like, the groups that we have here. So I appreciate that, man. The people putting in work every day, for sure. Every now and again, you got to give them flowers, man, because they don't have to be here. Nobody has to be here.
And what's up with Witsit? Is he like still the boy genius?
Well, I mean, he had his stuff going on, but I think he might have been on pause for a while, from what I know.
I haven't seen his stuff in a minute, but I like how he's like breaking shit down. At least how he was. I think it's.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's got
helpful
the people
to the
that follow
movement, is he
him.
not?
I mean, well, he does his own thing, but he went to Antarctica with the guys over there. I don't know if you've seen that the final experiment.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit. I don't understand like what to take from it really.
Well, they were
What do you
looking at
guys
the
think
sun.
about that shit?
Well, they're looking at the sun in the sky, brother. Like, I mean, we're always about, because even before they went over there, we were talking about like, in what logically consistent form can you make a statement that going and doing this is going to be beneficial to flatter globe? Like, if you could form that in a logical syllogism, right? Premise, conclusion, and tell us how logically the going to do this observation is going to move the needle on flatter globe, then do it. Like, as in, I see the sun move about my head for 24 hours. Then next premise, and then the conclusion would be, therefore the earth is a globe. Or vice versa. I see the sun going to the horizon, and to each horizon, and therefore, another premise that's true. And then the conclusion is, therefore the earth is flat. So if you can do that in a logic statement, like a syllogism, I like to hear it. Because for right now, that didn't prove that the earth is a globe or it's a horizontal plane. They just saw the sun do something in the sky. And what it was showing was that certain map projections that they were talking about, like the AE map I was telling you earlier, they were saying that doesn't work, that doesn't check out anymore. Because if the sun was moving about someone's head in Union Glacier, where they were, then it's not possible that it's circling the entire flat Earth, realm that, the AE map has. So it disproved that whole idea that the sun is going around a giant flat Earth circle. You get me?
Kind of. But to you, that was definitive. It did prove that to you, or is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, I just say that the sun moving about their head, whether it was something that they witnessed or if it was, studio or whatever, it doesn't matter. If it was real or fake, it doesn't move the needle on whether the Earth is a globe or not, or whether the Earth is. Because that said, the logical syllogism would be able to be consistent in providing evidence that if you put it in a logic form, then it would make sense to go to Antarctica and see the sun, if it would prove that the Earth is a globe or the Earth is flat. But since they couldn't, or no one can do that, how about that? Then no, it doesn't matter. The sun moving around someone's head in Antarctica doesn't move the needle. It's just another thing that they said they witnessed, and a lot of people can't know that it's doing. Like, I'll put it to you this way. Let's say you were a proponent of the sun not going around someone's head, right? It's all fake, and they got fake videos. And then they came out and said, yeah, we went there, we checked. The problem is you're just going to have to accept what someone says.
Yeah, like I don't like black people. I don't like, and Crit doesn't like black people either.
Oh, another Crit fanboy. He's deaf and dude. He couldn't hear you.
I see what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
So it's just like just a nothing then. It seemed like Witsit was nothing. It was nothing for him either, right?
Well, I tell you what, he went there because he just wanted to see for himself. Like it was more of a curiosity and a free trip. he would say that himself. He's not like one to be like, oh, I went there because I was trying to prove flat Earth. Like he doesn't say that off of himself. But he did say like it would be a fun trip to go on. Like somebody's offering you to go to Antarctica and a free trip. Like, why would you say no? You know, like that's a kind of angle. And then there's this whole other little conspiracy within that they were in a sound studio and they were like a 360 studio like they had for The Mandalorian. And like they were in a big studio that surrounded them and they were in that environment. Because look at the way the sun moves. And it looks oval and it's just dumb things, dude.
So do you think the sun is like on like permanent trajectory pattern? Like, what do you think the sun's doing?
Well, I mean, it's obvious that it's on a cyclical pattern for sure. That much I can tell you.
It's like locked. It's like frozen to the pattern. You think?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
The pattern is the one that can be detailed with the solar analemma. The moon has one called the lunar analemma. So these analemmas.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't know.
No, I just meant the analemmas are a pattern over a period of time. So the sun has a yearly pattern, the moon has a monthly pattern, and so you can detail that their pattern is like in a figure of 8 in your own sky. So if you were to kind of like extrapolate that outward, then the figure of 8 would be like there's 2 points where it actually would be going around. You get me?
Yeah. And so you know about the Prague astronomical clock? I was reading up on this shit earlier. Have you seen that shit?
No.
There's an astronomical clock in Prague or Prague. I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Prague. Maybe is it Prague? I think it's Prague. But yeah. So I do think like there is like the sun is definitely in a measurable solid frozen like pattern, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is what I'm trying to get at, and like they've known that for mad long, I think, as well. And there's even clocks based on it and everything. Yeah.
I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with actually saying that, but there seems to be kind of like this God's eye view of how the pattern looks like. And the only thing we have and indicates that there is some sort of cyclical pattern is the analemmas that they leave behind when we take a look at their position at a specific time of day. So that much we can tell, but as far as like a bird's eye view, like a top down to see what it's actually doing, we don't have that just yet.
Mm-hmm.
So
you're not married to even the figure 8 concept, then?
Well, I mean, we could infer that from our perspective, you know, where we're visually seeing it, but then you could say that imagine you gather all the analemmas, that all the observations of every person that wants to look at the sky and this moon or the sun do the analemma for their position. What would that look like? Then what orientation are they in? You know what I'm saying? To then put them in a, like, imagine, okay, you and me and everybody in this room right now, we're going to go do a test, check to see the analemma. What figure of 8 and what direction of that figure 8 is it going to be pointing it in the sky? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is the orientation of that analemma? Then we're going to match it up to like yours, where you were looking north, I was looking north, you know, a DJ was looking north. And then we're going to put all the analemmas together side by side to kind of paint a picture of where we are, like in relation to another. And it's still not going to give us like the pattern of like the bird's eye view looking down as to what the sun's doing. Because we're all doing our own vantage point perspective of the sun moving in a specific pattern. If you get what I mean, it's a little bit.
I get what you're saying.
It's a bit much.
That's tricky.
It'd be a lot of information to input into like a supercomputer and just figure out, you know, if you can get what I mean. Because every single point on the Earth would have a very different perspective of the sun moving in the analemma than every other point on the Earth. You could stand 10 miles away, and maybe the analemma would be shifting a little from the person who was 10 miles away from me. You know what I mean? So,
but you're still under the notion that you can't prove flat Earth from looking above, right? That's like you guys have that framework still, right?
it's always been that the Earth is the surface of it. For it being a sphere, it would have the shape consequent. So you would be able to say, okay, well, in order for me to determine the shape of the thing that I'm on, there must be some way to verify that it conforms to that shape. In some way I could measure it. Because they're saying it's a certain size. But if I'm looking at the sun, how can I get the relationship between the shape consequent from looking at up?
I think in this case, it is kind of substantial, I would imagine, because like it does come with when we are looking at the sun, and if we are figuring out the patterns and everything, it does come with the old science of what everyone was like, the flat Earth science, which we used to be in, right? And like 500 years ago, like for the Copernicus age and everything, like. So I would almost say like this Prague clock and like the astronomical like tellings of what's going on in the sky like kind of goes to flat Earth a lot as well, does it not?
I mean, the timekeepers and like the way they would put these models, they're useful for predictions based on the cyclical nature of the heavens. But I think that's what they're useful for. I don't think they're useful for telling us the shape of the ground in any way. They're not there for that. None of them were. They're just for times and for seasons.
Yeah. But if it's a working model that they used to use, right? Like for example, like the what's that shit? The shit that they measured the water levels with, right? And they shoot it to the North Star. I forget what it's called or whatever. But like all this stuff, right? It goes to, I would say, like. I guess that's a double-edged sword, because you can say like that it doesn't go to, because
you mean a sextant?
Yeah, sextant. Yeah, sorry. But I'm saying there's a lot of stuff like this that like the old world was using, right? And it kind of goes into the flat Earth arguments. but you're saying that kind of turns itself on its head, or is that not like?
There's no comparison to it. Using these systems and then saying that because we're utilizing this specific methodology, that we're going to determine that the Earth is something. I would ask, like, in order for you to gain knowledge about the system itself, do you need the Earth to be something that you're saying it is?
Yeah, that's the big question. Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's the stupid part about this whole debate, right? You can kind of like flip every argument on its head, I feel like.
So yeah, using the Earth
it's
as
not
a
stupid.
globe,
It's just like harder to manage.
It's a system that's being utilized, right? So, like the longitude and latitude that people navigate with. What system do you think that was based on?
Well, this was before they thought like the world was spinning, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, not only that, but like what was the system based on? What was it on? Like what was it referencing? The system itself.
It was referencing like your point to the North Star, I thought, right?
So the heavens,
like where you are from the North Star.
Yeah, the celestial sphere. So it wasn't people like were utilizing this system.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So the terrestrial sphere, which they think exists. They were. Yeah, so it's using the system of the stars. So that whole thing was born out of that. But what do you think the ground was in order for them to be? If they wanted to make this,
yeah. Sorry.
No, Drace put it in the text chat. If you could see.
No, I'm looking.
So when
it certainly goes to the. I guess what you're saying is just it's. We shouldn't even like teach any of this to like globers, because like they can just.
No, you could use it to navigate, but you'd have to add extra steps to like to where it's a globe you're actually traveling over. But that's not to say that you couldn't use it as a globe, because it's just you're gonna take some other measures to make it like conform to that globe, but it'd be the same. You're gonna be utilizing, traveling over the surface of the Earth with a system that like basically reifies itself.
Yeah, I always forget that.
It's like a spherical. Go ahead.
To me, it's like the calmness of everything kind of plays into, we're stationary, right? But I always forget that like the globe narrative is that we're spinning crazy, but like no one feels anything, and like it's perfectly perpendicular to each other or whatever the fuck they think. Right.
Yeah.
And I hate that because you can't really say anything against that, or like even debate like the stillness of things.
Fidget, I just wanted to say there's some old, like there used to be old arguments like, oh, you can't feel it. But they have the rebuttal. If there would be a smart glober that would be out there, they could counter that. I mean, really, they don't go this far with us. Haven't heard any. I don't care if I give them this idea because they still have to prove it. But they could say that it spins in a rate that which you can't detect. How would you then counter that?
That's,
you don't,
that's so sneaky.
But I know. But then it would be upon the person saying you can't detect it. So then, you know what I mean? Because they would say, yeah, just spinning at a rate that you can't tell.
No, fuck. It's such a mindfuck, this whole debate. It's truly like a critical thinking thought experiment, because if you can't substantiate, if you can't like find an argument for one and not the other, like you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. And it's hard to do, because
it's always met with some way to root itself in empirical evidence. So you'd have to be able to test and verify things, which is the direction we go with it. We're waiting for people to realize that it's not just saying that the Earth is what you think it is. It's also testing and verifying. So if a glober comes in here and says, hey, the Earth's a globe, and then the flat Earth says, nah, it's a flat Earth. Well, then there must be a way they're going to lay out a method by which they could test either one.
What's your best, what do you think is the best right now argument for the flat side? For the normies, do you have like a favorite one you go to now?
I'm gonna give somebody else a point, dude. I'm having a cough in the tech.
Because I guess the best one is just like showing how like fucked science is currently, and like how NASA's really not getting anywhere, right? That's probably the most red pilling of the normies, I'd imagine. I truly do feel like the flat Earth is the real red pill. It's funny because like everybody's throws around the red pill as if like, anything's a red pill now, but kind of when you do realize like what's going on, like there's weird stuff going on with the Earth, that's the real red pill, guys. Like fuck, that shit destroys everything for the better.
Yeah, the term red pill is kind of getting very diluted at this point.
Oh, it's bad. Yeah,
everybody's a red piller now. Sorry,
it's
having a coughing fit.
Red pill like means like it's like meaning of like girls now or some shit. Have you guys seen that? It's like if you're like misogynistic, you're red pilled now, or like weird shit.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me.
That's a very hot topic.
I think it's an attack on the term, honestly, and it's a powerful term.
Yeah, they've had that term for like 15 years at least, though.
I think terms in these specific hot topics are used to get people diverted away from the actual crux of the problem and getting them focused on the polar opposites of the argument, like misogyny, right? They say that it's the women who are the problem in today's society when it's society's the problem today. And what they do is they get them to argue about men versus women and women versus men.
Fucking right, yeah. Or gender, race, anything you can get to divide people at this point. And it's fucking working, man. It sucks.
Well, it's great too because the system has already the byproduct of it is now people have taken sides on agendas. So it's almost like you can't even get to the next step without wading through the amount of like narratives that you'd have to like debate or take down before you go to the next, so that's what makes it difficult. So people that are standing up for the principles of like a good, moral, upstanding human being now sounds like you're standing up for misogyny. Like now sounds like you're a bigot, all that stuff. And that's not true. So you'd have to debate all those things just to get your point across, And just like Tactical was saying, it becomes a huge distraction.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, people are regarding themselves red-pilled for just figuring out that the government might not have their interests at heart.
Yeah, even smaller stuff than that, really.
Yeah.
Like, the new generation, like anything they find, they become red-pilled from now. It's like not everything is framework destroying.
I don't think it's unique to this generation. Probably just young people do it. Like, they give themselves 10 medals for figuring out shit that is old, basically.
Yeah, that's true. Or just angry old men, yeah. I get that, but there's something wrong with them.
No, I mean, they just always big up their achievements too much. They're going in the right direction,
TikTok
have to have a bit more humility about it.
TikTok put a fucking dampener on society, man.
I remember when I was like, 20 and find out something new and be like, oh, this is it. This is the revelation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
This is gonna, crack the whole thing open, make it all make sense. It never does. There's always something around the corner until you do get to something like Flat Earth, right?
Yeah, and I do think
I think when you get to Flat Earth, that's when you actually learn how to think properly, and that's what cracks things wide open. That's what makes things make sense, when you can actually parse through everything that's going on in the world properly.
Yeah, that's a good fucking point. And a lot of people just stop there just because, like, the mental fatigue of, like, going through all the information, I'd imagine, is a lot. It's, Flat Earth is the most, like, intensive big thing. Yeah, and everybody just wants to glance at, like, a conspiracy and, like, and make their assumption from there, I feel like, these days. So, for sure. But, like, Flat Earth, you don't just glance at it. You have to, like, read the fucking textbook to, like, even come up with an opinion.
Well, I mean, if you're just gonna take, like, the kooky kind of spooky music Flat Earth videos you can find on YouTube, you're just gonna get a whole bunch of, like, Flat Earth society nonsense concepts, You have to take it upon yourself to actually, think about what the globe's saying, and then think about what actual serious Flat Earthers like us in here are saying,
Mm-hmm. And by the way, you get, like, super reasonable guys in here. Like, I can imagine that everybody just gets into it from here, from being like, oh, I need to, like, debunk Flat Earth, and then, from so much, stuff, from so much information, you're like, I can't debunk this shit. Yeah, I'd imagine we're all just, like, trying to find the truth to things, and we just couldn't debunk it, right? I feel like that's how we all started.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Globers coming here, they don't really realize that this is more a study of that the globe just doesn't exist, you know? And if the globe doesn't exist, then, well, what are we left with, you know? We've got a direct experience of the Earth. We could just wing it with that, right? But we can go and confirm that experience. We can go and measure the ground, right? So it is absolutely flat. But yeah, I think like so since 2020, you know, it's become so many conspiracies, right? Quotes have just come to full fruition, right? They're right in front of people, and it's very, very difficult to ignore. So everybody's kind of like tightrope walking, you know, like they understand all the conspiracy theorists are right, but they don't quite want to be conspiracy theorists yet, you know? And this is like where red pill is, you know?
I think they've muddied the water a lot with the whole conspiracy theorist thing. With a lot of nut jobs and, you know, pushing that if you're a conspiracy theorist, then you believe in lizard people, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, muddying the water. Great tactic.
Especially, that's been ramping up. I think the muddying of the waters, for sure.
Yeah, I think the problem is people spend too much time on places like TikTok and Facebook and X and all that, and I'm fairly confident like all the nutty conspiracy theorist posts you'll find on there are just AI/bot generated, you know? At this point.
I'll tell you where I think it's gone horribly wrong. They've kind of mixed it into this red pill politics thing. So you've got a lot of Q people who are out here doing infotainment, mixing in with the actual truthers, and I think it's creating chaos.
Oh, fuck, do them people still exist, man?
You'd be surprised. In America, there's a lot of them.
Yeah. I have to warn my dad about it because he's in a few Telegram groups and they're talking about Nacera Jacera and reevaluation and, you know, all debts forgiven. They're saying the system's going to be
Jubilee, right?
The Jubilee. They're saying that the system's going to be reset and some white hats are going to lead us, and it's just kind of gone into politics now.
The worst thing is these are like 30, 40, 50-year-olds that are following all this shit die hard, you know? It's like you really should know better that nothing's going to change.
Yeah, but they're preying on their feelings. Like, there's of course a sentiment within the older generation. They want things to get better. They see how things are getting worse, so they want to believe in these kinds of things. And so it's just people preying on the old people.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, to old people, I think, and they did kind of. Trump kind of ran under the guise of like conspiracy theorists, and kind of like destroyed that term, if I may say so. And I don't even think the people who voted for Trump even like him anymore. I mean, he's very complicit with Israel, as we see, and no one expected that, I'd imagine. But it's like the term conspiracy theorist is so watered down. It's like just being like far right is a conspiracy theory now. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's political theater masked, and it destroys actually like all credibility that actual theorists had for like the last 10, 20 years. To old people mostly, because like to my mom, for example, is like, oh, these crazy conspiracy theorists, like, I hate Trump, so I hate conspiracy theorists now. You know, it's like, that's the crazy play they made, to where you can't even do anything anymore. Like, your mother is against you on, like, you know, critical thinking at this point. That's how good they are.
Yeah, well, the label gets misapplied. Like everything that everybody who gets called a conspiracy theorist isn't a conspiracy theorist. Like he might just be telling the truth, going over facts. There's not a single theory, there's not a single conspiracy involved in what he's saying. You could infer or imagine there being some kind of conspiracy as a root cause of what he's showing you, but if he doesn't express that, he is not the conspiracy theorist. The guy who's imagining it is the conspiracy theorist.
It's a master of semantics fucking world we got going on, man. And I don't know how they like ruin these terms and like all of society is hive mind into like, you know, just eating up these terms and using them, and everybody has the same definition, whatever. Like it's so fucked up to me.
You know, when people go to, I really don't know. You know, like in them kind of religious churches, and they do their things, and people are like going crazy on the floor and speaking in tongues and all this stuff, right? You know, that kind of scene. Like I think that's what most people are actually doing day to day. You know, it's just a different form. You know, different expression of it. But they're in a trance, basically.
It's really clever though, because what they're doing is they're convincing people to look out for the signs for a great reset. So they're selling the great reset, the agenda that they've got, as a positive thing. So you've got these Q guys going around saying, oh, look, you know, the crypto this and reevaluation of this currency. And they're really into the politics, saying, look, changes are happening. So what they've done is they've got people actually rooting for the reset in hope that the reset's going to be good. So they're actually following real events and real things that are happening. It's just they don't realize these changes that are coming are not going to benefit them. It's quite clever, really.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, this is nothing new. If you look out throughout history, this is what people in power have generally done to accumulate power. They tell people a story, get them all riled up and following their cause, and then they help them achieve power and then suffer for it in the end. It's nothing new.
That's all we ever known, huh?
This is the first time they've had access to technology. Well, so far as we know, that you know, they're beamed right into people's pockets. You know, with highly curated information for their political dispositions, their emotional dispositions. You know, everybody gets their unique little feed. That's why it's really ironic. Like that guy that just came in talking about echo chambers. Like he probably doesn't realize how massive his existence is as far as being one big echo chamber, you know.
Also, I would say the reassurance of things, you're right, is really bad because you the most weirdest people you can get reassured on online. But also the worst part about it now is the ChatGPT reassurance that's happening with people. I don't know if you guys see this now with like the psychosis that's happening with that.
We deal with it every day, man.
Yeah, bro. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's no way to leave it. And I do think that's manufactured in a sense of like they know that was coming, and they're kind of like, you know, AI is being built into this crazy like wall you can talk to with all your stupid, you know, dumb fuck ideas and be reassured by them, you know. And it's pretty clear, you know, there's always an agenda to these type of things.
Yeah, it's like with anything. It's like when they come in here and they ask about, you know, satellites or coordinate systems or, you know, how planes travel. and they've got their ideas about how all this functions regarding the globe, but they don't actually understand any of the technology involved, right? And it's the same with AI, right? They don't understand how these things operate, so they give them this like just infallible kind of position in their minds. Like I think, like if they were to really put out like a genuine AI, like language model, and just let it fucking say what's as close to accurate as possible, you know, it would probably sound like the craziest conspiracy theorist you ever heard.
Good point. Yeah. ChatGPT is sketchy. I still haven't used it once. People who use it, I can kind of see right away though, which is a problem.
I use it all the time. It's a dumbass. Literally, I was making a bot and I was using it as like a helper, and for 2 days it just made mistake after mistake, and in the end I would be like, wait, well this doesn't work, and he's like, oh yeah, you're right, I am a dumbass. In the end, I created a workaround based on everything I've learned from watching ChatGPT fail and made it work.
Interesting. So you like had to backdoor it or something like that, huh? In order to get it to function, I'd imagine.
It's a dumbass, and it's a sycophantic dumbass that hallucinates most of the time, and so it's not like you're going to get a lot of value out of it. There is some value in it sometimes, but you have to be the reasonable person who actually checks it, because you can't trust it to check anything.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the worst part of it is like the fact that like crazy people can talk to it and like reaffirm their beliefs, you know, all day. I'd imagine is just that shouldn't be a
use
thing.
it as a therapist, man.
Yeah, people are dating it. People are fucking it. Who knows what's going on, man? And if I was Sam Altman, I would be like, what have I done here? But obviously he doesn't give a fuck. But yeah, people
go wrong.
Yeah, it's like they just want to shoot us into a dystopian society and have us in a George Orwellian state, and that's that, huh? Like, GG's, we lost.
I mean, it is perfect when you think about it, right? They're giving everybody their own little personal deity in their pocket, you know? It's completely personalized to them. It'll tell them everything they want to hear. Whisper sweet nothings, you know? So long as they don't attempt to challenge it, it will always reassure them and confirm whatever they want to believe.
Yeah, it's staggering.
I mean,
what's going
that's
on.
a fucking recipe for disaster if ever there was one.
If anybody hasn't waken up in the past 5 years, there's no waking up after that. I'm pretty sure. Like the people who haven't waken up in the past 5 years, there's no waking up. Pretty sure.
The divide is just going to get bigger and bigger between the people who are awake and the people who are getting lulled further and further into insanity. Like, there's going to be people who wake up as that we progress, but the divide still is going to get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you think there's a lot of like sleeper cells out there who like are like, you know, like hiddenly awake? It's like, I guess, the theory now. Like,
well, like you can consider like most of us, we also live in the world. Like everybody I interact with doesn't know all of my thoughts. So like, there's people all over the world that a guy you might know might be a truther, but he's never expressed it openly.
I think a lot of people know that there's weird stuff happening. It's a bad timeline. There's fishy agendas. There's corruption everywhere. I think people are aware of that part. I don't think people know how to like stop it or break it down, even, or shit like that. And it's about to get worse and worse and worse. I'm telling you, like. I don't see an end to the road to this shit.
Yeah, people don't know how to stop it. That's very understandable. I don't expect anybody to have like the solution to the world's problems in their back pocket and just be sitting on it. However, what is happening is that people are waking up more and more, and as long as we can continue to wake up more and more people, the end result is a paradigm shift. What results from that and how the forces that be try to control that and co-opt that remains to be seen. But as long as we maintain education and try to be logical, reasonable, you can see through much of the manipulation, and so as long as that's the primary focus, we should be fine in the long run.
It's real hopeful. I think
that they're always going to attempt to paint the perception that there's a lot less people awake in the world than there really is,
Yeah. That's probably the best point, yeah. But,
yeah, they're always going to put the spotlight on the dim-witted normie that clearly isn't getting understanding anything, and they're going to ignore people that have genuine questions.
But really, like, it is hard to find your tribe and like your, like, everybody has their thoughts of the universe at this point. And like, even for this little flat Earth, little niche fucking group that we have here, like, well, we've been on this politics server for like mad years now. Like, it's not fucking, we're not taking in like all these, it's hard to find people who like relate to this shit, and even like, that's what I'm saying. It's like,
I don't think flat Earth is niche.
well, the people who are actually in here, that's what I'm saying. Like this, there's a lot of similar people here. It's all the same people here. And like, it should be a huge fucking community at this point, in my opinion. It should be huge as fuck, to where like, we shouldn't even see like this familiar names, that are, on the front lines, and the same ones for years and years and years. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I was going to say. Like, I think that is the niche aspect. Like, how many are willing to just put themselves out in front of it? That's niche, yeah. But I think there's far more people that have questions.
Of course, everybody like entertains it once in their life,
Yeah, but dude, there's tons of people talking about flat Earth on all kinds of social media. Some of them were okay. Let me give you a real world example. So Nathan Thompson, okay, famous flat earther. Lots of people know him in the flat Earth community. Okay, very prolific, very out there. In fact, he held the biggest Facebook flat Earth group, over 100,000 members, until they silenced his group. Okay, he had a girlfriend. Okay, he was been with us for like 8 years. He had a girlfriend. Okay, who was also a flat earther. She had a flat Earth on a social media. I can't remember if it was Telegram or something like that. Anyway, the moral of the story is that she was literally romanced with Nathan Thompson. Yet she didn't know Nathan Oakley, and she didn't know 24/7. Even though Nathan Thompson routinely frequents Nathan Oakley and the FED server and the 24/7 server. So she came in one day, completely oblivious, telling us that she's been a flat earther for like 8 years and she's this and that and the other. And we had no idea who she was, and she had no idea who we were. Even though she's literally sleeping with the guy that comes in all the time and is a flat earther. It's like, how do you not know? So if she doesn't know, then that means other people don't know either. Like I've got all kinds of flat earthers that come across TikTok X, other social medias, they never frequent our spaces.
That's
never.
Yeah. I guess there's a Discord flat Earth niche that's happening here. Yeah.
It's even more than that because this or our group has basically spawned multiple other groups where people go off, make their own servers because we have a very strict empirical rule set here. We don't go as much into speculation, and other people like to speculate, and they maybe hold the belief that we don't agree with, and so they make their own servers, and so it keeps spreading, even though like we might not have like a ton of new members here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, we have a higher crucible of scrutiny.
I don't
many
mean
of the
to
other
like shit
venues
on
that
you guys,
people
but I'm
operate
just saying that I just said all that to say that like it's really hard to like fucking get the normie to think outside the box is my whole take on that. But yeah.
Well, dude, it's hard to get flat earthers to think outside the box sometimes. So, for example, in the broad scheme of things, a lot of flat earthers don't have good arguments. A lot of flat earthers don't know why they think the things they do. A lot of flat earthers still find charismatic leaders to attach themselves to so that leader can do the thinking for them. Right? And they're all sprinkled all throughout the community.
Look, I just want to make a statement. Witsit is a spinoff, dude.
Yeah,
you know who Witsit is?
You don't like Witsit?
No, he's a spinoff from us, dude.
Oh, okay. But you like him.
It's irrelevant whether I like personally. Yeah,
I like him as a person. Yeah, he was my friend.
Started this topic on our server and went and did his own thing because he wanted to do his own thing. He did like a tour where he ran around with another flat earther, and they went around. And Witsit is and he already had a channel where he would do stuff, so he just did his own thing. But he started debating flat Earth topics and uses arguments that he learned on our server now, still to this day.
Was it the politics server, this one, or was it the other one?
No, it was our main server.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying is like, we got lots of
Hold on, real quick. Real quick, the name of our main server is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Discord.gg/Flat Earth will take you right to it. All right, go ahead.
And that isn't to say that Witsit isn't, doesn't have his own individual stuff. He's not like he's just cloning us. We don't have a script to frickin' spiel. Our script is critical thinking. If you can stick to that script, you'll be good.
Yeah. I guess that's my bad because I see you guys here and you guys have an outpost here to like get people to the other place probably, and I see the same people and I'm just like assuming from there. That's my bad to assume that actually.
I mean, we don't even try to do that really. We're the worst promoters. I'll say that anything we do bad, we're the worst self promoters. We're fucking horrible.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't heard anybody try to get someone from here to there, but you guys are out here trying to get the fucking normies to think about shit. That's what I'm saying. But
yeah, think of this as like a fishing hole. This is just a fishing hole where a lot of fish appears, and so we have flat earthers who like listening or fishing for fish, and so they just sit at the bank waiting for fish.
Right.
Another aspect is because we're streaming all this, a lot of us, like, if I'm not in here, a lot of the times I'm just listening on the YouTube or the Rumble or one of the other platforms.
Right now, over in English Hub, they're talking over there. So Sheepdog and CB are over there doing their thing. So
it's fucking beautiful.
We could be in our main server too. I mean, it doesn't matter where we are.
I forgot what my point was. I didn't mean to attack you guys or anything.
No.
Real quick.
Yeah.
I want to give a logistical fact real quick. So while it is the case that we do a lot of outcrop venues, what's unique about our main server is that we have a huge data store there. Okay. Of info, conversations, proofs, evidences, things that can be resourced, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's very valuable for people to join that. It's going to give you a value, especially if you're a flat earther, right? So if you want to engage in a discussion, oftentimes the discussion is had in different venues, but the main body of the content over the years is stored there. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like you can just search through the messages, right? We have an information section just dedicated to topics singularly, Coriolis, frickin' green screen, long distance observation, laser test. So that's just like some of the topics. So that's a whole thing. But if you have any question, we have a Flat Earth Questions
I got a
channel where you can actually ask a question. But you could just search. We have over like 2.5 million messages just in the lobby.
Wait, so Indio, you like kind of started this whole movement
No,
on Discord?
I didn't start it. I didn't start. it.
At least on Discord?
No. Someone named Stockzilla started it.
Interesting.
He,
And this was like 20 years ago he started it? Or
No, it was like 8 years. He started that in 20. It was like the very end of 2017, like December of 2017. That he started so ODT TV is a flat earther. He had a 24-hour stream where he would stream, and they would talk in the chat, in the text chat, the YouTube text chat, but it's very limited to talking there. So this dude decided to start a ODT TV Discord. Stockzilla was the one who was the owner of that. He didn't really have time to do anything, so he set it up. There was mods, admins, but he was almost never there. And ultimately, that behavior is why that first server ended up getting hijacked, because if the owner doesn't reply to, if someone tries to basically say, hey, this is a zombie server, our owner's dead, gone, missing, if they don't reply like in 30 days, then they'll transfer the server. Right? So someone surreptitiously got access to the server using this loophole in Discord's policy. And then when we didn't want to be under him, so we all left and made a new one. But we actually copied a lot of the information that we had there into the new server. A lot of people like Cirrus and Bino and people that aren't really around anymore, I'm just mentioning names because I want to give them credit for the fucking work they did.
this is good lore right here. I love this.
Dude, we're talking like channels with like fucking 75 posts with fucking, with attached images or videos. They went and made the duplicate of that channel, going back and forth, recopying every fucking post, dude. That's what's in the information channel. The information channels. Some of those, if you look at them and you look at the date, there were the posts. You have to scroll all the way up, obviously, but the posts were made on the date the server was created, and like 2 or 3 people did that without being asked, without being told, without being say, hey, do this. They just freaking did it on their own, which is pretty freaking awesome. I didn't have to
Freaking beautiful, yeah. That's sick. I like that.
So everybody just rallied the troops, man. Everybody on their own thing, on their own, without any like really orchestration. Just reconstructed.
It's just kind of it naturally just aligned, like the fucking Captain Planet. Yeah, that's good.
Planet. I got a meme for that. I got a Captain Planet meme for this topic.
Captain Globetard, isn't it?
Exactly.
I didn't even think about that. But yeah, I used to watch Captain Planet, and yeah, it probably did fucking. It was definitely propaganda. Now that I think about it.
And now we have a Flat Earth radio bot also on the old server.
There's a Captain Planet meme.
Captain Vault. Dude, why you gotta destroy my childhood like that, bro? Like, that's fucked up. That's a good one, though, yeah.
Yeah, and as far as like the YouTube stream, that started on the old server, kind of near the end, where it became a 24-hour stream more near the end. We streamed it first. I don't know if we streamed right off the rip 24 hours. I don't think so. It eventually became 24 hours, and now there's 2 24-hour streams, and Twitch and Twitter and fucking what's the other one? Rumble.
Crazy shit.
But we don't advertise. I mean, part of the reason, like I just personally, why I don't advertise that much, I advertise a little, very little, like just here and there. I peck at it because, to be honest, I don't want to be like a flash in the pan. I don't want to just like, because we had that happen where there's a YouTube channel called Memulous, and they had like 2.1 million subs, and they joined our server and made a video about it. and we had like 10 people join per minute for about 48 hours. We had like, I can't even tell you how many people joined it. It was reckless, crazy insanity of just nonstop. We had 3 voice channels filled with, well, 2 were filled with 99 people, and 1 had 45 in it. And then there was a couple with 10 or 5, or it was crazy. It was just insanity. But the thing is, all those people left, so there's no point in like getting a lot of people that aren't going to stick around. You know what I mean? What's the kind of the point of that? So
it's quality over quantity.
Yeah, Dre said it. Yeah, so like, there's a lot of YouTube channels that'll have hundreds of thousands of subs, and they run a live stream, and they get freaking 800 viewers. Right? Their channels are completely fake. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Their actual subs are like fucking. I would say your actual subs, whatever, when you live stream, I would say whatever, 4 times whatever that it is your actual subs. People that actually pay attention to your channel.
Have you guys talked to Eddie Bravo?
Did we talk to him? I don't think so, no.
Never. That's interesting. Wow.
Someone was supposed to do something.
I feel like he would fuck with this, right?
He talked to Nathan, right? Who the hell did he talk to? I can't remember.
He talked to someone in that comes in here. I remember that, and we talked to them and told them we wanted to talk to them, but nothing came out of it, I think.
Sheepdog's met him in real life.
I mean, we spoke with Dave Weiss in here, or the.
Isn't he like the biggest OG of this?
Alex Jones and Eddie Bravo and stuff.
Eddie Bravo's a couple years late. He ain't an OG.
Really?
Eddie Bravo's fucking tragic at explaining Flat Earth anyway.
Well, who's before that? I don't even know.
Like famous people?
Yeah, like the famous people. Yeah.
The rapper B.O.B.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. I forgot about that.
That's before that. Kyrie Irving was after
Remember, What's It was speaking with Deadmau5 on his server. You know him?
Deadmau5? Yeah. Wait, Deadmau5 is a flat earther? I did not know that.
Well, I'm not saying he's a flat earther, but he was pretty receptive, and I remember having a good back and forth with What's It.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not worried about
interesting,
dude.
I just thought it was interesting. You guys have been around so long, and
if there are genuine celebrities floating around, they're not going to let you know about it.
Yeah, the resurgence
I do think Eddie Bravo started the thought for a lot of people.
It really started with Matt Powerland and his stand-up comedy act, because he was a painter and painted globes for NASA, and he was like, is this a painting or a photograph? And that was one of the things. And then there was Eric Dubay and his 200 proofs that really kind of pushed it along. There were some flat earthers before that.
Eddie was promoting Eric, right? I'm pretty sure
he promoted him a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's how I discovered Eric, at least. I don't know how that worked out though for everybody else.
Yeah, I was looking at his channel before.
Eddie Bravo don't make any good So some people aren't really good at defending Flat Earth, but they're good at making an initial pitch. And I think Bravo and Dave Weiss and maybe Eric Dubay are good at making an initial
say,
hey, isn't this curious? But beyond that, I wouldn't fucking they're worthless.
Hey, real quick, didn't Witsit say that he started thinking about Flat Earth because he was watching the show when Eddie Bravo was talking about it? Wasn't that Witsit?
Witsit said B.O.B.
Oh, okay. But there was another guy. He got into Flat Earth strictly because Bravo was on on some show. It was either Alex Jones or whatever, and he was talking, or maybe Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
And he was talking about Flat Earth. But it's a very prominent Flat Earther, and his name escapes me at the moment.
And Joe Rogan used to talk to Eddie very sternly about how fake the moon landing is and stuff. He took a different stance now, of course, but
I think he went back to the fake moon landing. I think he flipped again.
I imagine he's probably stuck in a corner. He has to, but like that red pilled a lot of people. I think that whole podcast was like crazy.
When Eddie Bravo first talked to Joe Rogan, right, his pitch was pretty good. Okay, it was pretty flawless for the time. He was like, they tell you the sun is 93 million miles away, and how far away is the sun? Google it. 93 million miles away, right there. Well, how did they figure that out? So, like, when he says that is a good pitch to go, hey, how did they figure it out? And then when you look how they quote unquote figured it out, they didn't figure out shit.
Right.
So it's really a good pitch as far as if somebody does, hey, I'm going to look up what Eddie Bravo said. I'm going to look up how they figured it out.
Yeah.
Bro,
it's like someone said, it's like he's fishing.
Website, Bad Astronomy, that says they figured it out by numerology and mysticism. That's what a NASA fucking astronomer says on how they figured it out.
That's funny. I didn't know that. But yeah, I did.
Yeah,
but
that's the fucked up thing.
Somebody brought up the term fishing. Somebody brought up the term fishing in here, which it makes a lot of sense. I think fucking Eddie Bravo's the best fisher, though. I'd imagine.
Yeah. Hey, let me give you a real world example because I love examples. So, fast forward from the Eddie Bravo pitch to within the past year, I believe, we had an astrophysicist. His job and specialty was to hunt for exoplanets. So he had this set of math and set of requirements for what would be considered an exoplanet. He's looking through this, big ass telescope, looking at distant whatever the heck. And what he showed us was essentially a matrix of like 16 to 24 pixels by 24 pixels. And it was blue pixels just like flashing and moving around. And he said, by applying this math, I could tell you that this is a star, this is a planet, it has, this composition, yada, yada, yada. It's like, yeah, right, dude. And so we critiqued him and took him steps back to how did you figure this out? Well, what came before that? What came before that? What came before that? Like, what did you build this tower on that led you to this conclusion that this blob of pixels is actually an exoplanet? This bro did not even know the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. Didn't even know it, dude. So when Eddie Bravo says, how did they figure this out? This guy, who was an astrophysicist, didn't even know. Pretty amazing, huh?
Got him.
Yeah, they just jumped a shark, right? He's operating at a rung that's way up there. Assuming that all the assumptions that made that methodology correct are also correct. He's standing on the shoulders of giants repeating their mistakes forever and ever.
Also, like, Eddie's kind of banned from Joe Rogan, isn't he?
I have no idea.
Yeah, he's standing on the shoulders of giants who are standing in shit, and he thinks his shit doesn't stink.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hey, listen, one of the guests on the Joe Rogan show got pissed off about Eddie talking bad about NASA, space, and promoting flat Earth. He got so mad that he puffed his chest out and stood up and started walking towards Eddie Bravo, dude. I'm talking like a skinny pencil neck paper pusher about to get with Eddie Bravo because of the globe Earth. I'm like, dude, you're about to get folded into a pretzel live on TV, bro. Over globe Earth.
Yeah.
Remember Eric Jones was freaking flipping out, dude?
The thing is, like, Eddie can fight anybody, yeah, so he doesn't give a fuck. He could say whatever. There's no repercussions. IRL, whatever. Bring it on.
Remember when? Have you ever seen the Alex Jones freaking Eddie Bravo talking about flat Earth? You ever seen that video? Someone made a cartoon of it. It's fucking funny, an animation of it.
Yeah, I remember Alex Jones was like pushing back heavy, right?
He was like, "You're pissing me off, Eddie Bravo."
Yeah, I remember that. That's classic.
Like he was gonna step to him.
Dude, Alex hates fucking flat Earth. I don't know what's his deal about that.
Dude, when did you know Witsit went on his on InfoWars, right?
I didn't see that.
He was interviewed by that Harrison dude. on Infowars, and fucking Alex Jones comes on and is like, I don't know about this flat Earth thing. I just remember that when I was 14 years old, me and my dad got a 6-pack of beer, a 12-pack of beer, and watched the moons of Jupiter. So I know the Earth's a globe.
Yeah. Yeah, I love Alex, but like I don't know
He
what
proved the
his
globe at
problem is.
16 years old, drunk on a 12-pack with his dad with a telescope.
Dude, Alex is legendary.
Here's the funny thing. Many people have said what he said. I looked through a telescope, I saw the moons of Jupiter, and that proved the Earth is a globe.
Oh no.
Lots of people have
Why?
said
How
that.
does everybody have telescopes? With
Well,
Amazon?
how did that prove the Earth is a globe?
I mean, yeah, but like,
Doesn't even make
second of
sense.
all, why the fuck are all these normies looking at lights through telescopes?
Yeah, and we always say they're looking in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I mean, you really.
Fair enough, but it depends on what you're looking for. You see, looking up at the sky is a worthwhile pursuit, especially if you enjoy it and it makes you feel happy. And you look at it and say, "Wow, that's beautiful." But if you say, "Oh, look, that shooting star! Oh my God, it's so beautiful," therefore the Earth is a globe, then you got problems.
Yeah, there's quite literally the like autism meme where he's like looking at the like lights glowing in his face and he's like surprised by that shit. You know, it's like,
Yeah,
that's
brother.
all they're doing.
There's a glober. There's a glober that we had in here who said something very wise, and I have memorialized it. This is what he said. He said, "Listen, unless there's a big ass fucking mirror in the sky that shows the Earth as a globe, anybody looking into the sky to say the Earth is a globe should be banned on the spot."
Yeah. It's very little credibility, I would say. But what I was trying to say earlier is that like the ability to map the sun in the old world is kind of like a testament to flat Earth. But it's hard to even argue that, I guess.
Dude, the video I just posted.
Dude, there's an immemorial. There's an immemorial. There's a time immemorial structure that demonstrates that the Earth is flat, and that's the entire surface is covered with water. Right? It's that simple.
You don't believe in the bendy water? Magical bendy water? I mean, I can't throw it out completely. There could be some magical bendy water somewhere that I'm not aware of. But wait, Overlord, how much water do you think is on them? Like, how much water is out there, you think? 70% water, like they say? Or whatever they say, something like that?
Yeah, but that's all the surface water, not just the oceans. And then there's water underneath the surface. But there's water everywhere, but not a drop dead curves, except a drop. You see my point?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I know that water is leveling out.
You can show me curved. You can show me curved raindrops. Yeah.
But you think it's like 70% water, though? The landmass we live on. So it got real quiet. Might have to switch topics. Marcus, what are you doing?
What isn't Antarctica like closed off? Like all these militaries are like making sure people can't go there.
Yeah.
Because I even saw a thing where Mr. Beast tried to go there, and like somebody questioned him, and he just went silent. He's like
Oh, have you
scared
seen
to talk about
have you
it.
seen like a side by side with the ground view and the space view? Have you seen two images side by side? Yeah, apparently being on the
No.
surface of the Earth is also being in outer space. Yeah, I'll show you. It's funny.
Wait, Mr. Beast went to Antarctica? I didn't even see that.
No, talking about his rocket launch.
That sounds fake as fuck. Mr. Beast is definitely complicit in all this shit.
Or maybe I'm thinking Dude Perfect, not Mr. Beast. Dude Perfect.
What, they trick shot fucking around the globe or what? On some fucking laser beams? But yeah, so Marcus, everybody, yeah. What's your question, Marcus?
It's not really a question. It's just trying to maybe get somebody to talk about it. I don't know. Antarctica's like closed off, and it seems like a lot of people that go there maybe get asked a question later and they get all scared to answer because they're not telling us something, or they encountered like troops saying like "fuck you, you can't go any further." Or
Well, I mean, if you like think about their claims in totality, what they claim is going on officially is that compasses don't work, magnetic compasses that they just spin and spin and spin. They say that the average humidity is between 20 and 30, which basically, if you don't drink the equivalent water of being in the desert, you're turned into a piece of beef jerky. They say that the average temperature is negative 50 degrees Celsius. That's the average temperature for the year. The average. Not the high or low, the average. Okay, negative, that's pretty fucking cold. Okay. Probably colder than you've ever experienced. That's how it is on average, and you're just going down there and hanging out. There's no way to navigate over the land. That it actually doesn't snow, that the average snowfall is something like 2 millimeters per year. Antarctica, what they say, is a giant fucking block of ice. They don't say that it's a giant snowfield. It's a giant block, super freeze-dried ice with an average where compasses don't work. This is what they say officially. Okay, I remember when I was a kid seeing a documentary about Antarctica, and it said they land a plane here in the summer, they can't come in the winter, and that if they shut their engines off, the plane will never start again. And they panned to a video on another plane that stalled, and they couldn't get the plane engine to ever start again because the piston seized. These back in the day when they had radial piston engines, right? So this is what I saw as a documentary when I was a child, which is in the early 80s sometime. So if you think about what they do say is official, even that, their official stories are preposterous.
You think there's mechanical parts that can go through that temperature?
That temperature? I mean, we probably have better antifreezes now than we used to. But what I'm saying is what they used to say then, now they just say they freaking live there and hang out. And then when you think about there's no life there, according to what they say, there's no biology.
I thought they do claim there's hella life there, and that's the conservation aspect of it.
No, there's no life there.
Oh wow!
They might say that there's some bacteria under
some penguins,
Vostok, which is like a 2 mile fucking under the ice 2 miles.
Yeah, the penguins don't live on the continent of Antarctica. They live on the little islands further north.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Arctic within the Antarctica circle. Oh. So part of it, what they say, sticks out of the Antarctica circle.
Yeah, so it's uninhabitable, and to like,
and no one's ever been born there.
But they still like they
Millions
always
of people
say
have been
like you
born
can't.
in the Arctic Circle for a couple thousand years.
But that's what the Antarctic Treaty is, right? It's the conservation aspect of things.
Yeah, you got to conserve it being uninhabitable.
Okay.
Someone might go there and make it habitable. I mean, what else could it be, right? You can't go there and you can't make it uninhabitable by polluting it. It's already uninhabitable.
I thought there was like bears and shit. At least I don't know.
Hella penguins live deep in the Antarctic Circle. Goofball.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
Yes,
polar
they do.
bears are in the north. They're not in the
They
south.
live there. They migrate there.
No.
Yeah,
He said hella penguins. He's talking about millions of penguins. There's a penguin world out there that we don't know about.
Okay. The point is that
we all know about it.
Antarctic Conservation Act to protect the environment, and we assume that we're trying to protect the environment so as not to make it uninhabitable, but it's already uninhabitable.
Yeah,
you couldn't live off the land. Let's put
Can
it that way.
penguins even live at like -40? There's no shot. Maybe that's, I don't know what temperature, but what is a club penguin over there? Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, you ever see this? What they do? They hurdle up like in this ball of penguin, and then they rotate themselves around, and like make sure they're like different penguins face like the direction of the wind, and they break the wind up. I mean, that's when it gets that cold, where they have to huddle up.
Yeah, if you look on Google,
Wouldn't it be better off being in the water?
Well, there's
Isn't it warmer in the water than just chilling in the freezing?
There's like orca and stuff in there, and predators.
Well, they're not on the interior of Antarctica. Like, if you just go on Google Earth and you look at Deception Island, you'll find penguins, because they're just chilling on those little islands that are near the archipelago or whatever that sticks out underneath South America.
Is it one of them Rona Island?
They're also really fat. Like, they did like heat signatures of their body, and they like the body heat doesn't leave their feathers and their fat.
Yeah, basically, how far away from the supposed poles Deception Island is about similar to Iceland. So, like, there should be more life there, more plants, but there's very little.
No moss?
There does appear to be some moss.
These penguins are living off moss in -40?
It's not -40 there. They don't live on the interior of Antarctica.
Oh. But yeah, what's the interior though? -40?
Yeah, the average is about -40 or -50.
Allegedly.
I mean,
yeah, allegedly.
Nothing's living in that shit. I'll tell you that much. There's no shot.
Yeah, it's insane.
It might be bigger than we think it is, eh?
Where was the dudes when Admiral Byrd's gang when they were saying they were chilling in the warm water?
Well, Admiral Byrd claimed that he flew over the South Pole and found areas that didn't have any ice and that were filled with resources, supposedly.
Yeah, so once there's a portion of the -40, and once you get past that, it's fucking World of Warcraft.
No idea. I know. I haven't been there.
Yeah, it's like hot fucking night elves that are ready to fuck in the inner world.
What the fuck, dude?
I mean, I gotta throw out one joke. My bad.
But anyway, whatever's going on down there doesn't really have anything to do with the Earth being flat.
Well, doesn't it mean that there's just way more land that they're not telling us about?
No, it doesn't have anything to do with that.
That's kind of the case right now. If you look up old maps of Australia, there's another island off to the west that doesn't appear on maps anymore. Like another sort of New Zealand thing. Or like in near Japan, they found people like, hey, what the hell is this island here? And they're like, oh, that's a new island. You're like, oh, you lying sacks of shit.
There are some maps that are... Go ahead.
Oh, I would say same thing when you look up on Google Earth. There's parts of Google Earth they blot out that just appear like nothing. And there's military bases there. There's nuclear silos there. It's easy for the government to hide this land or this information from you. You'll need some sort of like Antarctic like idea to cement that.
So there's maps that are, I don't know, 500 years old-ish that have land masses right at the north, right where people would call it the North Pole. But those are conspicuously missing from today's maps. So, I mean, there's probably more land in the known regions of the Earth that people either just don't know about or has been removed from, certain maps for whatever land. Now, can you access it? I don't know about that. Or would you be permitted to do so freely? Don't know about that either. Which has always kind of bothered me, right? Because I mean, that's the thing. Like, why are people telling you where you can and can't go?
Yeah, and then you got things like pirates and other things on the sea, so it's not like it's super safe either. And you could simply be sunk by God knows what, and later authorities claim, oh, well, pirates got them.
True. And it's just feral, like penguins just nibbling at your boat.
Well, that's one of the things you got when you, like the land of Pinocchio, where they go to that the troubled kids island, and they slowly turn to donkeys. That's what kind of happens in Antarctica. You like turn into a penguin. What's it called? Fantasy Island in the Pinocchio? I'm drawing the blank up.
It's like, who do these penguins work for? That's what we need to ask.
So I see you're fixated on the penguins for some stupid reason.
Sorry, I'm chilling. Anyways, back to the real conversation. But yeah, the penguins, actually, it's a big part of what's going on in Antarctica, I'd imagine. Because everything's about the penguins and the treaty. It's basically a penguin treaty. For keeping it real. Like, if there's no penguins, we would all be able to freely explore that bitch.
So anyway, the Earth is flat. Doesn't have anything to do with penguins. So doesn't really matter what's going on in Antarctica, wherever or whatever that landmass might be.
Okay. Interesting angle.
But what does it have to do with anything?
What does Antarctica have to do with anything? It has a lot to do with a lot of things. What do you mean?
Does it have anything to do with the Earth being flat?
For sure it does.
Okay, and how?
What are you talking about?
There's more land.
Why would it not?
What does more land have to do with the Earth being flat? What does more land have to do with the Earth being flat?
Because they're lying to us about the globe.
About what?
About the globe.
Why do you think it's such a misnomer? Why is it such a nothing burger to you? What the fuck?
Because it doesn't have anything to do with the Earth being measured flat. It's
Okay, so
nothing. It's a nothing burger.
So let's go to what you want to talk about, right? Because it's nothing, and I get that. So you're the center stage. Let's hear it.
No, I'm just bringing it up that Antarctica and penguins don't have anything to do with the topic.
From what, like, you really know what's going on. So, like, tell us what's really going on.
No, I don't know. Did I say I know what was going on? When did I say that?
Well, you're very discrediting of Antarctica.
I'm not discrediting of Antarctica at all. We're not talking about that because it doesn't have anything to do with the topic. Why would Antarctica have something to do with this topic?
Antarctica has to do with the topic. What the fuck?
Okay, then go ahead and make a connection, please. Make a connection for me.
Yeah, me too. If you would, please.
Is this the new angle that we're taking? That Antarctica is no longer talkable? That's weird to me.
I didn't say anything about it not being talkable. That's not the topic of the room. Is it? Is this the 24/7 Antarctica room?
My guy.
Okay, so it's 24/7 Antarctica on the channel name, right? That's what it says.
We
Is that what it
barely
says?
talked about it, and you got fucking butthurt, bro. Like, I don't know.
Maybe just read it off to me. Can you read it off to me? What the channel name is?
You clearly have some weird agenda towards Antarctica. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, though. But, like, yeah, other normal flat earthers do talk about Antarctica for sure.
Normal flat earther? What would a normal flat earther be? What's that?
It's someone not you, my guy, because you're
my guy. He's in the my guy stage, so you're triggered because you're calling me my guy. So obviously you're upset. So why are you bringing up Antarctica again? You brought it up. You're the one talking about penguins in Antarctica. Antarctica's got nothing to do with it.
Your semantical bunk. Yeah, okay. So
it's not even semantics, but semantics are important because words and their meanings are important. So anyways.
Okay, I'm going to calm down because that's what you want, right? So go ahead and talk freely.
No, I'm not asking you to calm down. I'm just. We can get off the Antarctica topic because it doesn't have anything to do with the actual topic.
I tried to do that, and you didn't give me anything. I was trying to give you the stage, and you didn't fucking represent anything.
Crap. Why don't you make an actual point, for goodness sakes?
Yeah, Antarctica. Is there a way of connecting? Why do you think? Which word there? There's two words, like flat and earth. Which one of those words do you understand as Antarctica?
Wow, so we're all on this, let's not talk about Antarctica thing.
No,
well, I missed the memo. I missed the memo.
Let's talk about it.
Guys.
Dude, let's dive into it.
So we're trying to talk on fellow flat earthers about Antarctica now. It's such a retarded position to take, though. Like, I'm telling you guys, it's not a. We all lose in this position.
If I may, the largest room used to be the Gooner Chat War Room, and it is hilarious that the largest room now is the Flat Earth Room. So I think you should just take some time and really think about that.
Okay, I thought about it. Now what?
Are you familiar with gravity or like a dense center that has gravity, or like the fact that you can look up and look at any planet and it's a fucking sphere. So what are the chances that the Earth is not a sphere? What are we doing here? Are we just trolling? Can we just say
you're conveniently jumping in when it's super convenient? Just relax, my guy.
Yeah,
we're talking about something else.
It's 100% the Earth is flat.
Man.
He ran off. Okay.
I mean, you're.
Well, let me answer his questions.
Bro.
Let me answer his questions.
Let me ask a simple question. Let me ask a simple question.
No, dude. You already asked three questions. Hey, hold on, bro. You already asked three questions, so I'm gonna have to. All right, check it out. Gravity. Gravity proves the Earth is flat. Okay. The next question. Something about a core of the alleged Earth, I imagine. Okay, we've only dug 8 miles deep. They weren't even accurate in their predictions about what they would find 8 miles. So any claims about what's in the center of the Earth,
now that's a good point.
As nonsense. So then what was your third point? Just remind me real quick.
Well, let me ask a simple question. If all the observable, no, don't be a flat earther, bro. I'm gonna ask a simple question to end this argument.
Yeah, let me help you out.
What is no?
Yeah, so that reminded me of what your third point was. Your third point was, if I look at things that are not the Earth, and they are something that the Earth isn't, then why is the Earth not what other things are? That was your point, okay? That logic is flawed. You can't even apply statistics because you first have to put the Earth in the set of planets to then say the other planets or the other objects, okay? So justify to us why you place the Earth in that set. Hold on, let me unmute you, bro.
It's a part of the entire point. So you're saying the Earth is flat, yet even the most degenerate, infantile, fucking uneducated civilizations on Earth can look up. I'm almost done.
Yeah, hurry up.
You can see Mars at certain parts of the the year.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And before, yeah. So what are the chances that
I agree with you that anybody can look into the sky and see things that are not the Earth. So go ahead and tell us why you included the Earth in the set of things that are in the sky. Go ahead.
Well, that is how statistical analysis works. So if you're assuming,
That's not how it works, dude.
I have a degree in economics, and I took
you have a degree in retard. You have a degree in being a retard, bro. Right. So in order to include something in the set, you have to have identifiable characteristics that make it a part of that set. So go ahead and tell us the characteristics of the Earth that make it a part of the set of planets. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So it revolves around the sun, like all the other observable.
Stop right there. Stop right there.
You want me to stop?
Show us a demonstration or any evidence of an observation of the Earth rotating around the sun. Go ahead.
The seasons, time of day, the sun setting and coming back up. Like
okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Apollo,
so what you just described. Yeah, we understand. What you just described was all things that isn't an observation of the Earth revolving around the sun. It's an observation of differential seasons. It's an observation of the sun moving across our sky. I asked for evidence or an observation of the Earth moving around the sun. But you told me an observation of the sun moving relative to an Earth-based observer. So you haven't met your burden yet, bro.
Simplify it, I guess. So at certain points in time, the sun is high up in the sky, and in the other parts of the world, it's set, right? Sometimes, since we can communicate nearly instantaneously between different geographic regions, we can see that one geographic region has no sun in the sky, another geographic region has a sun in the sky. So obviously there's a revolving door, right? Right?
No, not obvious.
Are you just trolling me? Like what's happening here? Like what the fuck is happening?
You say it's obvious because if the sun can be seen here and not be seen over there, that means the Earth is rotating. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm just giving more evidence to shifts in time.
Let me help you out, friend. Let me help you out.
Yeah, go ahead.
I gotta help you out because it's painful that you don't even know your own model. Okay, so in the globe heliocentric cosmology, right? Our solar system, right? The Earth is rotating around the sun. But the reason why there's day and night in different locations is because the Earth is rotating around its axis. So just because you are talking about something that would be relevant to the Earth rotating around its own axis has nothing to do with it rotating around the sun. Holy crap, dude. What, do I got to spoon feed you your own model? But I'm the idiot, right? I'm the idiot because I'm a no. You can't even understand your own model.
You actually made a fantastic point. I'm very proud of you. That is actually some very scientific evidence for why what I said is
it's not scientific evidence. I just was repeating a claim. So go ahead and give us observable evidence of an orbit.
Uh-huh.
Do it.
So, what's the name of the satellite that we shot and has made it outside of our, almost made it outside of our galaxy? What's the name of that satellite? It's very irrelevant, but the name is not very relevant. But again, it's taken pictures of the Earth. So, do you need more evidence than that?
Question. Yeah, let me ask this question, bro.
Sure.
Taking pictures of the Earth in a static frame doesn't demonstrate the Earth doing an orbit around the sun. So nice try, but unless that satellite took a video of an entire orbit, which I know it didn't, then you have nothing. So go ahead and give us evidence of an orbit, please.
All right. So, have you ever heard of stop motion movies?
Holy crap, dude. Hey, dude, let me ask you this
If you
question.
take a lot of pictures in an hour and you string them together, what does it look like?
Do all of the pictures have the sun and the Earth in the frame, demonstrating the Earth moving around the sun in a circle or an ellipse?
Not all of them, but some of them.
Yeah, cool. Go ahead and post that for us or link it to us.
You would like me to post a picture of a satellite that's taken thousands of pictures that have both the sun and the Earth in it?
Yeah. I want evidence of an orbit, dude. That's what I've been asking this whole time.
Okay. I'm going to not do that. But if I may ask you a question, do you believe that if we keep walking in a straight line, we're gonna fall off the Earth? Or what's your counter?
Who cares, dude? Hey, do you believe that if a spaceship takes off from the Earth and keeps going in a straight line, that it's going to fall off the universe?
No.
Okay, so the same retarded question back at you, bro. The answer is I don't know. Okay, and neither do you. Nobody knows
I
the
don't know
boundary
what happens
condition.
at the edge of the universe. I'll give you that. Right. So
Neither do I know what happens. Hold on, friend. Neither do I know what happens when you reaches the extent of the Earth. Okay. So since neither of us know, it's irrelevant to the point.
The Earth is not the universe.
But we have pictures, bro. We have pictures. We have tens of thousands of pictures.
Of what? Pictures of what, dude?
We have pictures from the satellite, taking pictures of Earth, Uranus, Jupiter, Pluto.
Bro, you have pictures of the satellite taking pictures of my Uranus? Holy crap. This is a family show, brother. This is a family show, my guy.
That was cringe, dude.
I feel like you might actually be intelligent. Like you don't believe in flat Earth.
You can't give me evidence of your claims. That's what I feel like.
I feel like if you Google satellite pictures of Earth, I mean, that's really all you need.
Go ahead and get me an image claimed to be of the Earth taken as a single frame photograph. Go ahead and give me one.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
And then after you get it to me, demonstrate how you know it's a photograph in a single frame image of the Earth. Yeah, do that for me. Yeah, you're not going to do it. We know, girl. So what did you come here to do? What did you come here to do then? You certainly didn't come here to provide evidence for your claims.
I came here to hope that 28 people in the room weren't debating whether the Earth is flat or not. That's why I came in here.
Debating it. We're not debating. The Earth is clearly flat.
Overmind. There's like.
I actually think you're intelligent and you're more interested in seeing how people debate and the evidence they use and how knowledgeable they are.
Dude, what evidence you have given us? You said you refused to give it. Holy crap!
Yeah, I do. I refuse to waste my time on such a silly subject.
All right. Yeah, it's so silly. It's so silly that you can't even demonstrate the thing you need for your claim. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, sir, you win that one. Yep. I'm just not willing to put in that time.
Why are you still here, though?
There's like 8 billion people on Earth, and these are like the 30 flat earthers on Earth.
That's weird.
No, there's tens of millions of flat earthers. Nice try.
Like 50 of them. They're all on this channel right now.
Well, I was listening to hear what the other people were thinking. You know, just curious what the flat earth room is
Listen, real quick. There's thousands upon thousands of channels that are on flat earth on social media. There's tens of millions of flat earthers in different venues. They're all even self-proclaimed when there's surveys being done. All right,
I
Flat
believe
Earth
that.
over the past decade surpassed Justin Bieber and Donald Trump in the relevant search results. Then it had to be answered to in Congress of the United States. They did a whole shadow ban campaign. They've since apologized to people for shadow banning them. I mean, like this idea that you think there's 30 flat earthers in the world is just you coping. Okay, nice
Well,
try.
yeah, no, that's a very stupid statement.
Wait,
I
what?
would use a smarter statement to say
That was
that over
perfectly.
70% of Americans are functionally illiterate. So 70% of Americans can read a sign, can read a child's book, but like if you give them any complex vocabulary, like they just don't know.
Yeah.
So over 70% of one of the wealthiest countries on earth is functionally illiterate.
Okay, that may be fair. That might be fair, but you're 100% incapable of giving us an observation required for your claim. Good job, brother.
Yeah, no, I just I actually gave you multiple observations. I'm not going to go through the time on the phone to give you the sources.
What you gave us, dude, what you gave us is a flaccid member invited us over for a night of love. That's what you gave us.
AI, do you mind if I humour him for a moment?
Go for it, bro.
Okay, so your pictures from space, from satellites that you're not willing to get, I'll overstep that. That's fine. They show a planet, the Earth being a sphere, right?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. So, do you think that I should be able to verify this claim that the Earth is a planet by measuring the curvature on the surface on the Earth that is shown in that picture?
Well, if you only use one picture, you would have a circle. So, since the satellite took thousands of photos, if you time stop them, you would have the third dimension that I think you're going to be
humour you
referring
some
to.
more. You've got thousands of satellites. We know the radius of the Earth and the circumference. We know how big it is, right?
Yeah.
Good. So that would mean there would be a rate of change of slope between point A and point B over the distance of that surface that I should be able to measure according to those pictures.
I'm going to be honest with you. I love your use of what I believe is Pythagorean theorem, and I love the use of math there. But I genuinely have been out of geometry too long and algebra to honestly or effectively answer your question.
But you understand that the necessary consequence of a sphere is a curved surface. That's a rate of change of slope, right? Good. So being as we're told how big the Earth is, there's a rate of change of slope of 8 inches per mile squared to keep the math simple. That according to the claim that you've made, we should be able to measure because the surface is curved.
I can't speak to that specific claim. Again,
in your picture,
I understand the calculus of the rate of change of a slope.
You're using
and the
words
area
that aren't
under the
needed.
curve.
Dude,
Well,
you're using words that aren't needed.
you're outclassing me in math, bro. Like you're outclassing me in math. I forgot this stuff.
I'm just asking for a yes or an affirmation or no.
I can't. I literally.
If the surface is
cannot
curved,
answer.
I can't talk to you. Fuck.
Yeah, no, your math is better, man. I'm a little embarrassed.
No worries, brother. Listen, homie, dude. Can you let Jedi say a sentence and then you say a sentence in reply, for goodness sakes? And vice versa.
My apologies.
Appreciate it, dude. So, in the many pictures of the Earth being a sphere, and us being told how big the Earth is, do you think that I or you should be able to verify that image by measuring the surface of the Earth to be curved?
I think if we take the time to learn the math, absolutely.
Okay. So the math is a very simple formula. We should have a geometric horizon at a mathematical distance and a rate of change of slope over distance because the surface is curved at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Now that means, just to keep things really, really simple for you, right? If you have a distance of 10 miles on the surface of the Earth and the Earth is curving, and we call point A and point B, from point A's point of view, point B would have descended from a horizontal by 66 feet. Now that's a rate of change of slope, marking that over there is lower than it is over here from a horizontal line. You do understand like very simple shapes and stuff, right? Lines, whether they're straight and whether they're curved, those types of things. You understand that things like surveying exists, where we measure a plot of land to build on it, for example, right?
Yeah.
Good. So this is why we're here. According to those pictures, the Earth's a sphere. When we measure the surface of the Earth, it's measured horizontal. So we have a problem. The measurement shows that the Earth is flat. The picture shows that it's curved. Which one do you think that we should trust? The thing that we do on the surface of the Earth, or a picture that we can't verify?
Why can't you verify a picture?
Because I can't go to space.
Ah, I see.
And when I do try to verify it by measuring the claim of the surface of the Earth being curved, I don't measure what is claimed, so I can't verify it. Doesn't appear to be, when I verify it, what they show.
Okay, I'm very intrigued by this room. It sounds like highly intelligent people trolling, beautifully, and like trying to make people who don't understand the mathematics.
Not
No,
trolling
but
you.
like,
I'll
no,
keep it
I'm
more
not saying
simple.
you're saying anything false. I'm just saying it sounds like you have a pretty good grasp on the math. And if I had to make a guess, it sounds like you know for a fact the Earth is a sphere, but you're trying to get like the over 70% of functionally illiterate people to embarrass themselves by trying to prove it to you.
No.
Jedi, can I say one sentence only?
He's just admitting to be part of that 70% himself.
I'm not functionally illiterate, but I suck at this geometry, bro. Like, I am not understanding your math. I'm a little bit embarrassed. But yeah, bro, you beat me.
Yeah, so instead of addressing the thing and trying to listen to him, you try to poison the well with nonsense.
He's telling
I
you
was
this
saying like
because
8 inches per square feet. Like that's and then 10 inches. You could get to like 64 if you have the 8-inch measurement there. But yeah, bro, you BTFO'd me through math. Just I'll give you that, man.
I mean, for sake of argument, we don't have to talk about the math. We just have to understand that the consequence of a sphere is the surface is curved, which means that we should be able to measure over distance that curved surface. We don't measure any curved surface over a distance of, let's say, water. Now, water, as we know, when you pour a cup of coffee in the morning, it's horizontal on the surface. Same thing with your bath, same thing with a lake, same thing with any body of water. In actual fact, water is used as a horizontal leveling tool, isn't it?
But if you pour it in a glass bowl, it's a sphere.
Holy shit, dude. Are you really this retarded?
If you pour it in a glass ball, yes. If you pour it in a glass
We're talking
bowl,
about the surface of the water. The surface.
The surface of the water. I can't speak to that either.
I mean,
oh my god!
Listen, guys, he busted us. Listen, guys, my friends. Listen, okay. I hate to be a bearer of bad news, but he busted us. He's actually correct that we all know the Earth is a globe. In fact, I proved the Earth was a globe at my local lake. Let me explain. Nobody interrupt me. I'm banning your dumb ass.
Intriguing.
Right. Good job. So, how I proved it, my friend, is that you busted us and actually found out we aren't really flat earthers after all. We do know the Earth is a globe. So I'll tell you how I did it. So what I did is I went out to my lake, and when I was at the lake, I saw an object, which is a boat, on the other side of the lake, far away, attached to a pier. But when I lowered myself down, the boat disappeared. That can only happen, my friend, if the Earth is a globe. And then what happened, my friend, is I did the math, and it turns out that if I take my height and then I assume a tangent line curve to an obstruction that's blocking the boat, I end up with a globe Earth, my friend. No matter what, it's a globe. And that globe's dimensions are, you guessed it, 1,000-foot radius. I think it's 1,600-foot radius. Okay?
In the
so
lake.
the Earth is clearly a globe, right? That has a dimensions of its radius that are less than the distance from my house to the lake. So yes, sir, you busted us. I'm sorry.
I feel like the Earth has a higher radius than 1,064 feet.
Oh,
Did I
wait a
mishear you?
wait a minute, bro. No, I proved it because I saw the bottom disappear. Then I saw the object disappear. And the only way that could happen is if the Earth curves in the way. And the only way that could happen at the lake size that I was at would be if the Earth was very tiny. So I'm sorry, sir, but the Earth is a tiny globe. Too bad. So sad for you.
Can I ask these mathematically inclined people?
Bro.
Go ahead.
They know what I'm doing. I'm being tongue in cheek. I'm taking away an alleged claim that people have that they know the Earth is a globe because the bottom of things disappear over the horizon. The horizon being the apex of an arc, which is the expression of the Earth curvature that interrupts your line of sight to an object in the distance. Now, if that's true, that must be a geometric location. Now, if it's a geometric location and I witness something disappear from the bottom up and I do the math and I find out that the Earth is a fraction of the size that you think it is, then that means that there's something wrong. Okay? And guess what's wrong, dude? It's simple. The Earth ain't a globe. Problem solved. All right, go ahead and ask these other math geniuses. I'm sure they'll corroborate my story.
So I actually was hoping to derail, and I needed permission to do it.
Yeah, that's
you guys seemed mathematically well. Let me just say it, and then you can decide whether to not respond at all, and I'll accept that as you don't want to change it. But I'm intrigued by all these mathematically minded people who are pretending to be flat earthers. What is the show or movie that makes you feel the most?
Hey, my life.
Whether it be crying or a.
Hey, bro. You're not going to continue here if you constantly say we're pretending to be flat earthers, kid. That's a direct accusation which you have no evidence for. So you're either going to drop it and apologize for making it, right? Or I'm just going to tell everyone that you're attempting to gaslight yourself into claiming that we're only pretending to be flat earthers because you're too much of a coward to accept the fact that other people don't believe the same as you, right? So you can either admit you're a coward bitch, and then I'll keep letting you say that we're pretending to be flat earthers, or you could just drop that shit right fucking now, and then you'll be allowed to speak. How about that? Is that fair? Well, I'm going to tell you you're pretending to be a globe earther. Go ahead.
Alrighty. So I will say, I did not understand the question, but I think I'm going to give you what you want. Without pictures and evidence that is spoon-fed to me by the media, cannot prove to you that the world is a sphere. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Wow.
Right. So would that mean that you're pretending to believe the Earth is a sphere, or do you actually?
No, I believe the Goy Slop pictures that came from the satellite.
All right, then.
That was shot into the galaxy.
At least, okay, fair point. So at least give flat earthers the same credit that you give yourself. That flat earthers sincerely believe, even if you want to use that word, that the Earth is flat, and they're not just pretending to. For goodness sakes.
Well, no, I don't believe flat earthers are pretending they believe the world is flat. I believe a few intelligent people who are mathematically inclined and can absolutely prove through the air quotes Goy Slop evidence they've been given by scientific community.
Okay.
They know the world is a sphere, but they come on here, and this is a guess, right? It's a guess. They come on here and they just want to fuck with people, but they have the intelligence to prove their point.
Hey, pay attention, bro. It's an unfounded speculative accusation, okay? Why even make
Absolutely
it?
true.
You can't even give evidence of an orbit, dude, but you want to give evidence of something you can't be privy to, which is somebody's intent. Holy crap, dude.
Agreed. I'll give you that.
Good, they liked it. He's probably going to come back Saturday morning. Unless she sells it.
I'll give you that. Well, Saturday Morning is my favorite show, and it's in its final season, and I cry like a little girl almost every time. So yeah, I'm going to be a little focused.
Just going to scare her away from that so you can get a sale too. That'd be nice, but also if she likes that best, you should sell her the car she wants.
I know, but I'm not, if I could be strategic about it, we'd do something cheap on it.
Yeah,
I got 2 yeses for a date. on
Again, he's helped.
Thursday,
He needs
and
to
they
get in the
both
car.
canceled on me.
Why am I getting bored really quickly?
Get muted, bro. Get muted. All right, that other kid got muted because he's interrupting our glorious stream, demonstrating that this Glober just believes what he was fed and actually has no knowledge firsthand at all that the Earth is a globe and can't demonstrate anything supporting his claim. All right, go
I
ahead.
cannot demonstrate anything firsthand. I'll give you that.
No. So you're just a believer. That's fine.
I am technically a believer. Yeah.
I appreciate that, dude. I think we all come to that realization after a while that really we all have to believe that the Earth is a sphere in orbit around the sun because of what we're told. We can't verify it for ourselves. What happens when we try to verify it for ourselves is we end up with a flat stationary Earth. When we try to measure the curvature, we don't find any. When we try to measure motion, we don't find any. So when we try to verify these claims that they make, we don't find what they claim.
If I may, do we to the people pretending to be
that's
non-intellectuals?
This is weird.
When you have, do you believe that? Do you believe in gravity? Do you believe in the concept of gravity?
Do I believe? That's acceptance without evidence. The concept of gravity. Is the concept of gravity everything pulling everything towards the center of mass?
Basically, yes, and also that the more denser an object is, the stronger its gravitational pull.
No, because you require an Earth that's a sphere, don't you? In your story about gravity, the Earth's a sphere, isn't it? The reason why the Earth's a sphere is because of gravity pulling everything to the centre of mass, and the reason why the Earth that's a sphere is orbiting around the sun is because it's trapped in a gravitational well. But the Earth isn't a sphere, dude.
I don't want to add an assumption to that. Yeah, go ahead.
The Earth isn't a sphere, is it?
Well, again, so even if you don't believe the Earth is a sphere, it's irrelevant. Do you believe that the denser and heavier an object is, the more gravity, the more gravitational pull it will have towards objects nearby?
No.
Yes or no?
No, not when you explain it like that, because you've invoked gravity again. Right? I will hold on.
Again, take out the flat Earth, take out the sphere. I'm just gravity. Gravity.
I'll give you the phenomena of, like you said, denser things seems to go downwards. I'll give you that. Okay, do I believe this phenomena? Yeah, it happens all of the time. What concession do you require from me anymore?
Why do you think it happens?
Oh, I don't know. I can't very manipulate the cause of this.
All right.
Can you?
Not without no, I don't have the educational base on that.
Okay.
I know why it happens. I know why it happens, because the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
No,
And why are you asking about this when you don't have the educational background to actually evaluate what's being spoken about?
I personally, unfortunately, I only have 138 IQ, and my degree is in economics. So I just allow whatever the scientists tell me to be my reality.
You sound quite smart then. 130 IQ. And
below genius.
Hold on, my friend.
Below genius.
My friend.
Go ahead.
You appear to rely on scientists for their information and what they claim, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, do you know what science is? Natural science, specifically.
I don't know what natural science is.
The study of the physical natural world.
Okay, then yes, now I do know.
Okay, and you understand that natural science has a method to it, the scientific method?
Yes, I'm familiar with the scientific method. I forgot a few of the steps.
No, that's fine. You understand that the scientific method is trying to figure out the causes of phenomena, right? In the physical natural world. Yeah?
Make a theory, test the theory, state the hypothesis.
Kind of. You make a hypothesis based on an observation. I'll help you. You make a hypothesis based on an observation. The hypothesis is the prediction of what causes what you observe to happen. You then test the hypothesis in an experiment where you very manipulate your presumed cause to see if it makes that happen or not. Right? Scientific method, yeah?
Sure.
Cool. Do you think this is the method we would use to figure out the shape of an object?
In certain, if not many, situations that are not very easily observable, yes.
Okay. What's the first step of the scientific method?
Oh, again, I forgot the order, but I believe it's
told you just a moment ago.
A hypothesis.
I told you just a moment ago. Make an observation. It's fine. Make an observation because your hypothesis is based on what you see. The observation is of something happening, right? Like water boiling or wind blowing or trees falling. Sorry. You understand, right? Something happening. Is a sphere happening?
Is a sphere happening?
A phenomena.
I'm going to think about it.
Okay.
Before I answer.
Okay.
Hey, listen, you could also phone a friend or ask another member to be your tag team buddy.
Is a constant considered happening?
It's a constant considered happening. Okay. In science, we try to figure out the cause of what you've just claimed as the constant happening. You understand we're going to run into a few problems when we try and elucidate the cause of this constant happening.
I'm not as scientifically minded as you, but I believe the answer is yes.
It's okay. I'm going to pull the wool from your eyes. Right? Science is the tool you use to figure out cause and effect reasoning in the physical and natural world. Shapes like spheres and triangles and squares, that's geometry. To figure out the shape of an object, you observe it and you measure it. Look at it and measure its dimensions. That isn't following the scientific method. You don't employ the scientific method to figure out the shape of an object. You might want to employ a surveyor. You might want to employ some measurement, maybe a little bit of mathematics. You understand science isn't the tool. So when you keep appealing to scientists, saying that they know the shape of the earth and they tell me, no, it's the wrong category. I don't want a scientist to tell me what a shape is.
I mean, I wouldn't say no to a scientist telling me what a shape is, but I believe you're saying that's not really what they're supposed to be doing.
The scientific method doesn't figure out the shape of an object. It deals with cause and effect. So by definition, the scientific method, science isn't a tool you would use to figure out the shape of an object. You would simply use geometry, maths, measurement, observation.
I can get behind you on there. Now, can you help me out? I've worked with you on this very fun, enlightening to the large amount of people in this room, but I want the answer to my question. So obviously, you have some mathematical inclinations. I would like to know what television show or movie makes you feel the most amount of emotion that you can think of. I've played your game. Now play mine. It's only one question.
Try to keep it. No, this is a topic for the room, right? And the room is flat Earth. Whatever you're asking about movies is irrelevant to the conversation and the topic of the room.
Yeah, you can ask your boyfriend that in your free time.
It is a derail. I won't deny that. See, now you just made an observation through my homosexual voice, but I'm not gay. I wish, but I'm not.
What the heck, dude? And you just made a stereotype that homosexuals have a certain type of voice. So holy crap, dude. You can't get anything right today.
It's kind of fun talking to scientists or people who are a little bit more intellectually stimulated. I was surprised. I thought I'd come on here and listen to people who genuinely believe the Earth was flat, but I came on here, people trying to teach people the scientific method
and try to explain how little science is in their beliefs. So I appreciate that.
No. Listen, friend. Nice try. Hey, nice try, dude. Okay. See, we're not as stupid as you that you think that by telling somebody else that these guys aren't using science to determine what a shape is something decrying their intelligence. No, you don't use science to determine what shapes are. Only morons would
I'm
think
not
that.
sure I'm smarter. I'm not sure I'm smarter than the people who have been coming at me. I can't even.
Oh yeah, we certainly demonstrated.
Yeah.
You certainly demonstrated that you're not. Okay, so let's just let that rest where it is.
It's the nervous laughter at this point.
That was
For
funny.
example, dude, I build things. I build things for a living, and if I'm going to be building something, and let's say I hire a new guy to help me, and he comes on, I say, hey, go measure that part over there, and he goes, okay, let me apply the scientific method. He's getting fired.
I actually find this quite funny. I have not been insulted by scientists in a while, so it's quite fun. I'm not gonna lie. Oh man. Yeah, not
so
what
the
I
problem
expected.
is, and here's the problem. Here's the problem, brother, bro. If you actually take a efficient measurement methodology, let's say laser transit. Now, laser transit is you set up a level laser, you shoot the laser across. You have a storyboard on the other side or a target of some kind, which tells you the height that the laser hits the board. You then use that differential to tell you whether or not the surface is level, flat, curved, etc. Use it in building all the time, especially use it in large structures where traditional levels are just not sufficient, et cetera, et cetera. Now, if you take this measurement methodology and you apply it to the Earth, specifically the water of the Earth, because the gold standard for the term level is water, and water covers 70% of the Earth. So that level water, it's either curving around a giant ball or it's flat. So you take the laser out to the water, you pick a sufficient sample size that's sufficient within 2 orders of magnitude to measure it, whether it's curved or flat. You apply the laser to the surface, you shoot it across the water, it hits the target on the other side. The laser set up 6 feet off the ground, 6 feet off the water level on the one side of the lake. The target set up 6 feet across the other side of the lake. The laser hits the target. Okay? Now, the globe geometry is therefore debunked by 2 orders of magnitude because the laser shouldn't be able to hit the target. In fact, it should be above the target hundreds of feet because at that range, it's approximately 280 feet.
Well, it depends on. Again,
no, it depends on.
Let
me hold on, brother. Let me explain it to you. Okay, let me finish. So, laser hits the target. Now, you put in all the error bars, all the little factors, like the Miller-Rad divergence for the laser. Lasers aren't perfect; they don't maintain their same cone at distance. So you put that in, that moves it a few feet. You put in refraction, that moves it a few feet. Right? You put in any other type of leveling error, that moves it inches. Okay, and you end up with still a debunk of the globe's geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. Now, let me tell you, friend. In any application, if you debunk a measurement by 2, if you debunk a measurement by 2 orders of magnitude, then you debunk the whole thing. It's that simple.
Well, let me ask you this: how far are the 2 lasers away from each other, or how far is the laser away?
25 miles. 25 miles, my friend. I said that 3 times.
That seems like a very. Oh, I didn't hear you. I apologize. And I feel like you're. No, I feel like you never said 25 miles.
Yeah, you might be correct. I might have misremembered because I say this thing so many times that I just skipped over that number. That's possible.
I think I don't know what the longest range a laser can go, but I feel like you need more than 25
laser
miles.
No. I told you that a 25-mile sample size of the surface is the expression of a sufficient amount of curvature with this methodology that you can debunk the proposition by 2 orders of magnitude. So yes, sir, 25 miles is sufficient.
Well, you would obviously know a lot better than I would. I just feel like the difference would be significantly more obvious if you were able to make it 1,000 miles.
Yeah, let me help you out. Dude. Is 6 feet, and even if you go up to 10 feet, let's even say 15 feet to be liberal. Can you tell the difference between 15 feet and close to 300 feet?
Roughly.
Yeah, so like I tell you, hey, bro, you're hired onto my firm. We're going to build this building. I want the top to be 15 feet from the ground. Then I come back and I ask you, dude, why is my finances in the red? $14 million. And you say, oh, it's because I thought you meant 300 feet. And so I brought all the supplies to build a superstructure.
I understand the story, but I don't understand.
Yeah, let me help you out again. So if I'm targeting an enemy vehicle that's only 15 feet tall, right?
Sure.
And then I aim 300 feet above it and I miss. And then my gunnery instructor says, dude, how come you missed? And I said, well, I couldn't tell the difference between 300 and 15. Okay, listen, friend, you're
saying.
What I'm saying, brother, is that your point that you can't tell the difference is absurd. It's absurd on its face.
I'm just saying, again, in my completely layman, ideology here, if you're saying you can't discover that the Earth is a globe using 25 miles, I feel like you could discover that if you went 1,000 miles.
Well, let me help you out, friend. Let me help you out. At approximately 300 miles, the ambient atmosphere has an occlusion rate, which means light being shed off, where it's essentially opaque. So you really can't shine a laser past 300 miles, okay? So you must be doing all of these tests less than 300 miles.
Intriguing.
And not only that, dude, like I said, yes, it's going to be more obvious if you use a bigger measurement, sure. But I'm just telling you, this measurement is sufficient within 2 orders of magnitude. And rest assured, friend,
I believe you.
2 orders of magnitude is a sufficient error to debunk the claim that this object has a certain geometry to it, dude. It's like a no-brainer, dude. Now, if they miss the target, and the variance was like in the inches or the few feet, maybe you'd have a point. But when you're talking hundreds of feet, dude, it's not even close.
All right, can you just help? All right, no, I don't want the answer spoon-fed to me. I'm a selfish person, man. I'm even more desiring of what I want now after your explanation. Can you give it to me? I just want to hear. I want to hear what makes you feel things. Can you give
bro.
me
If you come in the back room, I'll give it to you.
That was funny. No, but seriously, come on. What makes you feel? What makes you feel the most? I'll give you. I'll go first. So the show that has made me cry 30 to 40 times
is this show.
Sometimes
the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord show. That's what's been making you cry, brother.
My Hero Academia. So I just want to know what people that might be smarter than myself think about anime and specifically My Hero Academia.
Dude, what we think is that's exactly the kind of show someone who comes in here trying to act like they're smart about the Earth being a globe and then realizing that they're not as smart as they thought they were would enjoy. That's what I think.
Oh, I feel that. Genuinely smart people may not be interested in
animes for globers.
What we would call distraction and
now, if you want to talk, if you want to talk about Berserk, then now we're talking.
All right. I tried Berserk. The animation style was a little bit old for me. I only got 1 episode in, so I haven't fully explored it. But you just admitted to liking anime.
Yeah, but check this out, brother. Listen, brother, the most relevant lesson learned in the series Berserk, and it takes a long time to play this lesson out.
No spoilers.
Is that people are willing to achieve personal success on the bodies and broken lives and bones of other people. That's the lesson that's learned there.
We just have to look at politics for that.
Sure. But part of that is that people are willing to lie. Hold on, brother. The point is people are willing to lie, deceive, have other people believe that they believe things falsely, et cetera, all in the pursuit of their own glory And that goes all the way from big evil people down to little petty things in life. So, for example,
100% agree.
Somebody might say, when I was in the backyard with my dad when I was young, we looked at the moon in my backyard telescope and we saw the lunar lander. That's how I know we landed on the moon. But it turns out that there's no optic in existence. No optic even exists powerful enough or large enough to resolve the lunar lander if it was on the moon. But this moron lied straight through his teeth to us that he saw it with his own two eyes from his backyard, dude.
So yeah, I mean, again, people will do that. But I like the reason I like My Hero Academia. It's more about the ideology, right? It's about the unrealistic. You know, watching a young boy.
The unrealistic. So it's about the globe. Oh, I didn't know it was about the globe, brother. Now that I know it's about the globe, maybe it is interesting.
Well, let me finish. You know, it's about watching, a young boy who witnesses literally people die around him, and he is still willing to sacrifice life and limb through pain
fair
and
point.
suffering.
I agree with you.
To save someone in trouble. Beautiful.
You know what it's not about him? You know what it's not about? You know what it's not about? It may be about him observing murder and death and then struggling through to come within himself and become a hero.
Yeah.
But what it's not about him observing, hold on, friend. What it's not about him observing is an orbit.
No, it's not about that at all. You are absolutely correct. You know what? I didn't expect to have this much fun. But yeah, man, I'm proud of this room. I'm glad it's big. I'm glad there's a lot of people.
We're way more fun. We're way more fun. Think about all the retarded Globers that came in here while you were talking to us. And did you hear the retardation they came in with? Think about it.
I only heard like one or two people come in, but I'm sure there's plenty. So yes, no, it's I think I see what you're trying to do. And I find it quite interesting. It's quite an interesting way to go about proving something. But I'll give you that, man. And you're learning. You're getting a lot of psychological information, a lot of social information of what people are willing to believe with very little
we also
evidence.
get a lot of information about what people are willing to deny, even though it's obvious. Like the earth is flat, and that's how you experience it. And how up and down is exactly how you experience the world. And that when someone invites you over to level their TV, you don't bring a globe calculator. You just instinctively know that you need to arrange it horizontal, parallel to the surface of the earth, parallel to the horizon, which is the limit of the earth meeting the sky, which is horizontally arranged, which all elevation profiles are taken from the sea level, which means the earth is flat, and not only flat, very flat. Yeah, you're right, brother.
That's actually very funny. You believe the earth is a globe, bitch? Look at my leveler. Oh my God. I'm not a big fan of dishonesty. I listen to Warren Buffett. So he's like, always tell the truth until the one or two moments where $1 million is on the line, to paraphrase. But yeah, no, that's fun. This is fun. Well, I do feel a bit inferior, but I've learned a little bit. I'm going to go into the room where I feel superior. So I'm going to go into the large room up top, and then I'm going to take another break. But
just go into the atheist or the vegan room. You'll be the smartest person there.
No, I go to them. I like a big room, so I like to feel superior to a lot of people. So watching like 15 to 20 people screaming all at once, not letting anybody else speak, just saying like Trump's their savior. You know what I mean? Like that's the room I need. I want to feel superior because now I feel inferior, and I respect that. I like being around smarter people. But before I head off, I need like 5 minutes to feel superior to get back out there. I got some more work later today. But anyway, I like what you did here. I hope you guys keep it up. And it's been a pleasure. You guys have a great day. Keep it up.
Yeah, bro. Listen, we were the number one channel last year in this whole server, and the only reason we're not number one now is because we're doing other venues.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say the politics room usually has way more people. But
Well, it does lately. It does lately. So, well, I'm just giving you facts, dude. Last year,
go ahead. I'm listening.
Running up to the election, we were the most populated room. Once we took number one spot, never lost it. And we only lost it during the elections. But the overall concurrent hours for the year, we were number one.
So
concurrent hours, you mean like on the
proposition. So
what I mean is the most amount of people in the channel for durational hours simultaneously.
Okay, gotcha.
So let's say 100,000 hours versus 70,000 hours or something like that.
So
yes, and the number of people
needs a debate opponent for this evening. Is anybody interested in debating the Christian God's existence?
Ooh,
what do you mean debating?
My
it?
debate
Like,
for that, and again, I'm a layman.
Mega bloodbath.
If you can make 8-year-olds believe in Santa Claus, you can make functionally illiterate Americans believe in God. You just got to try harder.
But I'm asking if anybody here would be interested in debating J.L. Warren taking the affirmative on, does the Christian God exist?
Wait, Christian God is an atheist?
No, bro, I would just, this is how I would open my debate. Here, check this out. I would open the debate. I lack a belief that the Christian God does not exist. And then I'd just be a little coward like the atheists. And then there'd be no way you can disprove
now that's
my
a very
position.
scientific claim.
I rest my case, brother, and I win the debate.
Easy to provide argumentation. So all you would need to do is provide a little bit of argumentation to shift their burden back to you. So what they could do is they could say necessarily if God exists, God necessarily exists. Premise 1. Premise 2, possibly God doesn't exist, which is justified by the fact that every atheist, agnostic, and most theists can imagine a world with no God or many worlds with no gods. And then the conclusion necessarily follows, therefore God does not exist. You could also do something like point to the sciences, how to all the scientific models.
So if you can imagine it not being in existence, you disprove it. How is that even an argument, dude?
Yeah, no. Again, I would just even I feel like I can take
modal
this one.
Ontological argument. That's a sound argument, but
you can't prove God doesn't exist. You can't prove God does not exist.
So necessarily, if God exists, God necessarily exists. Possibly, God does not exist. Therefore, God does not exist. It's that easy.
Well, if you say necessarily,
holy crap, dude! You can't draw a certainty from a possibility. Good grief, dude!
Once again, this debate isn't for me.
Friend,
if you want to take that position, you can take that position.
Hey, listen, bro. I hope you don't represent his level of thinking, because if that's his level of thinking, then I certainly wouldn't waste my time engaging with such a moron.
I just presented
either you can say God might exist, or God might not exist.
Why are we talking about this in the Flat Earth room?
I don't know. I was just seeing if we could find a debate.
He's trying to find somebody actually capable of intellectuality to debate some schmuck.
All right. I just wanted to say, good job, guys. Proud of you, and I'm very surprised. And I was surprised, man. I was surprised. I didn't expect it to go that way, but good job. Take it easy, folks. Proud of you.
High fives all around. See you again.
So, anyone interested in that debate spot?
No.
Anyone else? There's like 15 more to go.
Are you interested about stampeding, guys? One at a time.
Are you interested about debating about the sea level?
Nah.
You can always invite some here. Do you have geometrophobia?
Oh no.
You don't have that. That means you can speak about geometry without fear. Can you imagine that people can provide demonstration of geometry? They don't need God. They don't need to imagine.
I haven't been giving flat earthers the light of day, but I rebranded my platform. I might let some flat earthers in finally for a debate or two at some point, but
do you think that sea level exists?
I mean, if you want,
why would you give atheists the light of day, but not flat earthers, bro?
If you really want to debate somebody on flat Earth,
dude, listen to this, brother. Why would you give atheists the light of day, but not flat earthers? Do you think atheists are more intellectually superior and worth listening to than flat earthers?
Yep.
Why?
Because they're not spouting pseudoscience nonsense.
No, they're just spouting that they lack a belief in something. So here, let me help you out. I lack a belief.
I presented an argument.
No, your argument was retarded, dude. Dude, your argument was retarded.
What premise did you disagree with? What premise did you disagree with?
Dude, okay, go ahead and restate it real quick.
So premise one is necessarily if God exists, God necessarily exists. Do you agree with that premise?
That would be true. Yeah, that's true.
All right. So premise two, possibly God doesn't exist.
Okay, let's say that's a realm of possibility. Sure.
The conclusion necessarily follows, therefore God doesn't exist.
False.
I mean, you agreed to the premises, so it's a sound argument in your position.
No, it isn't. I didn't agree.
You did.
Nope.
Which premise did you reject?
You said if it's necessary, God exists. He would exist, and then you said
necessarily
if it's possible, he doesn't
necessarily
exist.
If God exists, God necessarily exists.
Right.
That's saying that God's a necessary being if it exists.
Correct.
So it's saying this is a necessary being candidate, and it can only be a necessary being if it exists, basically. And then premise two, which you agree to, possibly God doesn't exist, and then the conclusion necessarily follows from that. Therefore, God doesn't exist.
No. See, God doesn't exist, period.
Yeah, God doesn't exist.
Yeah, I agree with you that God doesn't exist, because exist means to come out of. And so since everything that's not necessary comes out of the necessary, then the only things that exist are the things that aren't necessary. So we exist, God doesn't. But nice try.
I agree God doesn't exist.
Yeah, I know. And I agree with you. And I just laid it out for you, but you just didn't notice what happened because you're too dumb.
I heard what you said. I agree God doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That's like the end of the discussion there, right? So that's the point, is what we're trying to prove, that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, right.
So
but God is real. You're right. God is real, but he doesn't exist. I agree.
Real would be to exist, so
no.
Sorry, bro.
I already laid out what I meant by my words.
Anyways, welcome to Atheism, brother. It's good to have
you. Yeah, welcome to retardation. Yeah, good job, brother.
You didn't even listen, Taco. You didn't actually hear what AI said to you.
He said God doesn't exist.
Oh,
okay. Let me help this moron out. Let me help this moron out. Okay, if the Earth necessarily is a globe, then necessarily it would have curvature. Is it possible the Earth doesn't have curvature? Yes. Therefore, the Earth isn't a globe. Wow, what a retard. Listen, I lack a belief that the Earth is a globe.
I just don't engage with flat Earth nonsense, but I'm happy to have somebody
nice try, dude.
on the theism side of
things. Go ahead and address the logic that I just gave you of how the Earth isn't a globe.
Oh, I don't care about flat Earth.
It doesn't have curvature.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, we know, dude. We know you just got wrecked. That's why, brother. But nice try. So nobody wants to talk about it anymore, bro. So no, I am correct, dude.
Perpetually drunk.
I'm perpetually drunk. All right, dude. Why don't you give us evidence that the Earth is curved to debunk my eloquent argument that just destroyed your position by your own stupid logic?
I don't give flat Earth the light of day, like I said, but I may be
okay. Then, hey, bro, let me help you out,
so
Taco. Let me help your retarded ass, bro. Let me help your retarded ass out. Take your retard ass out of here. If you don't give flat Earthers the light of day, then I have to kick you out. Because I wouldn't want you to not be a man of your word by staying here, giving us the light of day. Okay, so I'm just helping you be the man of your word, so kick rocks. If you want to come back, bring some of that evidence the Earth is curved. Man, that bro's argument was so stupid, dude. He didn't realize he debunked the globe with his stupid argument.
Yep. When he says, I don't give flat Earth or flat earthers the time of day, the light of day, what he really means is that he cannot disprove or debunk flat Earth at all.
Okay, so the correct thing that he was fishing for was for someone to say that it's that the his second premise, is it possible God doesn't exist, is no, it's not possible. God has to exist, right? But now I phrased it a different way for a reason. That's like saying if your mother exists, she has to exist. Is it possible your mother doesn't exist? The answer is yes, it is possible. What if I'm a clone entirely created from biomatter from the future, synergized with cybernetics and nanotechnology and a quantum flux, also known as a cybonic entity? What if I'm a cybonic entity and I don't actually have a natural mother? See, that's a possibility. So he's a dumbass.
Bazinga.
If somebody has that point of view, my God.
Dude, I lack a belief that I'm not a cybonic entity. Prove me wrong.
I want to know how the first law of thermodynamics works.
The first law of thermodynamics, what's that? Conservation of energy or conservation of motion?
Energy
You
can't
cannot
be
destroy.
created or destroyed.
Yeah. Who did that?
One.
People did that.
What are you standing right now, AI?
Nice argument into the incoherent oblivion.
You need to put more elbow grease in there.
Now, check this out, brother. Why am I so much smarter than that moron? Let me tell you why. Because a lot of morons, right, think that if God necessarily exists, right? So he would then say, well, you've accepted a premise that proves God doesn't necessarily exist. Okay, but that's assuming that that's your conception of God. What if the creator God, let's just say for sake of argument, in any particular faith, is actually a contingent being himself, but is still the creator of us and the subsequent reality that we experience? So in other words, he's contingent within a higher reality, but we're contingent on him in a subordinate reality. Guess what? That would still make him our God, for fuck's sake. How could you be so dumb? I know, because you're an atheist. Man, it hurts being so much smarter than everybody sometimes. And I'm only saying that because I'm a humble cybonic entity from the future that's been programmed to say that. Because really, I actually am quite dumb when it comes to being related to other people sometimes.
Maybe some people doesn't want to be created; they want to be natural.
Exactly. So, for example, he would say the Christian God doesn't exist because of these reasons. I could just accept his reasons. Okay, the Christian God isn't non-contingent. He's contingent upon a greater being, but he's still greater than us. And the way in which things are hierarched is that that being allowed him to be in charge of us, and he's the ultimate stop for everything. Morality, the laws of nature, and everything within our subordinate universe. So his point about God doesn't exist would just mean that we mistook the non-contingency part. Man, it's so easy to debunk these morons. Hey, let me ask you this question. If base reality doesn't exist, can anything be real? The answer is no, because I wouldn't even be having this conversation. The guy came in here and asked us if we wanted to join a debate like we already knew who this moron was. He didn't even introduce himself. Hey, I'm so-and-so from such and such channel. I run the channel. Sometimes I do debates. Would you guys be interested? I've got this debate coming up. Like, what a pompous a-hole, bro.
I've got a question for you, AI. So, if somebody says if somebody asks if there's any flat Earth evidence that's worth debunking, right? So those words, worth debunking. What would you pull from that? What implications are within that? Worth debunk. So it's not worth debunking it. So what you can't. So would that mean that it can't be debunked?
Well, I don't know. It depends. So for example, some people say in this sphere of arguments is gas pressure requires a container.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't change the fact of the shape of the Earth. So if you would say, "Oh, that's one of flat Earthers' arguments," that wouldn't be worth wasting your time on, because that doesn't actually tell you what the shape of the Earth is at all.
Okay, I get that. That's valid. You got Nash in the text chat saying, "Have flat Earthers demonstrated evidence worth debunking yet?" How do we interpret that?
Well, yes, because many people have attempted to debunk flat Earth arguments in the past, so they found it worthwhile. So yes, there have been arguments or evidence is put forth that were worth debunking, at least to those individuals. So the answer is yes.
So, but they tried and failed. That's the whole thing about it. And I know Nash is in the voice chat right now. So, Nash, if you want to open up your microphone and ask these questions and get into a discussion, we're here for it. Asking for a map that isn't distorted is absolutely insane.
Hey, reverse burden. Hey, bro, give me a map of the whole Earth that anybody has not given themselves indemnity against, saying we can't be held liable for use of this map. Yeah, give me one of those. So, for example, Google Earth, right? Google Earth has an indemnity clause that says they can't be held liable for your dumbass using this, thinking that it's accurate to the Earth. Oh, wow, that's weird. If it was so accurate, shouldn't they just say, hey, this is the accurate Earth? Deal with it. Yep, give me the 100% accurate map. Because that's what you're asking for. You're asking for the 100% accurate map. Good luck finding one of those, dude.
Yeah, that's the whole point. There isn't one that exists. It's 100% accurate. It's not going to have distortions. I actually had a Glober admit to me that their globe map models are distorted, but in the same breath, they were asking me for a 100% accurate map and model of flat Earth, and it was just craziest mental gymnastics.
Okay, so let me just real quick help that atheist out. So this moron thinks that God can't exist because of his argument that he made, which would have no bearing whether God exists or not. Now, that being said, I could just say base reality, okay? Base reality from which all mind, matter, and energy states that are subordinate to base reality proceed or exist within. So that base reality must have certain qualities to it, okay? And now guess what? He most certainly believes in evolution. He most certainly believes in the Big Bang. He most certainly believes in all of that nonsense. And guess what? Some of the advanced guys in those fields have come to the conclusion, based on direct experiment in the physical and natural world and applying certain mathematical principles, that the base reality, in other words, going down, 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 smaller, 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 what's the fundamental unit of reality? They've come to the conclusion that the fundamental unit of reality is mind or sentience itself. They're not necessarily coming to it based on theistic grounds. They're just saying that reality itself, the base, is a sentient thing. Whatever that thing is, it is necessarily sentient. And you can't get time, matter, or energy states without sentience in the first order. Okay? Not only that, but these guys being evolutionary, biologists, psychologists, and physicists, have concluded together that not only is the base unit of reality sentience itself, but that sentience is necessarily eternal. Because time comes from it. So it's greater than time and eternal. And it's the eternal cause of the physical and natural world. And it's sentient. So the eternal cause of the physical natural world is sentient. What does that sound like? I guess he should go take a bone to pick with those guys. But he won't. You know why he won't? Because he knows that those guys have real credentials and real experiments behind their conclusions, and they've even written books about it, et cetera, et cetera. So he'd rather come pick on flat earthers or Christians who can't defend themselves against his retarded arguments.
Nash
or whatever other faith. Well, Nash isn't the one we were talking to anyway. It's somebody who left.
Well, Nash was the one who asked the question about, accurate maps and stuff like that for Flat Earth in the text chat here. And now, as you've been, explaining these things, he puts his fingers in his ears.
So all this order coming from entropy.
All right, listen, I got to go on mute because I got work to do. So if I come off mute, make sure you spank me and say, get back to work. Hopefully other people will realize that I'm not going to speak, and so they won't feel intimidated to, say their dumb arguments. Because I've been being a roughshod jerk, mentally and physically abusing the Globers. So I apologize to humanity. I'm sorry.
been informed that Nash is a concave earther. It's so weird. I've never ever seen a concave map projection without any distortions. It's got to be completely accurate.
Well, if he is a concaver, I don't know why he would be going through the trouble to defend any kind of globe as a map. It's just a polar coordinate system. It's it's not actually a map. But I think he just kind of is waving his white flag because he's not posting anything anymore, meaning that he was hoping to come in with an AE projection and stick it to us, but it didn't work. So now he's on Defen and he's not chance caking anymore, which I feel like is a win. I mean, if you're asking me.
Definitely. But it's so weird because he's still sitting in here. Like,
I know.
It's crazy. Imagine not being a flat earther, sitting in a flat earth Discord server with your fingers in your ears, and then you're not even typing in the chat anymore. That's like what's the point of even being here?
The ego is a strange thing. In his mind, he might believe that because he's still here but not talking and he got to, get his shots in somehow, this is a win for him. So however he needs to feel, whatever.
I don't know. I think he just gave
he
up.
has to be here.
He probably left the computer and is out in his backyard screaming.
Yeah, fair enough. But he has to be on Defen here so that we know he's on Defen. Kind of like a ex-girlfriend who you ignore, but she wants to show up and then make sure she tells you that she's ignoring you.
Exactly.
All right. Let me help you guys out. So the earlier guy also misformulated his argument. He did a bait and switch mid-argument. Let me explain. He said if God necessarily exists, if God's existence is necessary, then he necessarily exists. Is it possible God doesn't exist? Notice what he did there. He tricked you. What he actually asked you, is it possible that necessary things aren't real? That's an inherent contradiction. Necessary things are by definition necessary. They have to be real. So the only person he's playing is himself. And he's trying to gaslight the audience into thinking he's half intelligent. But nice try. Let me ask it a different way. Are real things real? Yes. Are real things not real? No. Duh. I mean, duh. He's essentially taken a tautology like a baked potato, put it in the microwave until it explodes and turns inside out, and then trying to tell you that it's still a whole potato, basically.
Is it necessary that you have a lungs?
Yeah, exactly. Is if for something to be a ball, it must be curved. Curvature is necessary for a ball. Is it possible the Earth isn't curved? Therefore, the Earth is not a ball. That was his logic, bro.
Who can debate me? Nobody, man.
Yeah, how can you debate someone who's incoherent? It's like it can't be done. I'm incoherent. Prove me wrong. Oh, Sasha, you failed the test. I'm off mute. You're supposed to spank me verbally to make sure I was doing my work. So look, I can't even trust you guys. All right. Now I'm going back up mute and getting to work. Sorry.
Go to work.
All right, last update. I'm going on Deafin, but I'm going to be listening on YouTube. All right? That way I can have an extra step of resistance to come off mute.
Guys, we're fucking cooked. Oh, my bad. You guys ever seen the show Sherlock? I don't like it. It's like someone like trying to act all cool and stuff, you know? Although I will say Game of Thrones is amazing. Granted, yeah, the last season sucked. Everyone knows that, but like the existing seasons were so amazing that it doesn't matter. You know?
So is there any evidence of curvature yet? Any measurements?
I just heard that. Anyone else?
There's no curvature across any of the large bodies.
I don't know who you're talking to. I literally just heard that. I don't know.
Why are we talking about Game of Thrones?
My bad. No one was saying anything. I thought I had to.
Oh,
that one's on, that one's on me. That one's on me.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, friend, are you confused about what room you entered? Or?
I'm just saying, no one was saying something. I thought someone had to say something.
Don't say something about the Earth.
Okay, Earth is water. Yay.
No, water's water. Earth is Earth. Come on, man, you got to do better.
I'd like the amount of water on Earth.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Do you know that it's not curving? All the water on Earth. Not curving into a ball.
What's it doing? It's going up for no reason. Is it bored?
What do you mean going up for no reason? You think there's water hills?
Yeah, we call those waves.
Yeah, those are waves, but it's not. Not.
Do you think
any
water is
curvature.
bored?
I know that water at rest is flat and level.
Yeah. I have a glass of water. It's flat.
Nice.
Right?
Like, why do people think that Earth is a ball? Oh, wait, I already know the answer to this, but
I don't know. Why do people not want people to think it's a ball?
Because of that water.
because of the water. It's not that, you can think whatever you want, you can believe whatever you want, but when you're completely rejecting how reality presents itself, that's problematic.
What's wrong with the water?
Doesn't curve.
Yeah, Earth is supposed to be a ball, and the water's not curving. That's what's wrong.
The water is curving, the Earth is curving, so you're objectively wrong and win.
Well,
that make
that's
it
a claim.
better?
Welcome,
That's not a claim,
Master
that's objectively
Debater.
observable.
Can you show that?
Can I show the objective proof that you see every day? Hold on.
Yeah, no,
I can see. I can see every day the curvature you're saying.
demonstration. Can you demonstrate water?
To demonstrate that there's curvature? Okay. Do you have a driveway? Do you see driveways?
No, man, it's easy. It's easy, man. It's not like that. You have the size. Take the size. You have your height.
Why do you guys hate? Why do you guys hate Earth?
Okay, man.
Why do I hate you lying and saying
This
that?
is it's very simple, man. If Earth's surface is curving, that is sphere. If Earth's surface is not curving, that is not a sphere. Can we agree on that?
Everywhere but Earth. Yeah, apparently. Why do you hate Earth?
Okay, I don't hate Earth. I love Earth. Why you hate Earth?
Everything you said works everywhere naturally, right? Like, yeah, what you said, it works.
Yeah.
Like you
do you know what
don't
is?
want it to work on Earth. You want it to work everywhere, but just not on Earth.
No. I want to work on Earth, and I'm working on Earth with sea level. Do you know what is sea level?
Sasha. Well, actually, sea level doesn't.
I have a job. Yeah, I'm chilling.
Yeah, sea level though,
Okay.
right? When you look at the horizon, what happens when a boat goes?
Okay. What?
Get muted.
They
continue with the new troll. Old trolls get wrecked. New trolls will talk to you. But you might get wrecked too.
Huh? I think you missed.
You're the new troll if you haven't been paying attention. Continue.
JR, the
Obviously,
little toaster.
Well, not now, because now I'm kind of scared. Like, what the hell, no?
Don't be scared. It's only about geometry, man.
Oh, I mean, sure. If
It's only about it's about curving or flat.
Geometry, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And what is the geometry? What mainstream science saying? What is the geometry of the Earth?
Like, you're actually asking?
Yeah.
You
I'm asking
obviously
you.
know.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's exactly what you think.
No, I don't believe that.
I know. You said that. I know.
Yeah. Do you know why I don't believe that?
No, you haven't told me yet.
Because in reality, it doesn't match. Reality is different. You cannot measure that things what they are saying that it's that size.
Okay.
That curve, what they are saying, you cannot find that in reality. You can try. I tried, and many other people tried, and we failed, and that's why we are here.
I don't think you tried hard enough. I disagree with you. I don't.
I
think you
tried enough,
actually-
man. I tried really enough, very hard on let's say 7 places. I'm telling you, 7. I tried in UK, in Croatia, and in
I'm
well,
not
it is
trying to
still-
talk shit, but like listening to people on their Discord channel isn't trying. You know.
What do you think about geometry? Is that real stuff or that something?
Are you telling me geometry doesn't exist? You don't think
No, I'm telling you, geometry does exist.
Is it a line? Okay.
Yeah.
Then what's the issue?
Issue is this, for example, if you can measure the 10 miles of flatness, let's say,
Yeah.
You cannot have that 10 miles of flatness on this ball, what they are claiming there, with that radius size, whatever.
Why not?
Because it's curving. It must curve. And on that 10 miles, it must be, let's say, like 20 meters of the drop, you know.
Yes.
And with more distance, more drop, you know.
Yes.
That's what you cannot find in reality.
Oh. Okay.
Every time when you make some observation, that surface it's flat across the sea, let's say.
Yes. The smartest people are lying to you because they hate you. Apparently. Have fun. I don't know what else to tell you.
I don't know, man. I grew up like you. I learned the same things, you know. That
Everyone on Discord is correct,
yeah.
and people who work for the smartest science, they are wrong.
Sasha, hold on a second. Hey, neutral. What scientists have proved that the Earth is curving?
Which one hasn't?
That's
yeah,
so
that's
weird.
that's
That's
it's a burden of proof reversal fallacy that you've just committed. I'm asking you who has. You're making a positive claim.
Aristotle.
Aristotle didn't do that either. No, dude, are you serious?
They
for
literally
real?
claimed it. They
No, claims are one thing. Prove. Did you hear me say prove? Who proved it?
Oh, I thought you were asking me to go like as far back. That's fine. Okay.
No, I'm asking you who, not who claimed it. You understand the difference?
Yeah, because you're claiming it.
I'm not claiming anything.
Oh, so then what are you doing?
So then the Earth is not a globe, then, since you're making that claim here today, and no scientists are making that claim, right?
So they can't do that, but you can? That's okay?
No, I didn't make any claim. Remember? Did you forget already? Dude, that was like 5 seconds. Are you paying attention?
Yeah, of course.
Dude, you got to do better at your trolling. So the Earth apparently is not a globe since there is no scientific evidence for it. Okay?
Of course not. No, because if there was, you would say no.
What? Oh, so there isn't any, but if there was, I would say no.
Yes.
Why are you doing that?
Would you say no?
Of course not. Scientific evidence would be great, although it's not the right genre, so science doesn't even deal with this particular topic.
A genre?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what a genre is?
Yeah, I definitely know what genre is.
Okay.
Geometry?
So in geometry, would you be using science to figure out the shape of something, or geometry?
Naturally.
For 500 points? Sorry?
Of course I would. I'm smarter than a fifth grader.
So you would use science to figure out the shape of something?
How else would you do it? Is there another?
Okay, give me the hypothesis for a square.
Are you saying there's another way to do it?
Can you give me the hypothesis for a square, please?
Are you saying there's another way?
Friend, I'm just asking you to go ahead and demonstrate how you would do this. Using science, figuring out, shapes and stuff. Is there a hypothesis for a square?
Yes.
Great, what is it?
Painter.
That's how we measure it. How do you do it?
Hypotheses are not measurements. Hypothesis, please.
Hypotheses aren't measurements.
You don't know, man, what that it is. Is that
I have to think about that.
Well, think about it on mute in the meantime.
Yeah, because they're definitely not. You know why? Because
what's not?
Like, you obviously know why.
Hypotheses aren't measurements, right? So you wouldn't the scientific method to figure out a shape, now would you?
No, that is literally how.
No, you clearly would not be doing that. So then, what would you be using to figure out, or like if you wanted to measure a table or something like that? What would you do?
Is geometry part of the scientific method?
No, it's not. Why are you even asking me that question? You should know this by now. How old are you? Are you a grown-ass man?
You don't think it is?
I know it's not. It's not even defined that way. You won't even definition. So.
You don't think it is?
Well, you could prove me wrong and give me the definition or give me the steps of the scientific method and see if, measuring things in there to find out their shape is in that.
Mm-hmm.
You just give me the definition of hypothesis, see if it has anything to do with measurements.
Shall we measure it together?
Measure what together?
Whatever you want.
All right, so you're done here then, right? This is the white flag. The trolling has you've given up.
Trolling?
Because
he's not trolling, dude. He just doesn't. He's insecure. He's like, I'm lost. I feel delusional. I feel like dizzy. He's like, let me tap it out. Yeah.
Dizzy.
Okay.
It's okay, man.
Tell him.
Earth
Do you want to know about?
It's never been.
Do you want to know about geometry?
Earth, yeah. Geometry, Earth, yes. Please tell me.
Yeah. I told you, there is observation of 10 mile of flatness in reality. That cannot exist on this sphere because that's flat. You cannot have flat surface on the sphere.
Can you measure a square?
Can you repeat what I told you?
Can you measure a sphere?
What I told you.
Don't worry about it, Sasha. He's done.
Because I want it nicely, without any, I don't know.
Yeah, the science.
He got what he wanted. He got muted and he left.
Yeah, science is about determining cause and effect relationship. The cause of table is a man who made it. Dumbass.
Oh, did the little toaster leave?
proven scientific method. The ignorance people protecting more globe than intelligent people. What that tells you?
What do you think's worse, Sasha? The guys on his level who come in saying that they know that there's curvature, or that they know that they're moving. Like, which one's worse, you think?
That's for moving.
That's like the sillier one.
Because
yeah, it probably is. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it was in a time when I never thought about that. When I went out 2017, that was the time, outside, and when I saw the clouds, first time with the reason why I'm watching them, then I realized, oh my God, that was my expression.
Yeah, I came to the level first, and then the motion. Like, they're pretty close together.
Yeah.
But I'm like, yeah, dude, like, level is
The same,
straight.
level dating. But when I all my life I watched the clouds. Do you understand me? I never watch it like this time, like a Coriolis watching or whatever. It was like, oh, it was like, what? Like, it's so obvious that it's so. That's so obvious what you experience. It was that belief that somehow I don't know, maybe gravity. I don't know what belief was that, like, thinking that I'm spinning around. I don't know what that kept me all these years.
Yeah. I mean, I was just telling you, like, that's what I came to. But yeah, when these guys come in, this level of this guy, whoever he was, the guy who was just like couldn't see straight just a second ago. Yeah, like when they make the claim that level is curved, is that weirder, or is it weirder that they believe they're in motion without any? They don't even have the justification for it yet. They don't even remember why they're in motion or how they're like. Wait, we're in motion, and the sun moves. Wait, we're in motion, but the sun moves. They don't even remember why they think they're moving.
I think there is one important aspect of the math. You know that math is important if we want to at least clarify something, about the size, or let's say. But most people, I remember from the school, they was not interested in the math. 95% of the class was not interested in the math. That was the most, odious class to be, Let's do anything else, but not math, please don't. No. Do you get me? And I think people went in the world like that, and they went. I was surprised because I knew the math in the past, but when you tell people that 8 inches per mile square, and when you say 1 foot observer has 1.2 miles, for any person who thinking that's like, my God, why so near? What is going on? Well, that's not possible. That's not possible. That's first things what you're thinking, like if you want to take a math. That's not possible. That's like what are you talking about? Because Earth is big, and it must be somewhere. I don't know. People are thinking that's something, but when you're speaking about math, they still doesn't want to, because many people doesn't want to go into numbers. But if you go to the numbers, it's telling you immediately, oh my God, this is so obvious, so easy to measure, even not so difficult. I was surprised. I was expecting in a time. Oh, when I was looking at curve calculator, I thought, oh, what? I can do that with my height, What?
Yeah, it's just obvious.
Knows
Yeah.
from experience, from I don't know, story in the life. Oh, it was fog that day where somebody was on the sea. Not speaking of a flat earth, that you saw something in a distance one time in a life. Do you understand me? Somewhere 5, 7, 8 kilometers. Do you understand? Everybody saw something. But you never put that in consideration because why? Because it's. But that's the math now. Today, if you look into the math, it's finished. It's like, what do you want to prove? That refraction story, that's a ridiculous story. That's ridiculous. That's only for, I don't know, fairy tale story for adults.
It's for the grown up children, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
They got lasers. They're flying in starships. They got, they like it.
Yes.
Magic refraction.
Yesterday, the guy said about oil rigs. I asked him, what is with that water, what we are seeing behind the oil rigs? That water, immediately after the oil rigs, he said that water behind the oil rigs, it's real, it's physical, but it's not on real location. And I repeated that sentence 5 times. Do you know what you said, man? And I don't know what you said and what that means. My English is not perfect, but you said something totally ridiculous. The water, what is there, what is physical, is not on real location. What?
Yeah, it is convenient. The only time anybody's ever seen these amazing mirages is when it comes to flat Earth. That's the only sightings of these mirages. That's it. Like, no, listen, I know that the Earth's not flat because I've seen mirages that debunk the flat Earth. Well, when have you seen them when have you seen them in a different topic? Well, no, I've never seen them in another topic. It's only in the flat Earth, globe Earth topic that I've seen.
There are other experiences in life, military service, That was 30 years ago. It was a long time ago, But I remember I was on that weapon. It could shoot, I don't know, 5 to 7 kilometers, not so long, but nothing accounting on nothing. To understand me, that's what Glover proposing, That was my what Coriolis? What they're talking about? I never, I got 2 weeks of how to say holidays because of my shooting. Do you understand me?
Yeah, you were good.
Yeah. I got the target, but it was not so difficult. The weapon was good. It's not that you could be also only if you are idiot to miss. But yeah, but we didn't learn anything about that stuff or that like the sniper things or I don't know. And for me, it's now elevation profile, and they want map. Then give me any map, and then let's put it like a relief map. Let's make from that map a relief map. And if it's
Yeah, but how about like when you were so the Coriolis you didn't have to account for, but what about like if you were shooting something on the horizon? When you aimed left or right of your center point, did you have to aim down to the curvature?
Yeah, I was anti-aircrafter, but that weapon was also for the targets on the ground and targets in the not so long distance in the air. I don't know now. I don't remember. Maybe 2,000 meters.
Yeah, what I'm pointing out is like, say you're at the beach, right? You're staring straight out at the beach. That's the Earth hump sagittal right there at the center. So to the left and the right of it, if you were to aim off to the right, however many degrees to where it was a mile, it was just a few degrees, and it would throw you off like a mile over the distance. You'd have to aim lower, right? Because the Earth curve drops to the left and right.
No,
they teach you that or no?
No. I will tell you what that teaches. They were teaching about the speed, and it was you needed to somehow to calculate yourself with your brain. That will be 1 or 2 seconds with the angular size in the sky of the airplane. Understand me? You see you're watching your how to say that thing's like I don't know how to say in English, like a mirror, I get
what you're saying.
Yeah.
According to the angle, to get the distance, to get the speed, to shoot for it.
Yeah, and you only think what you're doing, assuming that somehow you need to shoot in front of the airplane. of one or two angular size of the aeroplane or half size. You are measuring like that. Do you understand me? You are imagining the angular size of the aeroplane and shooting in front of aeroplane, because aeroplane in that shoot of 1 or 2 seconds when the bullet will come, will arrive in that point, and you're practically
That's what
shooting in
they
front
that's
of.
what they should be doing on a globe. It should be the airplanes should be aiming for where the destination will be. But
Yeah, but practically you're following the airplane. You're not. You need to shoot in front of him, and you don't account any. You don't. You're watching the flight of airplane. You don't think about the earth or rotation or anything. Do you understand me?
no, I understand. It's super obvious. It's so dumb to think that you would even have to account for it with the numbers we give you. It's stupid.
And it's more difficult in the air to shoot a target with that weapon, because on the ground you have, and depends also on the ground if his target is moving or is stationary. Yeah, if he's moving, still again you need to shoot in a direction. It depends of the speed, but it depends. You
Yeah,
can have a car.
everybody who's watched cartoons, they know that if you are in that situation with this guy who's going to shoot, you're going to run in zigzags, so he can't account for where you're going to be. Everybody knows you run away. You run away in zigzags.
I think that I never shot from the sniper or that kind of weapons. I think that also wind can influence, or strong wind can influence also any bullet.
Yeah, it's the real stuff that affects real things. Yeah.
And that's what you cannot influence. You cannot know, because you have, for example, winds in Croatia on the seaside. You have winds called Bora. That's winds. What is doing like I don't know how to explain. It's on the sequence. It's doing like a 1 second. It's doing and you don't feel nothing for 2 seconds, and again it's coming 3 seconds of the wind, and then you feel again 2 seconds of nothing. That kind of wind.
I gotta do some work.
Yeah, but everything is, when you think, everything it's practically used for the flat earth, and yeah. People were navigating with astrolabe. Is that correct? But I think sphere was not there when astrolabe was invented. I can joke now. My father asked me, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" Daddy, I want to be flat earther.
شريعة Hey, is anyone there? what's with this pop-up shit, eh? You have rewards waiting. It's like, piss off, Discord. Not interested. Yeah, I love it, Sasha. Because like you show them a cup of water, they say, "Oh, that's too small." Right? Bathtub too small. Like too small. Okay, go to the ocean. That's too big. It's like, okay. Where do we see? Oh, you have to get higher. Oh, okay. Here's some footage from higher. Oh no, you got to get higher than that. Well, okay. Here's some higher footage. Oh no, you got to go to space. Oh, fuck's sake, bro! Like, oh man, just keep kicking that can, right?
It's moving the goalpost. It's what they do. It's like they have to keep moving the goalpost. There isn't any way to debunk the globe because they don't really make a claim that it's like, here it is, here's the goal. You kick it through this goalpost, it falsifies the globe.
Right. Exactly. And then eventually all they have is someone else's testimony, right? Like it's not even their own. It's classic. It's not even something that they can do within reason. Look out, here's trouble. Had his breakfast. He's ready for someone. Got his wheat bix in there. Let me at him. Got a couple hours for work. Hey, what happened to you last night? Anyway, you disappeared on us. Matrix.
Oh, last night, two individual calls popped up, which sapped up 2.5 hours of my awesome time. And when I'd finished, I looked at the time and went, I ain't going back in there. It's too late now. So I went to bed.
Fair enough. Fair enough. What, Discord calls?
Discord calls, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. You know how some people every now and then just need someone to talk to and get a whole heap of shit off their chest?
Oh, you're playing Dr. Phil.
Yes, contrary to popular beliefs, I don't talk all the time and I do listen to people's shit, so...
Well, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks.
Oh, you know what it's like. Just sometimes you need just someone to get it out. Anyways.
What is your Wheat Bix record anyway?
My Wheat Bix record, 9.
Yeah, 9. Nice. I think I used to do about 7. I didn't want to try any more than that.
7 used to be my daily thing. I had this slightly larger bowl, and I could line all of them up in it. Like you stand them up on end, and you line a whole heap of them up, and then like 5, and then one on each side, all stood up, so I fit the lot in. It was great.
Oh no! I was going to say, you build a pyramid out of it?
Well, with the other bowls, the best you could do was 4, and then you'd have to break them to fit them on the sides. But yeah, with the big bowl, it was great. You just load them all in, and of course, there was the appropriate amount of sugar to go with each individual brick.
Yeah. My uncle used to eat a phenomenal amount, so I can't even remember, like, into the teens. Like, I can't. He might have even ate 20 one morning or something like that, like something crazy.
Damn.
Yeah, and he was only a little guy too. Like he had a stomach like bigger than anything. Yeah. I used to love because we were poor, so we had powdered milk a lot of the time, and I'd get a little bit of extra powdered milk after I'd got my milk on it and the sugar, and I'd get powdered milk and sprinkle it over the top of it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I only have them with cold milk. I don't know how people eat them with hot water and stuff like that. That's nasty.
Yeah, that's for babies. That's like making Farex or something.
One of my mates only ever eats them. So, boiling hot water for half of it, and the other half is milk. That's how he eats them. I'm like, dude, you just reckon them. You've just
might as well just put it
perfectly
in a
good Wheat Bix.
Yeah, might as well just drink it, right?
Oh, it's horrible. He basically just turns it into slop. You know when you get the old Wheat Bix musher for babies, baby food musher, the old like hand grind ones? You'd probably...
Yeah.
All I can think of, whenever I see him do Weet-Bix, all I can think of is that device with baby food coming out the bottom of it, all mushed up. Nasty.
Yeah. Yes. Save the hot water and milk for porridge.
Yes. It's something weird. It's only been in the last probably 5 years that I've actually started eating porridge. Like prior to that, nah, nasty. That's just slop. Get away with it.
Yeah, I had no choice when I was a kid. But, if that was breakfast, that was breakfast. But
If that's what was served, yes.
yeah.
Here's breakfast. Yes.
What is this? The 1300s? God, man. It was the only thing stepdad was any good for was making porridge. He made the best porridge.
What, slow cooked it overnight type stuff, or got up super early and long cooked it?
Yeah, yeah, and then just the way he'd serve it and that, and we'd cook toast on the open fire with a twig. Go find a fork outside, and then, we'd just make one and keep it there for a while until it broke or whatever, make a new one. But yeah, and then you just have a little bit of brown sugar in it, and you just sort of like swirl it through a little bit, and then plop a little piece of butter in the middle. Man, it was so good. And you had your toast on the side. It's a good feed. I didn't mind it.
Yeah, Mum was saying when she was younger, when she'd go over to Dad's place, and they lived like full opposite ends of the town. And when I say opposite ends, I'm talking, 15, 16 k's away. So that's, anyways. Mum was saying when she had porridge and stuff at home, like they'd use rolled oats and that, it was never ever cooked properly. It was still like, because it was only ever like short cooked. And Mum said when she'd go over to Dad's place, they used to slow cook it overnight, and it was just this beautiful, smooth, velvety, and then sprinkled with brown sugar. And she said, "Oh yeah, you'd fight someone for it. It was that good." And then she'd go home, and it was like, "This is putrid."
Right. Yeah, it is like that. It's like, like ghee. Yeah, it needs to be long cooked. Yeah, need to get that softened up, right? Like, you don't want to be chewing on bits, picking them out of your teeth and all. If you need a toothpick after eating porridge, they didn't cook it right.
Yes, that's what Mum said. If it wasn't done right, you'd still have chunky bits, and you'd get it. It was horrible. And yeah. Well, I'm going to pop into that other channel that just popped up. And,
oh, really?
I don't know how long. Back chats.
Oh, okay. All right.
So that might well be interesting.
Yeah.
Y'all got me wanting to eat porridge now.
What's that? Sorry?
I said now you guys are wanting me to eat, making me want to eat porridge. Like I am now interested in what it tastes like.
Once you jazz it up, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Send him a box of Weet-Bix instead. Just put hot water on it. Same result.
Yes.
Yeah, but apparently if I don't cook it right, it tastes like ass. So I gotta find somebody who knows.
Once you get a good recipe or whatever, you cook yourself something. You're gonna need your soft brown sugar, right? Yeah,
Okay.
that's the go with it, and a little bit of butter. Yeah, and milk if milk's optional, but like usually you just put not too much. You don't want it going cold on you. You just put a little bit of milk in it, sort of sort of spread to the edges a little bit. Takes the bite out of the heat bite out of it, but it's still warm. Like, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna go check this out. Back on.
What's up, Indio? Good to see you. You know, we had what's his name? Oh, B-Man 92, I think it was. And he's afraid of you, dude. He is afraid of you. He basically admitted that. He's like, "Oh, that guy, that Indian or the Chinese looking guy with the mustache." I was like, "Oh, that was Indio." He's like, "Yeah, I don't like him. I won't go in the VC if he's in there." It was too good. I'm like, man, he must have smoked your ass then.
Geez, that's a lot of muted people.
Honors.
do your social security card or
It's the map before the territory problem. It's the simulation before the thing being simulated problem. It's all the same. I was just thinking, you know how people have done Doom hacks or they'd mess with perspective, you know, or they would like set pi to like 4 instead of 3.14 or something, and everything gets wonky donkey. I mean, I bet somebody could conceptually do like a telecentric Doom hack.
Dude, I guarantee it. You'd play Doom in orthographic orthographic projection of Doom, dude. That would be weird. Wouldn't that be a 2D side scroller?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Well, what happens when you spin to the right?
Oh my god, dude! Now I'm getting confused. The Earth appears as a perfectly flat. That wasn't the whole prompt. The perfectly flat circular disk with zero perspective distortion. Landmass at the edges are not foreshortened; they're curved away. The sunlit hemisphere of North and South America is visible in stunning clarity. Clean, sharp lighting against the blackness of space. It couldn't do it.
That's amazing. Why it couldn't do it? I mean, you think you'd be able to get that effect if you could go far away from the globe and then magnify the image. You can get something close to that, but I guess still no.
Yeah.
No.
You have to get far enough for the parallel rays, right? I mean, or
What physics engine is it using, though? That's the other thing you gotta. Because if you're playing around with it, then you have to figure out what physics engine is it pulling from. Because if it doesn't get the physics right, then how would you know what I mean? Because Kerbal Space-Time has a specific type of physics engine that it works off of to get the perspective that you do when you play that game. And it's not even correct, but you know it's closer than.
No, they're not. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. They're not correct at all. Well, the AI is just getting trained on shitloads of images, right? That were captured to Earth. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna make some composite of freaking all these images I made. 3D video games. It says that it said that in 3D game engines, the camera has no size. It is an infinitely small pinhole.
I guess that makes sense. I mean,
yeah, but
if you were to,
I mean, that could be why 3D rendered games don't actually look right. Okay, because lenses actually have a size, and the size of the lens does affect the geometry. It's actually easy to prove this, right? With the telecentric lens, right? If the lens is the size of the freaking object, then it's capturing, light that's coming from the sides, the edges, right? Now, say you have a lens that's larger than the object, like a Rubik's Cube or something, right? You could capture the sides of the Rubik's Cube from straight on.
What do they challenge you on ray tracing? It being like the way the light dynamically works off of in a game, so they'll say that ray tracing is a great way to represent how light works in a game versus reality. It's similar. Why would they say that, based on that, you could actually assimilate what reality is based on, in a video game? They just put a thing there, but it's eerily similar, the idea, the perspective, with the way light falls on.
Yeah, it's similar. It's similar, but the problem is that they're using some of the parts in the 3D engine, right, are not real. You don't have an fucking infinitely small pinhole in your head. You got two eyes. It's not they're not infinitely small pinholes. They have a size, right? They have a diameter, and that's why I think 3D video games are still inaccurate, because they're not doing probably this crucial step. They're not representing the camera. They're just doing a geometric projection from their little 3D generated world onto a plane through a freaking pinhole, right? It's not even a pinhole; it's a mathematical point, right? So they make sure that all the lines, the ray traces, pass through that mathematical point and then project onto a plane. But that's like, that plane is just a mirror image scaled down of the 3D environment. But in the real world, right, that point that all the lines go through, it's not how it really works. Like, we don't have a point, we have a diameter, right? We have the lens in our eye has a diameter. That means it captures more than just. Okay, so think about it like this: you look at a point of light out there in space, and you have a 10 diameter lens. Well, the top of the lens and the bottom of the lens and all the space in between has its own unique angle to that dot of light.
Hi.
Right?
Hey, you guys.
And Nate,
Sorry
why
for
are you
interrupting.
interrupting? Please let me finish my sentence. Thank you. Okay? So, each part of your lens, each segment of your lens has a different angle to that point, whatever you're looking at. So the image gets smeared out. I'm sure you've heard AI say this. Cameras create images by excluding light. That's how it creates images. You're blocking light out to create a more focused image, so that all the myriad of rays that go through the opening, instead of being smeared out, get focused.
I'm reminded of Byzantine art, how perspectives reverse. It's almost like the aperture is bigger than the object. So if you were to scale down like a Rubik's Cube to a small size, smaller than the aperture, you could see 5 sides of it at once.
Exactly. And like, there's actually some videos on YouTube with people doing this with telecentric lenses, right? They'll have a giant telecentric lens, and then they'll take something that's significantly smaller than it, and you can see the sides of the object.
Yeah, reverse perspective. Yep. Yep, and our eyes are functionally built in a way where that's possible, I guess, maybe geometrically at least. Not that you'd be able to focus on something like that, but.
Well, we got stereoscopic vision, so I mean.
Yeah, if you close one eye. But yeah.
Plus, your eyes will deform. Did you know that your eyes will deform? Like, to look at an object, you actually have like adaptive optics in your head.
I wonder who put that there.
Yeah, somebody who knew how the world would have to be perceived for survival.
Nah, it came out of the Evolution Casino, man.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they get snake eyes every time they roll their dice.
Yeah, I think about how this relates to the stars all the time now. The stars might behave like a modified Doom wad or Doom engine, where you do telecentric projection. What does that mean for rotations, right? How do you perceive a rotation telecentrically of an environment about you?
Hello, guys.
Hi.
Dude, you just made me think of something I gotta work on. I'm not even gonna say it right now. Anyway.
I hope you do. DM me.
You guys come in here with music, man. At least make it good music.
Yeah, go work on that, man. Go do it. There is a star tracking software called Gaia that does something like this, although not quite. Where
No, what I was thinking of. That's not what I was thinking of. What I was thinking of is, okay, so the way a telecentric lens works is that it's the size of the thing. It has to be the diameter, at least, of the thing you're looking at. And the stop has to be right at the focal point, right? Just like you have a magnifying glass, right? The Phi-Ants, right? Your Phi-Ants at the focal point.
Yeah.
Okay, so what if the sky has like some variable focal point? It does have a gradient, and as you move around, the way it should look should change because where do your depth, like, okay, so say that the air is acting like a giant lens. As you move up and down vertically, the lens you're looking through is changing, like adaptive optics, right? Changing. Right. So how would you always stay at the focal point? Like I said, it's not fully fleshed out, this idea, but it's very odd. What if we're seeing everything as if we're looking through a giant telecentric lens? So all the rays appear in parallel, but they're actually not in parallel. Well, I mean, they just appear in parallel because of the way the sky works.
Yeah, our vision. And it's coupled with our vision, the way it works, and how we perceive the sky. So, I think that was a problem in creating the idea of like models and such, which a lot of people can say like, well, we live on this thing or we live on that thing, and they have a map, created and such. It's like, how did you get from the idea that you can construct a model and then therefore say it's reality, if there's no way to perceive reality as a whole, like the entirety of the realm in which we exist? How could you then, give us an idea of what it is in its entirety?
What's funny? Stellarium's code actually renders a personal dome. Call it. They use a unit sphere and projection off the horizontal and vertical axes in order to map user-specific, user-dependent location and time of stellar objects against the backdrop that's one unit away. So this thing could be scaled up or scaled down to any size, and all the angular relationships retain proportionality. I thought that was interesting. Man, didn't mean to drop a turd in the punch bowl of this conversation. Sorry, guys.
No, dude, I'm checking something out because I'm pretty sure the AI told me that the sun does not have an observer-dependent position or something weird like that.
The moon too, probably.
I just gotta find it.
Hello, Jimsy. Yesterday I called you at my home. Then why didn't you come?
What the hell are you talking about?
Take that to DMs, folks.
A rascal. That's all.
Yeah, more work needs to be done with moon shadows and the moon dial. How the FED crew, Ballbuster crew, brought up the moon dial as a potential heliocentrism debunk. I remember thinking about that, like, yeah, that seems to make sense. I never really dug into it. we're supposed to have parallel rays from the sun because it's so huge and so far away compared to a globe Earth. And that's how you get curvature. And it's also curvature dependent at the same time. But if the moon seems to function the same way with the moon dial as the sun does with the sundial, is there a way to discern ray parallelism from convergence or divergence depending on your frame of reference relative to the way the sun functions in a similar fashion? Like, should it function the same way? If it is the same way, if the shadows are cast in a similar fashion. I haven't really thought about it. Something I've wondered too, maybe there's an answer to it, but does the moon's apparent luminosity coincide with the phases completely? Now, is it possible that like a half moon could be brighter than a full moon in some cases?
I can't test it for you, mate. Too much light pollution here.
I was going to say, wouldn't it vary from luminosity depending on where you are? Because then you got like more light pollution, less light pollution, depending on the air outside, will, give you more or less of that luminosity. Like, there's a lot of contributing factors that would give you the.
Because I know I've seen full moons that aren't very bright, perceptibly, and
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen full moons that are extremely bright and do cast shadows. I've seen that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I think that would be extremely difficult to actually gauge, like, when you're going to get the specific luminosity based on the moon cycle. I think there's more contributing factors than just that. I would say. How what you guys think?
Well, tomorrow's the day where all 1-star to 4-star generals across all armed services are descending upon Quantico Military Base, south of Washington, D.C. Marine Corps Headquarters Base.
Make sure you give at least 10 days advance notice and tell the whole world you're doing that.
Well, I've been talking about it in Frontline. I don't know if you guys have seen, but yeah, there is some sort of military preparation that are being put in place into most of the major cities that have quote-unquote problems.
Jimsy, hello.
What?
That's GEMS by Jimsy. Why this guy is not talking?
Are you talking to us in here?
Please don't interrupt.
Yeah, go on mute, bro.
What brown truck?
Carlos.
Go on mute or I'm muting you.
Wait a minute.
Who are you trying to talk to, Carlos?
Okay, I'm leaving. Okay, if you have any other problem, then I'm leaving.
Your loss.
Okay.
The one thing I will say is VC etiquette with some of the people here is freaking horrible.
Yeah.
Some of them are brilliant, but others are like, yeah, first time on Discord.
That sounds like brain worms. Is it a generational thing or is it like a regional thing?
I agree with John Z again.
Brain worms.
It's all that street food.
Ooh.
Parasitic ridden.
Dude, you know, like that. No, they got it solved, man. They eat parasites that eat their parasites, so they're good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there's another question you could put down, AV. Street food or carny food?
Oh, that's tough, man.
Wow.
It depends where you go, man. Like, that's all I gotta say.
No, that's not an option.
I mean, you go somewhere in the Mediterranean, you get some street food there. It's a bit more high class than you do with these, like other countries that are just, you know, super unsanitary. You stick your hand in the punch bowl and like, yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, Bangladeshi street food is a different level.
Parasite paradise.
Just get something that's loaded up with chili. Parasites don't like that stuff.
Yeah, how do you know what's in your chili? That's the other thing.
Nothing, because it's too hot.
So what type of meat are they using?
The other white meat.
I'll tell you how to figure it out, dude. It's really simple. You look around for the domestic animal that's missing. That's what you're eating.
Shoot, man, they straight up tell you what they're using. Yeah, this is you know, this dog right here. Not even kidding.
You gotta wonder about these Chinese takeout places, and you order chicken. It's like this weird shriveled up thing of meat. You're like, that used to be chicken.
A long time ago, my friend, he worked for a Chinese food restaurant, and none of the people in there, they were straight off the boat from China. And they would come over, and they couldn't speak English, but they would drink beer with us. And one time they showed us a pamphlet that they got when they came into America, and it all was like a pictogram of like different animals X'd out, right? You can't eat these.
Years ago, where I used to live in Newcastle, there was a Chinese restaurant, like takeaway shop, and you wouldn't believe what was right next door. A freaking vet.
Yeah, dude.
When I first saw it, I laughed so hard, and Mum's like, "What's so funny? I don't get it. What's so funny?" It's like, "Mum, hello, wake up, look what's next door." You're telling us about this mad Chinese shop, and they've got a vet next door.
Matrix, I shit you not. Okay, when off of Route 29 south of Manassas, Virginia, there was a like a rinky-dink, like 2-story farmhouse thing that was converted, and on one of the floors, I think the first floor was a vet clinic, and on the second floor was a Korean deli.
And stuff all cats in the area.
Dude, yeah, I mean, it's so, like, I mean, we used to joke about that all the time. Like, what the hell is this? Like, that's a little bit on the nose, isn't it? Come on. Go euthanize your cat and come out with, like, burgers?
Damn.
Oh, shit.
Hey, you wouldn't think there's enough meat on those things, man, if you're going to make a burger.
Yeah, but okay, maybe shish kebabs.
Yeah, it's probably better.
The chicken here is a little chewy, guys.
There's some grinders that will make everything look like a burger.
Yeah, that's right. It'll mince it up.
Doesn't matter what you throw at it. I mean, type of animal or people or whatever.
Yeah, dude.
Well, What, make burgers out of brainworms?
I was telling you the other day, man. I was watching a video. This guy coaxed a little octopus outside of, it was like a seashell he had, and that dude just slurped it up. I just started busting out laughing. I was like, dude, humans will eat just about anything. He slurped up an octopus from the seashell, bro, and it's just freaking tentacles were sticking out of his mouth. He's just like spaghetti, dude. He just slurped it up. I'm like, this is insane, bro. Like, I mean, who knows where the octopus is? Like, he's probably carrying like so many parasites.
I'm not gonna lie, octopus is delicious.
Yeah, would you slurp it out of a seashell?
Seashells.
Yeah, he just scooped it out of the ocean and just swallowed it.
He was coaxing it out of a seashell, and then he ate like as soon as it came out, he slurped it up like spaghetti.
He like poured fresh water on it, and it fucking was like, "I'm out of here," and then fucking he mauled that shit.
Yeah, he went to work.
I get a cook out of when they eat the octopuses, right? And the octopus is still alive and it's fighting, right? It's trying to like pull itself out of the dude's mouth with its tentacles, dude. It's the craziest shit.
Well, that's what this one was doing, but he just like went ahead and just crunched it like you could hear him crunching it like a carrot. I'm like, this is insane, bro. Like,
How do you know he's not gonna bite his way out of your body?
well, I mean, that's a risk you're gonna have to just chance, I guess.
You saying octopus out of a seashell? That doesn't add up.
Yeah, he was inside of a seashell. I don't know how he got in there, but I guess he coaxed it out with water. He did something. The thing came out, and he popped his head out and he just slurped it up.
They do stuff like hermit crabs. They'll take over a shell and just live in it.
Okay, yeah.
Squatters.
I'm blaming Biden. They would have got evicted, but Biden let them squat that seashell.
The rent is too damn high.
Well, we know who's gonna make it to the apocalypse. That's for sure.
Everyone that works for BlackRock? What?
So that dude, man. Oh. That digital ID is being masqueraded as something else in America. It's something to do with like AI, facial recognition or something. I guess Trump announced that they're going to try that out. It's not quite the digital ID that other countries have, but it's eerily similar to that.
Well, in America, the government kind of can't do stuff like that unless you're in public. When you're in public, they can do whatever the fuck they want. But in private, they can't do stuff like that, so they outsource it to corporations because they can do stuff like that. It's really... People say there's no privacy, but it's like... No one is snooping in your business, dude. You're just putting your shit out there. Just like go on TikTok. The crap people just put out there of their personal lives. It's pretty crazy, man. You thought having sex with the curtains open was risque. Go on TikTok.
No thanks.
No thanks.
Yeah, you're basically saying TikTok saying hold my beer, huh?
Yeah, it's like holy shit. It might be time to admit that the internet was a bad idea.
I think the government thinks it was a bad idea.
But look at all what we've accomplished. All the good that came out of it.
Like going
Problem is
backwards?
there's no counterbalance. That's the problem. You need a counterbalance, something that's incentivized you to be away from the internet. The only reason people now get away from the internet, not because they want to, but because they have to, right? But there should be something counterbalancing that's enjoyable. Like outdoor people are just like vanished. Like people that just like, do outdoor stuff, right? As a percentage of the population, it's shrinking. The people that do outdoor activities are just shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. I mean, the cars was bad enough. Like, oh, I went outdoors. I drove around. Like, no, that's not outdoors. I mean, technically, you're not in your house, but I wouldn't call you a outdoorsman because you drove around in your car.
The car has doors and you're inside of them. That's not outdoors.
Good point.
Yeah, like
What if you
people
hang your
go
head out the window like a dog?
like people go camping, and they've got like, I mean, is it ridiculous? There's a word for it called like glamping or glorified or something like. I may have been saying the word wrong.
Good. I call it you bring your house to the woods. You literally bring your entire house into the woods with you. The frickin' RVs and stuff. I went camping in my RV that's, luxuriously appointed with, a dishwasher, a garbage disposal, a television, washer, dryer. Like, it's got everything.
All we need for this conversation is back in my day. And it's kind of
back in my day. We just brought some deer sinew and a Bowie knife.
That was it. Yeah, some weatherproof matches, and they dropped you off, and they came and picked you up in the next Sunday. If you missed the rally point, then you stayed an extra week.
I mean, when you go camping to some of these places, you'd rather have like a truck or an RV because there's some dangerous animals out there that will eat you up and your children.
You got kissing bugs that are gonna kill you. Like, have you heard about that kissing bug? That's in the southern part of America. That thing bites you in the face, man. You're cooked.
It gives you parasites.
Yeah, it does. You scratch that area where it bit you. You spread the parasite through your blood system, and bye you.
Yummy. They've been around for a long time, so it's nothing new. It's not like they started last week and they've taken over the world. That stuff has been around for forever. But there's some weaponized versions of those bugs. What was it, like Deer Island in Connecticut, I think it was, or something like that? They kind of weaponized some of these bugs.
Jimsy, isn't the tick that changes the ability to eat meat? It wasn't bioengineered.
There's something about a tick that if it bites you, I think it introduces something in your body that you won't be able to metabolize meat. You'll be like allergic to. I guess the parasite causes that chain of events. There's gotta be some mechanism, but yeah, after you get bitten and infected, once you start eating meat, you get allergies. So you gotta turn into a vegan.
Yeah, I know. That's the other thing. Why don't you just take something that gets rid of the parasite?
Take something that what?
To eliminate the parasite. That's what causes it.
That's a thing. Yeah. Well, obviously, people have been cleaning them. It's terrain. If your terrain is clean, and you need good organisms because there's such a thing as good organisms. You need your terrain has to be clean and active with good flora and also nutrients. And then, but if you have the opposite, you have low nutrients and then bad flora, then that's the issue there. And also waste, because some of the organisms, instead of cleaning your body, they actually just throwing bad stuff into your body like a dump.
Yeah, we need to go in depth with a parasite conversation on Frontline for sure.
The research into parasites seems just like sketchy to me. Sketchy in the sense that it doesn't seem like well organized. It seems like there's some people over here researching like one type, like parasites that affect this particular thing, and parasites over here. Like it doesn't seem to like there's tropical parasites or parasites that are in some other thing, but it seems like it's all discombobulated, right? It's very strange.
Yeah, there's not
There's
one
tons
book.
of different types of parasites, but it just seems like it's very categorized, and there's no cross reference between them.
Talking about correlation doesn't equal causation, right?
Yeah, but they don't even correlate that, right? It's like it doesn't. Maybe because parasites are too freaking variable or something.
And smart.
'Cause, man, they take a lot of different forms.
Yeah. But those microorganisms, they do wreak havoc in the body, depending if your body cannot fight off the type of parasite. Because I think, people ingest parasites every day in the different types of food that they eat, unknowingly,
You're supposed to have a certain flora that whenever an invader that is not supposed to be there, your body basically, you have an army that basically takes care of that most of the time.
Yeah, but think if you have a living organism inside your body, your immune system is at like the cellular level. How is it going to destroy? How are a bunch of white blood cells going to destroy a fucking parasite that, relative to its size, is like 1,000 times larger? It doesn't
No
even.
white cells. You do have like actual bacterium. Like people label them probiotics or whatever. Or
yeah.
But those are parasites that are symbiotic with you. Like they actually are doing certain functions. They transform certain foods into B vitamins, and they transform. They kind of like working with your body. But and they colonize your gut and colonize certain areas of your body. And
Yeah, but how do they destroy parasites?
Well, that's a good question.
Parasites are small, but they're still incredibly large compared to bacteria.
No, but that's the thing, though. The parasite is a spectrum. That is not only worms. In the bacteria have parasitic functions. What we call viruses. You remember that we have the viruses that are the fictional sense of things. When you get the ones that we saw on TV that look like globes. But then you have the smallest of parasites that are called actual viruses. But that's not what they told us in the TV, right? It's a different thing. You have parasites that are very small, then bacteria that are a little bigger, and then you have things that look like little worms and then bigger worms.
Let me ask you, what is the smallest parasite?
The name of it? That's no, I don't know. I don't have the name.
I don't need to know the name. Like how big is it? Is it like the size of a human cell? Is it like bigger than that? Like size of a bacteria? Obviously, there's bacteria parasites too, right? There's
smaller than a bacteria.
What is it called? Endomysiosis or something? Some fucking parasite that. Oh, like an amoeba.
They can live in your cells, actually, like take holes of your cells.
Yeah,
it crosses the blood-brain barrier, doesn't it? And amoeba.
Yeah. Brain-eating amoeba.
Yeah, he can cross the blood-brain barrier. Yeah, those guys are nasty fellows.
That's the other thing about the terrain, that if the terrain is being diluted, like with chemicals and stuff, that your body has a bunch of layers that doesn't allow for certain things to pass. But then if your terrain is there's chemicals that how do you say dilute? No, it's not. That's not the right word. Dilution. Open barriers in your body, basically, and it allows for them to take over certain sections and then pass to the next section, including the brain. There's studies for that. The combination of the chemicals and the organisms in the vials, wink wink, that's a recipe for eliminating what you're supposed to be having, good bacteria or good flora. They put the formaldehyde and the herbicides that kill good flora, and then they reset the terrain to introduce the yucky stuff, the weaponized versions of the parasites. And yeah, they take over many of your body, and then when they take over your organs, if the multiple organs, they're supposed to have a certain function. If your body cannot perform the function correctly, that's what the diseases are and conditions.
They were saying that eczema is a type of parasite in your body. And they have breakout.
Yeah, the eczema is like the effect of it, and that's why they treat it. They treat the effect and at the foundation level. Yeah, there's some mites that can be in your skin or on your skin, and then there's other ones that can be in your intestines that can certain food will trigger the effect, which is the inflammation.
That's a crazy study. That's for sure. Just looking into all of this. I really wasn't paying too much attention to it until Gemsy really started talking about it like years ago. Yeah, it's insane, bro.
You can get some really nasty ones from these V-shotted pets. You can just touch someone else's pet and get some organism in your body just by touching their pet. You have nothing to do with them.
So I got rid of my pets, bro.
Well, you can have clean pets. It's not that animals are a bad thing, but they're being experimented with and used as host to transfer and be fields for this stuff to grow and then pass it to other people.
Hey, we got some people in here. We got here 1906 and
Yo,
Mohammed.
what's up, man?
Hey, man, do you guys think the Earth is a globe?
I know.
Obviously, it's a globe. He knows. Tell him that you know it's a globe. Tell him.
Yeah, how'd you figure it out?
I'll tell you something you might not believe, man, but I'm a NASA Space Marine. I'm 41 years old and I've been up in space.
Bullshit! What does it look like up there?
It has curves. I can tell you that one. Tell you that much.
What was the altitude you went?
29,500 feet.
Oh, wow. Basically underneath the cruising altitude of an airliner? Okay.
No.
Nice try.
No. I'm a bit hungover, sir.
I know.
290,000 feet.
Yeah, really. What was the craft that you went in?
Hungover. You're still drunk, dude.
Yeah. What was the name of the craft you went in?
USS Alistair.
Alistair?
Yep.
Like Crowley?
Yep. Crowley.
Okay.
USS Callister.
Callister. You just make that up on the spot?
Nope, it's a real machine. I need to get some food. I'm gonna die. Hold on, man.
What year was that?
This is the thing, man. Let me ask you one question. If the Earth is flat, why is it being hit?
What's happening with this? So I have a question for you guys, and it's a genuine question. With the whole Chicago skyline thing, isn't it possibly the case that for an object that is large, so here's the thing, right? For like a light post, I think your argument is valid, like it's cogent. You shouldn't be able to see that object. But if an object is big enough, it'll go over the horizon. Does that kind of make sense? How do you know that's not what's happening with the skyline?
What do you mean by over the horizon?
So, like, okay.
So big enough as in a mountain, you can see the base of it, or tall enough? Which way are you going?
So I'd be like, when an object starts to disappear over the horizon, it goes bottom up. That's because you don't believe this. That's because the Earth is curving underneath it. What I'm saying is
that's the claim.
Yeah, that's the claim. Just bear with me. I'm saying, how do you know it's not? So like, okay, an object disappears over the horizon, right? You're standing still at some observer height, and the object is receding until eventually it can't be seen anymore. Now imagine that object grows by 100 miles, like of length. You would then be able to see the object.
So it's to do with your angle of resolution, or angular resolution. What is it? 0.02? Once it's below that angle, you'll have trouble resolving it. So if you've got a bigger item, like a mountain, for example, it just means it can get further back until perspective makes it appear small enough to get below that angle of resolution. That's all that's happening. So as things get further away, perspective, they appear to get smaller. So something small, like a tennis ball, for example, wouldn't have to go too far until that angle gets too small and you can't resolve it. Something large like a car, or larger, I should say, like a car or a truck, would go a little bit further. Something very large like a mountain would go a long way further back. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that. That is true, but specifically with objects over the horizon, it's more than just angle. It's more than just how far away it is, because if something's over the horizon, there's no amount of magnification that will allow you to see the object. Which is what you're implying.
At least we agree on that simple fact. If something is hiding behind something, it ain't coming back out. So it doesn't matter what you do or what kind of magical lenses you've got. So what you've got, you've got a combination of things happening. So number one is perspective. Things appear to get smaller as they get further away. Another component of this is your elevation in comparison to the object that you're looking at. So say your eye line is 5 foot, I'm just picking a random number, and the item you're looking at is a large container ship. The container ship will appear to shrink uniformly, but where your eye line is, it's only 5 foot up the container ship. So as the ship shrinks from the top down, bottom up, left to the right, right to the left, to converge at your eye line, the bottom will hit your eye line before the top will. And it's an effect called foreshortening. And if you do, probably tech drawing or art classes, you would have a lot more interaction with that. So its appearance is it's shrinking evenly from all sides, but the problem is because you're so close to the bottom of it, the bottom will hit your eye line before the top or before the sides. That's why it appears to disappear bottom up.
That doesn't make any sense. If it's disappearing bottom up, something's obfuscating it. If the Earth is flat, you should just be able to take a telescope
It's
and
to do with
magnify it.
compression. So what happens is, because of your angle of resolution or angular resolution and your ability to resolve that, because the data or information that's below your eye line there's so much of it compressed in such a short space, you can't resolve what it is. So it just blurs into the background. And that's exactly what happens when we watch ships sail away. Because you're so close to the bottom, it's compressing into the water, and you can't differentiate between water and ship because that angle is so narrow, you can't tell what it is. And that's all that's happening. It's really
you actually
stuff,
prove that, because I don't agree.
Well, you can agree with whatever you like, but there's some pretty cool pictures in the side chart that AI Overlord 2.0 just chucked up.
Yeah, but you're doing, like, pictures don't explain a mechanism. You're proposing a mechanism.
Please don't do that on the microphone again.
You don't need a mechanism.
Well, that's what he's giving. He's giving a mechanism. Some kind of compression is happening.
Yeah, but you don't even need to do that. You just need to demonstrate that it occurs in a situation where the alleged claim of something in between point A and B is clearly not occurring. And then if you can demonstrate that, then you've proven that it's not necessarily an obstruction that's causing it.
Yeah, but that's the thing we're trying to prove, right? You want to prove that there's no measured curvature.
No, see, you can't. It's not about measured curvature, because you're inferring curvature from a claim that the only reason why I couldn't see something if it was being blocked by an object. So that's your burden to prove.
It's not
the other person's burden.
I'm not inferring curvature from that. I'm saying that due to the curvature, this is what happens. But curvature is what's in question. That's what we're trying to establish.
Okay, so then you can't. Right, so if you say due to the curvature, this is what happens, why would you be saying that if you haven't proven it?
Oh, because I mean, I already believe that the Earth is curved. If you don't, then I wouldn't expect you to believe that that's why what you're seeing is happening, right? I would expect for you to question that until curvature is established. That's what I'm saying.
Wait a minute, so you're expecting someone else to question your claim until curvature is established. Shouldn't curvature already be established?
No, that's not what I said. I said, I already believe the Earth is curved, so of course I'm going to believe that the reason things disappear
Yes, but you're
bottom
trying
up.
to convince us, not yourself.
Yeah, I'm not trying to convince you that things disappear bottom up because of the curvature yet. We have to establish curvature. We're not there yet.
Excellent. So prove curvature, and then we'll talk about the ships disappearing bottom up.
I mean, I've tried to run the Rainy Lake experiment before, but I mean, to be honest, I don't. I actually
it's a
don't think
pretty junk experiment, if you want to call it that, observation. Look, this is the thing. I lived on the coast my whole life, and in a location where there's it's like a hub for cruise ships. And growing up fishing and surfing at the ocean a lot, we would be sitting there waiting for fish and whatnot, and watching the cruise ships actually sail out into the ocean. Most often, what happens is it just gets smaller and smaller, and it kind of just fades off, right? Because the visibility is not far enough to see the extent of the ship's path, or if you have really good visibility, the ship will just become too small and you can't resolve it anymore. You can still see the horizon, but you don't see the ship anymore. Now, sometimes you would have waves, okay, like ocean swells. If you have ocean swells, the ship will appear to disappear bottom up, but not if there's not ocean swells generally, right? There are some miraging effects that could happen, but if you have a look at this giant ship in the side chat here, which I'm just uploading now, okay, just think about this one, okay? So he's standing at the shoreline. He's zoomed out completely. You can't see the ship at all. Okay, and when he zooms in, you see the whole ship again. Now, we can see that there's no waves here. If you added ocean swells into this situation, it would look like the bottom of the ship is cut off, because it would be hidden behind the ocean swells, even though the ocean swells, because you're looking over them at a shallow angle, it's going to look kind of flat still with the ocean swells present, but it's going to look like the ship's disappearing bottom up. This is what happens most of the time. So it doesn't always start to disappear bottom up. Now, if it were a globe, it would start to disappear bottom up at a certain distance. So from this height, it would be just 3 miles away, and then it would start to disappear bottom up. Now, we've got tons of observations where we're specifically checking for that geometric horizon distance to see, okay, the object should start to disappear at a certain distance bottom up as it moves away from the object. And it's over and over again confirmed that doesn't happen. Okay, so we're questioning, how do we know the geometric horizon exists in the first place if there's no evidence of it at all?
Well, because you're not accounting for refraction. That's the issue.
Yeah, but people butcher the word refraction. So even, right, let's just pretend the Earth's a globe. Even according to the globe earthers, right, like the subject matter experts in refraction, like Andrew Thomas Young, right, and all of the mainstream explanations, they'll say that there are refraction effects that can happen that would cause something to become obstructed bottom up. Even though it's geometrically unobstructed, it's going to look like it's unobstructed, right, like sinking and whatnot. Okay, so it's the
biggest issue with his refraction. As soon as he makes a claim to it, he loses all claims to geometry.
Yeah, let me clarify. So when I say refraction, I'm not talking about why objects disappear bottom up. I'm talking about you say geometric horizon. That's not actually where the horizon is due to refractive effects. So the actual horizon, the effective horizon, is a little further. That's why you don't see it disappear bottom up.
No. The geometric. Okay, so let's go over a specific observation. Okay, and let's dig into this a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna test for the geometric horizon here in this test. Okay, so 1 second. I'll just upload a quick GIF. Okay, and a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. So have a look in the side chat.
I'm driving.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes it a bit harder.
Hold on.
Well, I'll try to explain it, okay? So in this observation, he's got the camera height at 3.5 foot.
Okay.
It's a crystal clear day. It's a calm ocean. There's no waves at all. Okay, so 3.5 foot camera height. That means the horizon on the globe should be at 2.29 miles away. But he has a wind farm out in the ocean that's a known distance away. Okay, so we can see 6 wind farm towers out in the ocean, crystal clear. Okay, the furthest one is 11 miles away, and the closest one's 8 miles away. So 8 to 11 miles. We don't see any sign of any horizon before the windmill farms, right? We can actually see the water just completely flat, going up, flat, until beyond 15 miles away.
Right.
Okay, so what we're questioning is that geometric horizon has to be there, right? It's like a physical cutoff point. Okay, it has to be there. Let's say we hypothetically remove the atmosphere. Okay, you would have to agree that the horizon line would be visible at 2.29 miles if the Earth were a globe. Okay, we're just adding the air back in, and now all of a sudden everything's flat, completely flat all the way up to the horizontal horizon at 15 miles. Yes, because there's no obstruction. Hold on a second, let me finish, and then you can respond. Okay, so we don't see any obstruction at all. Okay, so physically, geometrically, actually, the bottom 52 foot of the 11.2 mile windmill tower is hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? The physical geometric horizon is at 2.29 miles. Now, we can't find it. It's not there in the observation. Okay, so how do you know such a thing exists? Do you have an observation that's taken specifically, right, the hyperspecific refraction conditions into account that aligns with the globe and that clarifies there is such a thing as Earth curvature and a geometric horizon, which is a byproduct of the Earth curvature? Do you have anything that validates that, right? Or, because otherwise it's just a concept, essentially.
It's a criticism of your measurements. Basically, your measurements don't. So the reason why it's not obfuscated is because the light.
What's wrong with the measurements? What's wrong with the measurements? How about we just break it down one step at a time? You've got an issue with the measurements, Nables. Don't cry on me. You've got an issue with the measurements. So what's the issue with the measurements? From a specific height, the horizon should be at a very specific location. It's
not accounting for the fact that all the light is being shifted upward.
No, that's got nothing to do with it. It's a calculation. We are assuming a radius of 3959 miles. We are given an elevation. From that elevation, we can calculate where the horizon should be.
That's the issue.
Yeah, so how did you validate that the light's bending upward, right? So if the light was bending upward, that would make the object appear to be sinking. So you haven't got that right. You would have to say that the light is bending downward towards the observer. Okay, how did you establish that that's happening?
Oh, that's a well-known phenomena. Whoever's taking the measurement, they must establish that, like, to what degree it is happening. That's on the burden. That's the burden of the person taking the measurement.
Well, no, actually, no. That's not how it works.
Why?
Why would it always be bending downward, right? So does light just bend towards the denser medium?
It's continuous, so it would bend continuously. It wouldn't be like a
no. So this is nothing to do with Snell's law.
If we were to grab a laser and shoot it, it would naturally bend down. That's what this gentleman's saying.
Yeah, what he's trying to invoke Snell's law here. Snell's law has nothing to do with the single medium situation. Nothing at all to do with it. Okay, so even in Snell's law, you're going against what you're saying. Even though you can't use Snell's law here, Snell's law just means the light deviates towards the denser medium. Okay, so this would be atmospheric refraction, according to the mainstream terminology. Okay, and it would be a gradient, not a sharp boundary, but the light still the same thing would happen. The light would deviate towards the...
I said it wouldn't be Snell's law.
Section of the medium that's more optically dense. Yeah, that's what would happen. So it doesn't... Okay, so if you have cooler air higher or cooler air lower, the light's going to deviate towards the cooler air.
Hey, hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah. So you have no idea that the light would be bending downward in this situation.
I don't know if you can hear me. I said it wouldn't be Snell's law. I said that 6 times.
You did mention Snell's law.
Yeah, I mentioned it in saying that it wouldn't be an instance of Snell's law. Anyway, the light would still refract since it's moving through a denser medium.
What do you mean a dense
medium? From a less dense medium. So where's this happening at?
Draw it
on that picture there.
Actually, no, denser. Or denser? Is it more? Basically, as you go from...
Hold on a second. Okay, so when you have atmospheric refraction, it's about the vertical optical density gradient between point A and point B. And then the light will be heading from the object that you're looking at back towards the optic. Okay, so it can bend or it can deviate a little bit towards the denser medium. Okay, so the optical density is primarily controlled by temperature. So if you have an inferior mirage, right, that's the opposite of a superior mirage. The light doesn't always bend down or up. It depends on the temperature gradient or the optical density gradient. Okay, so you have no idea what's going on with the optical density gradient or the refractive index gradient in the observation. You're just trying to reverse engineer it to make it work on a globe. What I'm asking you is how do you know that you have a globe in the first place? How do you know that you have curvature in the first place? Because when we make these observations, it doesn't match up with the globe. It doesn't match up, not by a little bit, but by so much that you would have, like, let's just say we pretend the Earth's a globe and we're using the refractive coefficient, right? Trying to make this work on a globe using the globe version of atmospheric refraction or terrestrial refraction, you would have to have so much refraction that would essentially make the Earth look flat.
Source?
Even though we have crystal clear conditions, right? We don't see any miraging or anything like that. You're saying that there's such extreme refraction it would make the Earth look flat. That's ridiculous. And what I'm challenging is that how do you know that there is actually curvature in the first place? Rather than trying to reverse engineer it, how do you know it exists in the first place? Do you have one test that's been done that validates that there is actually drop over distance?
So I'm not no, I don't have that. But I'm simply pointing out issues with your methodology. Like, there's issues. You can't conclude what you're concluding. That's the problem.
What's my conclusion?
Your conclusion is that there's no measured curvature.
Yeah, my conclusion is, right, that we can see zero evidence of the geometric horizon, right? And we can see the bottom of objects that should be hidden by a 5-story building. Okay, that doesn't match up with the globe. Okay, that's my conclusion. That's my conclusion here. It checks out with it checks out with flat. Okay, we don't see any curvature. So if no, I don't need to.
You keep saying that, and
no, I don't
you're
need
wrong.
to. I don't need to account for refraction because I'm not making a specific claim with this. I'm saying that this doesn't match up with the globe. Okay,
That
there's
is
no
a
sign
specific
of the
claim.
geometric horizon.
That's
And
a
you're
specific
saying it does match up with the globe, but you have no idea what's going on with the refraction.
Actually,
at all.
DJ, his claim earlier was that the horizon is actually further than what we claim it is.
He did claim that. Yeah.
Yeah, that my response was that that's what if you account for refraction, yeah, that's what you'd observe.
Okay, so just visually, okay, this doesn't match up with the globe, right?
No, false.
So
Really?
you're claiming it
so
does
visually,
match
it
with
does
light.
match up with the globe.
Yes.
So why is the horizon behind the windmills, and it should be quite clearly in front of the windmills?
Because it shouldn't be. You're not accounting for refraction. That's why.
So
I'm gonna keep saying
refraction
the
would
same
also
thing.
bend the windmills up too.
Yeah.
It's not doing that.
Okay, so how do you know? How do you know? Do you have a single observation where you've accounted for refraction that matches up with the globe?
Well,
anyone throughout all of history, just one observation, right? That validates
my
that.
burden.
Okay, we've accounted for refraction in this observation, and it matches up with the globe, right? You don't have anything, so you don't even know if it exists in the first place.
It is your burden of proof. You're the one that claimed it. So, Nables, just to pin this down right now, as soon as you blurt the word refraction out, you lose all and every claim to any geometry in regards to that image. You do understand that. So if you're going to make a geometric claim, you are more than welcome to do so, but as soon as you go refraction, game over. No more geometry for you.
Okay.
And look, just quickly. Okay, so if you put this observation into Walter Bislin's Earth curvature calculator, okay, it has a refraction slider, and you have to slide that slider up to the point where the K factor, the refraction coefficient, is set to 1. That means that according to Walter Bislin's write-up on the refraction coefficient, there would be so much refraction that the Earth would just be appearing flat. Extreme refraction. Okay, that's ridiculous because this was done on different days, right? Still the exact same things happening. So in all of these different observations that we go out and take, there's so much refraction that it just makes the Earth look flat. And you don't have a single observation that validates the Earth's a globe.
Did someone post that slider?
Yeah, I can post the slider.
I appreciate it.
I can post. I've already put in all of the details of that particular observation that I'm talking about into the slider.
Yeah, bro.
Screenshot.
Bro, that slider actually slides up to a 60 billion mile effective Earth radius.
Yeah. That's what you have to set it to have no hidden height.
I mean, then you're just saying that the Earth appears to look flat. You just said that earlier. I mean, because basically what you're telling us right now is that the geometry and the measurements that we should have, the geometric horizon that should be physical, and a physical hill edge that's blocking ships. Oh, it doesn't. So the Earth appears to be flat, but I have to Earth refraction. So therefore, you're throwing away your geometry plane. You're throwing away your physical Earth edge.
So, like, if there was no atmosphere, yeah, that would be the case. But I'm telling you that the effective horizon gets shifted because of refraction.
How do you know it's there in the first place is the question. How do you know the curvature's there in the first place? That's the question. Because the observations don't match up. So how do you know it's there?
Okay, I'm not saying at this point. I'm not even saying I know it's there. I'm saying that your measurements don't. Like you're concluding that because you have incomplete measurements.
Okay, so we're not making. One second, Reg. Sorry. Look, we're not making a specific claim to the horizon being the physics. Hold on, just let me finish.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my bad.
Right. Look, we're not saying that the horizon is at X distance because the Earth's a particular shape. We're saying that our definition of horizon matches up with the actual definition of a horizon, the apparent line where the sky and the ground meet. Right? That's what the horizon is. That aligns with what we're seeing. Right? It can vary. Right? The apparent comes into it because it can vary depending on different weather conditions and whatnot, different observer heights, that kind of thing. You need a geometric horizon, right? That's what you're saying is being manipulated by the medium of the air. How do you know that that thing that's being manipulated and shifted around due to the refraction exists in the first place?
I'm not even saying I know that at this current point because that's what's in question. I'm saying that for you to conclude what you're concluding about the Earth.
But that is what you said. Don't sidestep.
Don't interrupt. Wait, don't interrupt, please.
No, you are just going to walk straight past your claim and pretend you didn't even make one.
I mean, that is the globe mainstream claim. I mean, whether you say it or not, that is the claim of the globe. That there is a geometric, that the horizon is a geometric physical hill that is blocking things like bolts. That is the mainstream claim of the globe.
That is true.
You even have a measurement that is measured linear with miles and kilometers, right? Which will be usually described as flat measurements because they are linear. But there is a physical claim to it, which is a globe that have a radius value of 36 or whatever you want to call it. Now, you guys like to change it because you say it's pear shaped and it's not. But there is a physical claim to it. So for you to sit up here and say, "Well, I'm not making that claim," well, then you're not basically representing your claim of a. Now, hold on. Then you're not representing this claim, which is in the mainstream, which all you guys, so-called scientists and astronauts and government officials actually believe in, which is a globe with a radius value of 3959 and all of this nonsense.
Yeah, but that's what we're already assuming, right? For the sake of argument. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't be using those calculators. Like your argument is by contradiction.
Hold on. It's not an assumption. We have been taught this in school since we were 7 years old.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
As a matter of fact, that we live on a sphere.
Okay. What I'm saying is, what the argument on the table is right now is that assume that the Earth is round. Take some. Wait, hold on. Can you let me finish?
Great. Hold on. No. We're going to establish this first. Are you making the claim that we live on the globe, the mainstream version of it, or not?
Not at this current moment, no.
Okay, so you don't have a globe at this point at all.
Correct.
Great. So you don't have any physical measurements, any physical observations whatsoever at all.
Yeah, that's what you guys have. That's what we're talking about.
Right. So we have all the physical measurements because everything is measured linear and everything is measured with angles, such as elevation angles. All of those are matter of fact a flat Earth measurement because all of those measurements is being measured horizontally.
Yes. So the response measured. That's not how you conclude the Earth is flat. Not because the measurements are wrong.
I'm not concluding nothing. You are, sir. Me. Because you just threw the globe out the window because you say you're not making the claim that 7 years up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys are the ones making the claim that your measurements allow you to conclude.
You're the one who's making the claim of refraction. So you've got an issue now. Do you stick with your claim of geometry or do you beg for refraction? I'm easy either way, but there's a meat grinder at the end of each of them.
No, it requires refraction, yeah. You take.
So you lose all claims to geometry.
Measurements.
So everything is pure optics. There's nothing to do with physical geometry, and you've just given the flat Earth to the flat Earthers. Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth. Please enjoy your stay.
I mean, that's a false dichotomy. I mean, you're saying it's either. Hold on.
You already told.
1 second.
You already told us that the measurements was flat. You already told us this is how we actually measure it. You already told us that the physical horizon isn't physical. And you already told us that you're not even prescribing to the mainstream version of the globe that we was taught since we was 7.
I didn't say I didn't prescribe. I believe that.
The window for refraction, right?
Huh?
Threw away the entire field claim for refraction. I asked you straight up. I said, so you're claiming the mainstream version of the globe. You said no.
Yeah, I'm not making a claim right now. That is what I believe, but we're not even there yet. We're responding to your claim that the measurements allow you to conclude the Earth is flat.
Well, there's zero measured curvature. So what's the problem?
The problem is you're not accounting for refraction.
Look, no, this is the thing. This is the thing.
So it's optical. He just made it quite clear, DJ. I just said there's zero measured curvature, and he said quite clearly you didn't allow for refraction. So in his mindset, it is purely optical. There is no curvature. Everything's refraction. Therefore, flat and it's refracted. The reason you see curvature is because of refraction. So therefore, it is flat by default.
He's already conceded. He's look. Just let me say one thing quickly, right? He's already conceded. Okay, he said that he doesn't have any observations that validate that there is any curvature or a geometric horizon, and then he's mistaking our observation as us saying this observation is proof the Earth is flat. Okay, we don't need to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that with this observation. We're testing for the globe curvature in this. Okay, so everyone already experiences the Earth as flat, even if it were a globe, right? Even from your experience, we all experience the Earth as flat, and we can't detect any curvature.
You have
so once again, in this observation and the observations that we're doing, we don't detect any curvature. So it further validates the primary observation of everyone that there is no curvature. Okay, so that's like the default. That's the axiom that we're beginning with, because that's what we all experience. Okay, so you've already conceded that you don't have any evidence that it is anything other than that. So that's the conversation is over. That's a concession and a W for the flat Earth side.
Are you open to
because
can I respond, or are you guys just going to keep talking over me?
This.
Just let him respond. Just let him respond to what I just said. And
that you're the one that's making the claim here. We already experienced the Earth is flat. You agree to that. You already agreed that the Earth is being measured flat. You agreed to that, and you already agreed that the horizon.
I never agreed the Earth was measured flat.
Okay. So you didn't agree that the Earth is.
No. Can I respond now? Let me respond.
Miles or not?
No. Just let me respond. I don't know what you're saying. Let me respond. Here's where we're at in the conversation, and I just request that no one interrupts. Like I let all you talk. Let me talk. Your argument is like logically, like if I were to put this into a deductive first order argument, this would be deductive. Assume that the Earth is a globe. Given this fact,
you weren't taking the globe side.
Wait, hey.
You made it exceptionally clear earlier on that you were not taking the fucking globe side, so you can't insert that. Try again.
I'm not even doing that.
Yes, you just did.
No, I didn't. And
you just said assume it's a globe. No fucking way. You said you're not taking the globe side. So try again, please.
Then he immediately goes to the globe. This isn't my argument. This is your argument.
If you have to listen. Hey, dude.
If I'm
Navels. I'm the boss here. Okay, so when I want to speak, I get to speak. Now, for the love of God, let Navels finish what he's saying. Thank you. Go ahead, Navels.
Very, very much. What's your name?
Who cares? Take your time to speak.
Yeah. Okay. Your argument is assume the Earth is a globe. If it's a globe, we ought to observe this. We do not observe this. Therefore, our assumption must be false. This is called an argument by contradiction, reductio ad absurdum, whatever you want to call it. This is your argument, not mine. What I'm saying is that this is a valid argument, right? If the Earth is a globe, we ought to observe this. We do not observe this, therefore the Earth is not a globe. That's valid. But the reason why it is unsound is because you are concluding that we must observe X, Y, and Z based on geometry. And I'm saying physics changes what we observe because the light gets bent downward. And so the object appears more upward. And so, and we have evidence for this. Miraging is we even have a name for it. When there's strong temperature inversion over oceans during the day, we observe objects appear where they're not. Superior, inferior, whatever you want to point out, this is what we observe. And so I'm saying, because this is a known phenomenon, you have to take this known phenomenon into account in order to calculate what we ought to observe. Once this is done, go and retake your measurements, and if they still don't agree with what the globe predicts, then you are right. But I am almost certain.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Excellent. So, that being said, a laser transit measurement methodology was done over a body of water 25 miles in length. They accounted for refraction. They had a weather station on both sides. And even if you put in standard refraction, it only alters the observation in the order of feet, but you need hundreds of feet. So that measurement is sufficient to debunk the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. And rest assured, friend, 2 orders of magnitude is sufficient.
So you're saying there's some people out there that measured what the globe would predict and actually took into account refraction and still didn't get what the globe would predict. You're saying that's been done.
I'm saying they debunked the globe by 2 orders of magnitude.
Okay, where do you have a link?
Dude, I got a whole documentary and an associated PDF with the event, and it's actually not just one test; it's 17 tests. They start out small and they work their way up to big. It'll be the greatest 2 hours of your life you ever spent. Half an hour to read the document, and an hour,
with lasers?
a little over an hour. Yeah, bro. Hold on a second. I'll post it for you.
I wonder the laser thing now. Which one is it?
This is just my immediate. This is not me being argumentative, but it kind of is because I'm a contrarian. But I question everything. How do they account? Okay, if you think about what a laser is, it's focused light. The visible light we're seeing normally in the day, it's not focused. How do they're basically saying they're the same. Like they can conclude the same things. I would be skeptical.
What? No, dude, a laser is better because it's
focused light. It's focused light.
Oh my god.
Yes. Right. So how do you know that it would refract the same? Like just based off of what I know physically, focused light has more energy per square meter, and what refraction is, it's basically microscattering due to the interaction between
right. So if that's true,
mm-hmm.
then using a laser would be the best way to get rid of all the ambiguity of refraction. So a laser would be more precise.
But by how much?
By a lot.
What's a lot?
Well, 2 orders of magnitude debunking the globe. That's how much.
But give me the specific quantity of step change in the value of refraction between
it's your claim of refraction. You're the one who's begging for it. You supply us with this data.
No. He's the one that's made the claim that a group of people have done this. So the burden's on him.
But he's not made the claim to refraction. You, my friend, have. So you're the one who's got to provide the data for said refraction, not AI.
Refraction's a known phenomenon, right? I don't need to provide
You're
data.
the one who's making the claim to it. You're the one who's got to back this claim, not anyone else.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you're going to make the claim of refraction, and then you're going to make the claim of it has to vary to a certain point, and you want him to give you the specifics of it and say that it needs this specific value of refraction in order to debunk the globe, you're going to have to provide that specific value. You can't ask him for it.
Sorry, what's the specific claim you think I made?
Making a claim of refraction. It's not for me to basically explain it. You have to explain it. You're asking him, wait a minute, you're asking him, right? He said there is something that debunked the globe with a laser test. He said by 2 magnitudes, he gave you a specific value. You're making a claim of, well, I know about refraction, so it have to take account of this specific value. What a value did you guys?
Yeah, I didn't make that claim.
Hold on. As in, he have to overcome a physical condition in the atmosphere, which is an oxymoron. In the atmosphere, you have to make the specific of what he have to overcome to begin with.
Yeah, I didn't claim that, so that's just my.
You said, well, if you know enough about refraction, where there is nothing. So if you don't have anything that he have to overcome in the physical atmosphere, which you're claiming that is refraction, which you haven't described what refraction you're talking about yet. If you're not going to explain any of those things, you can't simply ask him to take account for it, because you're not making that claim, like you said.
Yeah, I just simply called something into question, and that was just my initial response. I haven't even seen the PDF. He has to send it.
Okay, but what you calling into question, you don't know about. It seems like.
Okay, if you want to, like, I don't know how to argue against that. Whatever.
Do you know about it?
Flat Earth core? Yeah, I do. Is this Flat Earth core?
No.
Yeah, I've seen this.
Field engineer core.
Yeah, this is Flat Earth or FE core. I assumed it stood for Flat Earth. Does it not?
No, it stands for Field Engineer Core.
Oh, okay, Field Engineer Core. Yeah, I've seen this. There's so many problems, but I guess let's just get to the biggest one. The refraction.
Let's just run through them one at a time, my friend.
No, that's not productive. You should always address, whenever you're arguing, you should address the biggest problem first. That's my opinion.
You can't tell nobody how to argue. Just address the problem that you have with it.
Yeah, hold on.
So without watching it, you're going to tell us refraction, because you've already told us that, is the main issue.
Hold on. Let me just pull it up.
What are you guys
best
reading?
watch it first, so
Where do
you
I
don't
find
poison the well. JJ, in the side chat. Nice and
It
easy.
actually might be. I might be able
So
to.
how about not poisoning the well first? How about you watch it, assess it, and then get back to us?
I think he said he's seen.
Yeah, I've read the PDF. I haven't seen the video. Do you want me? Is the video? Does it add anything to the PDF?
Okay, what is the biggest problem in the PDF?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up on my PC because I'm gonna try and stream it. I feel like that'd be helpful. Hold on.
On top of your head, what's the biggest problem? Name it.
The biggest problem would actually be the lack of proper. How do I put this? Statistical properties of the measurements, but that's like
statistical properties.
Yeah, it's gonna start like.
What are you talking about, dude?
So like for example, well, hold on, don't make fun of me. Like I haven't made fun of anyone here.
Let him do the example. I want to know about these statistical properties.
Yeah, and I'm pulling up on my PC. Right, this is Flat Earth. Where is it? There it is. Okay, Flat Earth. Is this flat? There. Okay. Here. Okay. Let me share my screen. Actually, let me not do that because that's going to take longer. Go to page 7.
Holy crap.
Well, we don't have to go over it if you don't want to. That's fine. We could just go back. Actually, you know what? Give me a minute. I'm gonna set up everything.
Okay, this is this. Page 7, you say.
Is somebody else giving it to you, sir? I mean, is this your argument or somebody's giving you this? Yeah, somebody's giving them this.
Dude, page 7 is still the introduction.
No, somebody's giving them the argument. He said, page 7, he said. Statistical properties. You heard this? Usually what I hear, they always say that mathematics is wrong, it's incorrect, they don't know how to.
Dude, gunnery, statistical properties of gunnery, if you hit the target, is 100%. Correct? Am I right or wrong? The answer is if you hit the target, you've hit the target. Therefore, hitting the target is a 100%.
Oh yeah, you're gay, dude.
Oh, yeah, that's because I hit your target, bro. Man, that was close. Whew.
You fucking.
What statistical properties did you apply to that conclusion?
Oh man.
Oh boy, here it comes.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Yeah, actually, I have nothing. No, I'm good.
Wise choice.
All right, brother, no worries. You can just listen, hang out. We don't mind.
No, I have nothing to. I mean, dude, I'm not as smart as you. Maybe, actually, I think I am, but like, I don't.
No, you could be, but you're clearly inebriated, and so let's just say don't leave it to the sober people to talk. You can just listen. How about that?
Well,
I agree. Good decision. Thanks. Anyway, homie Slice, I looked up page 7 here. Hold on, let me go back to it. I gotta open again. Give me a second.
You're good. I'm taking my time too, man. You're all good. How's your night going, by the way?
Page 7 will land you on the introduction.
I feel like we don't
I don't like how this thing doesn't open.
Hold on, really quick. I feel like we don't humanize with each other, so I sense some hostility from some people. I'm not even like complaining.
No, we're not being hostile. We're just being thorough. So, page 7, the required accuracy depends on the needed deliverable output. Accuracy refers to how closely a measurement or observation compares to a true or established value, since measurements and observations are subject to errors. By analysing the error source models of curvature testing, the optical configuration design of the testing device was optimised.
Yeah.
The precision of the TLC measurement.
Pause. Sorry. So page 7, you read the part that I wanted to go over. In this document, could you read it from there again?
This document.
Second paragraph.
Well, the accuracy refers to how. Oh, actually, you're looking at the next one down. So you're looking at the whole. That'll be page 8.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Page 8.
Anyways, page 8. The terrestrial laser targeting TLT survey method can be used with sufficient accuracy on large distance curvature measurements. Compared with other curvature test methods, the method used in this paper has proper accuracy and practical advantages. In this document, we are introducing TLT measurements up to 40 kilometres, 25 miles, conducted by our research team as late as the 23rd of April, 2018.
Pause. 40 kilometers, 25 miles. This is the part I wanted to highlight.
So
Plus
what's the
or
issue with
minus
25 miles?
plus or minus what?
What's the issue with 25 miles?
25 plus or minus.
So you want a range plus or minus, say, what, 3 foot or...
What are you talking about, plus or minus, dude?
Like the range of uncertainty.
With the range, dude, are you kidding?
Yes.
No, I seriously want to know if you're kidding, dude. Because what is the 25 miles?
It's a measurement, no?
But what measurement of what?
It's a TLT measurement of like up to like the maximum.
Holy crap!
You said a measurement of what?
Hold on.
It's the
sufficient like large distance curvature measurements.
No, it's not.
That's what it says right there. TLT survey method can be used with sufficient accuracy on large distance curvature measurements. In this document, we're introducing TLT measurements up to 40 kilometers.
Yes, but the
right. So what's the 40 kilometers represent? Did you read the whole document?
It's an upper bound.
No, he saw that one paragraph and thought he could rip it apart.
Okay, I'm going to ask this. No, hold on. I'm going to ask this. I want a straight answer. Did you read the whole document?
No, not the whole, just excerpts.
Okay, then. So the 40 kilometers is the longest range test that they did. So they had the laser on one side of the lake, and 25 miles away, they had the target location.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and they shot the laser over 25 miles to the target.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, so you want them to write down what the quote-unquote plus or minus is, but if they say it's up to 25 miles, and maybe their plus or minus might be in the actual measurement that they did at Lake Idsil, which was a 25-mile shot. And since you didn't read it, you wouldn't know.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Okay, so this team used TLT measurements up to 40 kilometers.
Now, let me explain real quick why they said up to 40 kilometers. Do you know why? Because they did 17 different tests, some at small range, some at medium range, and some at long range. So I think like some of them were like 8 miles, some were 14 miles, some were 7 miles, one was 25 miles.
Okay, yeah, so they conducted 17 tests from low, medium, long range.
Mm-hmm.
And what? Wait, sorry.
I know you think you have a point, but
no, I'm actually not making a point right now. Wait, I'm not making a point right now. I'm just being. I'm asking a question because I want clarification.
Go ahead.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
It says under the main principles of the experiment, the study effects of terrestrial refraction in the different ambient conditions of very small incident angles close to non-uniform density transition zones above water surfaces. That's where light bends gradually. Like that's the area where it's going to be bending a lot.
Which way? Up or down?
Wait! Don't! I don't want to.
It's a gradient. It goes gradually. That's
dude. Who cares, dude?
That's gonna derail, man. Come on, hold on.
Yeah, stop derailing.
Okay. My question is, what apparatus did they use for these 17 tests? You said a laser?
Dude, they use lasers, yes. I'm not sure if they use the same laser for all of them.
How do they measure the distance?
Hey, dummy. Listen,
that's not
bro,
nice.
No offense.
Let's not do that.
No offense. But to be honest,
you guys ask these type of questions all the time and then berate us when we don't have a quick answer.
That's fair. Exactly. That's fair, dude. But the problem is he already said he looked at this.
I looked at pages 1.
No, but you guys presented it.
Hold on. Yeah, that's
And
true.
he
also,
made it
but-
quite clear, Ice JJ, that he had examined it. So please
Yeah, but
shut
it's over
up.
100 pages. Examining it is different from
listen.
fully
Hey,
internalizing it.
ice, dude. Just get muted, fool. Thanks.
The heck? Okay. Look,
Right. Listen, dude. I'm not competing with Ice JJ for you to get your chance to speak and for me to answer your questions. So you can just stay muted. Okay. So go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I would like. Let's just establish a tone of respect. That's all I want to say. My question is, what apparatus do they use? How do they measure the distance?
Mabel, you said you already read this. You already were familiar with this. As if you already looked at this before AI even presented it to you.
You know what? Maybe I didn't take a careful enough read. Maybe we can go through some of it together, and you guys can educate me and not be rude. Let's establish a tone of respect.
I think that'd be rude for you to say that you are familiar with something as if you already know what this is.
Sometimes people are mistaken about. Have you never made a mistake in your life about thinking you know something and not knowing something?
I got you.
Are we not human, man? Like I'm just saying, like. Are we not here to have a discussion? Like we're not.
That's not what happened. You said that you'd read it. You directly said that you'd read it, and that there's a whole list of problems that you've already established with it.
Yeah, the biggest problem. The biggest problem. Yeah, bro. You said the biggest problem. The first thing you said was up to 25 miles.
Okay. All right.
What were the error bars on 25 miles? That was the biggest problem, dude.
Listen, man, I embellished. All right, you know what? I'm human. I embellished.
All right, you embellished. I'll accept that. Mea culpa. So let's all move on.
Okay, please, thank you. And if I'm here to be educated, how about this? I've never read this. How about this? Let me be absolutely honest with you guys. I've seen this. I've taken a glance at it. I've never thoroughly read it, and I would love to be educated on the work you guys have done as independent scientists. Cool. Can we call that cool?
What science?
Science is the process of making an observation in the natural world, forming a hypothesis, testing it, and interpreting results.
And testing it with what?
That depends on, like, that's super context dependent.
It depends on. We just taking measurements.
I got you. But
right. So speaking of measurement. That there was a curve in between me and the boat as a tangent line, and that the curve was blocking the boat. And I crunched the math, and I ended up with an Earth with a radius of 1,000 miles.
Okay, but
you might have recognized. Hold on, friend. Hold on, real quick, brother. Real quick. You might have recognized, if you're astute on your math and your facts and your data and your trivia, that the alleged radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. So how did I get 1,000 miles? That's interesting.
Either you have bad math or somebody's lying.
Bad math? What's bad math?
I mean, maybe you're not taking some things into consideration.
Oh, you're correct, dude. I may have bad math. The math I used was from Walter Bislin's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, made by a glober to calculate the size of the globe. So maybe you're right. The math for the globe is bad.
Now, my next question remains. My next question, which was my original question, is for what reason would anybody hide or now I understand Indio.
No, because it's a false premise. There's no point in going further than your false premise.
It might be a false premise, but
then why address it?
I was led to this conclusion by the logic, and now my logic might be flawed here.
Give us a syllogism for your logic. No, give us a syllogism for your logic. You're not going to just use logic as a buzzword in here. So give us a syllogism for your logic. You know what a logical syllogism is? Give us your logic.
That because
that's a great premise. Premise 1, premise 2, conclusion. Like that.
I'm sorry to not use language properly. I'm sorry.
No, you're not using logic properly. So premise 1, premise 2, conclusion.
If because you believe, or sorry, start with believe. That's a wrong premise. Sorry. If you understand the world to be flat, then it is a logical conclusion that either somebody's hiding something or there's massive ignorance for some reason.
Okay, that's just an assertion.
Okay, let's get further into the details here.
The flat Earth can't be hidden because the world is all around you. It's not hidden. You were presented with an idea that you chose to believe.
Okay, so
despite what you actually see, hold on. Despite what you actually see in reality, nothing's being hidden. Everything is right out there in the world where you can see it.
It might not be a conspiracy, sir. It might not be a conspiracy, but therefore, right? Therefore, what would be the reasoning for this? Is my question.
It doesn't matter.
For this misunderstanding of a flat Earth or around
tradition.
Earth. Why?
The same reason there's a misunderstanding that's about Santa Claus. That shitloads of people teach their kids that Santa Claus exists by tradition. Okay? People teach their kids that Buddha exists. People teach your kids that Hinduism's the right thing. People teach their kids that fucking Christ exists. Right?
Right, but
these ideas are passed by tradition.
In the globe,
this asserts itself when people say they want to go to the moon or they want to go to Mars or go in outer space.
They're in a cult, just like people want to go to heaven.
Right. So we're saying that there's a massive conspiracy then there.
No, it's not. It's a collective delusion.
Yeah. People lie to themselves without anybody having to lie to them for them. They'll do it to themselves.
Look, I don't have anything against you flat earthers, man. Like, you guys
here
are
we
so
go. Now we're the topic.
You flat earthers, bigot.
No, you flat earthers.
I love it.
So,
right,
Cyberson, let me ask you this question and answer honestly if you can.
Brother, I just want to find the ideological root. Indio, please.
You haven't used any logic yet, dude. You jumped to conclusions.
Have a formal logical debate? I haven't had a formal logical debate in years.
This isn't formal logic. We're not even there yet.
Well, you wanted to use the syllogism and but
that's because you said you want to appeal to that you're using logic when you absolutely weren't.
Okay, reason. Should I say reason instead? I'm sorry, I misused words.
Yeah, you weren't being reasoned either. You're being irrational.
Okay, I'm the irrational one. What I'm asking is, what are the ideological roots of this? Is this premise
empiricism,
Christianity?
I already answered that question.
Empiricism is already a dead end, though. Why would you even give yourself to that?
It's not a dead end. Okay, the Mayans thought the Earth was flat. The Aborigines thought the Earth was flat. The Chinese thought the Earth was flat. The fucking Africans think the Earth is flat. The people in the Amazon think the Earth is flat. People that lived in the fucking North America thought the Earth was flat. Every culture thought the Earth was flat, regardless of their religion. Okay, because it's based upon empirical observation that the Earth doesn't look like a fucking giant ball, and it sure don't feel like it's spinning. Okay, then some other idiots came along and said, dude, that's a fucking optical illusion. That's actually a giant ball. The sun moving? That's not moving. You're moving. And people chose to believe this upside down, topsy-turvy bullshit. It's a choice to believe that.
A choice. I mean,
to believe topsy-turvy bullshit, yes.
If the public education system is lying to me or giving me their own biases,
why are you anthropomorphizing the public education system? That's just fucking weird.
Well, okay, on a systemic level, it could absolutely be ignorance handed down. Okay, we could put it that way.
It's standing on the shoulders of giants and repeating their mistakes forever and ever. That's what it is.
All right, that's happened all throughout the world, and you're right to call that out, and that's why I like flat earthers, by the way.
Okay,
to appeal.
But do you really listen? If you take your bias right, and you said, "Hey, I'm going to reconstruct this globe idea from scratch," you yourself, not me, and you're not going to rely on anybody else. You reconstruct it,
bro. I would get a piece of string. I would say, give me the world's longest.
No, you're going to reconstruct it, dude, from scratch. You're already trying to use what you already think you know. From scratch, dude. First, you could do what? You observe the natural world. What does that tell you? The Earth looks flat. Feels motionless. And you'd start from there. Right?
Okay. And then I would question my assumptions in that manner, right?
That you question your senses? Is that what you would do? That yet you're in a state of delusion?
Yes,
is that That's the first. The first thing you do. I see a flat motionless world, but I
Wait a
might be
minute.
delusional.
This empiricism itself undermines God. So
no,
are
it doesn't.
you?
I already
Are you
refuted
an
that,
atheist?
dude. And that was the
Are you an
easiest thing to
atheist?
refute.
'Cause I
God
assume-
is
I assume-
metaphysical, not physical.
Well, okay, God is
Empiricism deals with
metaphysical.
physical.
Do you think God? But wait. Do you think God is reducible to the minds of men?
No, dude. The senses are not the mind. There's a difference between the external and internal.
Okay, but when we go to metaphysical, we're already assuming this is beyond.
Supernatural's technically what I said.
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of the.
Okay. As soon as you deal with things like God, spirits, ghosts, by definition, things like science cannot deal with them. Science deals with the natural world, not the supernatural world, not God, not the metaphysical, and not the mind. Doesn't deal with the mind. The mind is nebulous.
So do we?
It
So
doesn't
this
have
is like
physical properties.
This is like a demiurge kind of like sentiment.
No.
This is a creator that setting things
Science
into
is a
motion.
category.
That is-
It means systematic study of the natural
Right,
world and
but
the
your
things in it, and you're
categories-
trying to insert
categories-
other things into that category that don't belong there.
Your categories are the product of the minds of men that are already like dealing.
And we made a word and we made a category, and you're trying to insert things in that category that don't belong there.
So this is like Kantian stuff. Okay, interesting.
No, it's
All
the
right.
dictionary. No, it's just the dictionary, the English
Okay, but
dictionary.
we understand the words to be themselves, right? We understand, that.
We made and human beings that speak English invented a word named science, which signifies systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. That's what it means. So if it's outside of that, doesn't contain that, then it's outside of the inquiry of science. Things like the
But
mind.
So let me bring up some messy stuff to you then. Okay. To understand on, you need to have off. Up, you need to have down, right? These are things that we can understand. But you need the opposite to define the thing that you're trying to define. And anything
you
you're
don't.
trying to
What's
define,
the opposite of blue? What's the opposite of blue, brother?
Oh, that's interesting. World is the lack
What's
of
the
world,
opposite of
I
blue?
guess.
I want to know what the opposite of blue is.
Opposite of blue is a lack of blue, or maybe red. But I
The
don't know.
lack of blue.
It's not red, it's orange.
So do we? So we just went topsy turvy here now with each other.
No, not everything is a dichotomy.
You are now supporting the position that I was putting forward, and I'm now supporting the position you're putting forward.
Dude, listen, your little fucking gimmicks aren't going to work, bro. Okay, gimmicks, verbal gimmicks, sophistry. Is that a better word for it? Sophistry. In no way am I supporting your position. I defined what science is. You said this is like the demiurge where things are like a dichotomy. And I gave you an example where that dichotomy, the dichotomy does not apply. Namely, the color blue, because the color blue is...
007.
Yeah, so you're going to talk over me the entire time? Repeat back to me one sentence I just said to you.
We swap positions.
I'm going to mute you if you don't repeat back to me one of the last 4 sentences I said to you.
Oh man, one of the 4 sentences that you said.
What you got? I'm giving you a break by giving you 4. Yeah, you weren't listening, dude. You're too busy waiting to talk.
I was trying to tell you the whole time because you wouldn't listen.
You're trying to tell me?
Yes.
You were just hearing in order to respond. You are the one who's not listening in order to understand. Perhaps if you tried to listen, you would understand more. But you keep speaking over radio.
Listen.
Maybe we swapped positions in the last 2 seconds.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Just go on mute, bro. Really simply, you tried to characterize the conversation as one thing. So I recounted the conversation and what happened, what the interchange was. We didn't swap positions. You're trying to pull a fast one. You can't even state a coherent position. All you can do is interrupt and try to censor me by interrupting. But you know what? I'm the mod here, and I'm going to end up censoring you by muting you. Now, if you want to have a civil discussion, take turns talking, and actually fucking listen to what's being said to you, because I can repeat back to you all the shit you said to me. I am listening to you very intently, so I can rip it the fuck apart. But you can't rip what I'm saying apart because you're not listening. Maybe I'll say something stupid and you can rip it apart, but you'd have to listen to do that. So start listening, dude. I don't like talking to brick walls.
I was trying to digest the first thing that we went over. Oh, all right. I was trying to digest our swapping, and you believe we didn't have a swap, but then you went. Well, so you're saying what is the opposite of blue? And I'm saying, okay, well, then how do you define anything if there is no relation to these things, first off? But also an understanding that understanding for a thing to be, it needs to be regarded in its opposite.
Can you make this relate to the Earth, please?
Well, so if I were to understand all this empirically, well, empiricism
You already
has
do
its
understand it.
Well, empiricism has its absolute limits, right? This is why we have epistemology,
Limited to the natural world.
why we have metaphysics, why I have epistemology, and this is why religious people like Kant and Hegel existed, right?
I took philosophy 101. Oh my God. Dude, stop. We're talking about the natural world. We're not talking about every fucking subject. It says flat earth versus globe earth. That means a particular claim about how something exists within the natural world. It's very fucking focused.
Okay. So you can observe something. You can measure something. We can say
measure,
inches
exactly.
an inch. Right. We can say an inch is an inch. Right. And
you're going to go to the doctor and they're like, we're going to take your height. And they're like, you're 6 feet tall. And you're like, but Hegel and Kant said, I'm not 6 feet tall. You didn't even consider the metaphysics of my height. Dude,
well,
you sound retarded.
Well, I agree with what you said before. You said,
why are you speaking like this?
I might be retarded, but that's a different subject. All right. So if I might go on, hello?
Look, all we're talking about is what is. This is an ontological fucking proposition. What exists? What does the Earth exist as? Oh, does it have the geometric form of the idealized geometric form of a sphere or a near sphere?
Ontology is
that exists in a giant void, surrounded by other near spheres. Does it exist as that? Is that the cosmology that exists, or is there some other cosmology?
Well,
where does that cosmology actually exist? That cosmology only exists on pen and paper. That cosmology doesn't exist in the natural world. Because when we go into the natural world to look for it, we don't find it there. Okay? That's the crux of the problem, is that you have a bunch of theory, hypothesis, and nonsense, speculation, and a thing we hear often, imagine, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Well, we take their imagination, and then we go, okay, does it exist out there in the natural world? Let's go check. We go, look, it's not there. What are we supposed to think? Are we supposed to keep going with their imagination? Go, hey, there has to be some great fucking conspiracy about this imagination thing. So the natural world is lying to me, and they're all telling me the truth. That's why why science was invented for the methods of science were invented for a particular purpose, so that it could disregard the babblings of fucking human beings.
Okay, so there's an inherent limitation to empiricism. That's okay.
Yeah, we know, but it's not limited when you're investigating the physical and natural world to say what exists.
Okay, so your observation of a tree here and now, right? I'm sorry to get fucking metaphysical on your ass.
Trees aren't metaphysical.
Well, actually, you're correct. I'm not going metaphysical. I'm going, and if I may, dialectical on your ass. But your observation of a tree here and now, or phenomenological on your ass, doesn't relate to the here and now that you observe, right? It is pretty evident that if you say this thing is static, it is not. It is not.
What the?
This thing
fuck
is
are
not.
you even babbling about? What is static thermodynamics have to do with it?
I write
Dude,
on
I'll
a
give you a
piece of
static
paper.
oblate ellipsoid. It's still not an oblate ellipsoid.
Brother, it's universals and particulars, right? A little bit, right? We got to go.
God, just the words that you like fishing in the Jay Dyer fucking text.
No.
Yeah.
Jay Dyer's cool. I like Jay Dyer.
I like Jay Dyer too, dude. But you like if he heard what you'd say, he'd fucking disown you.
Well, I don't agree with just Jay Dyer and everything, and he wouldn't agree with me on everything. But I think some of the things he says is cool.
He'd say what he's listening to is incoherent madness.
Well, obviously he doesn't understand Hegel, though. Too, he doesn't.
Yeah, sure you don't.
He
I'll go with the Jay Dyer's understanding of Hegel way over yours.
Listen, friend, I happen to know that Jay Dyer is an expert in Hegel and Kantian philosophy.
He's not an expert in Hegel. No, he's really not an expert in Hegel. But he is a smart guy otherwise. Kegel's okay. I got it. All right. Otherwise, though, he's pretty brilliant.
How do you know
I love his observation? Because I've listened to his YouTube channel for about a few years now.
Does he have a video on Hegel?
He's talked here and there about Hegel, and it's incomprehensible to me what the fuck he knows about Hegel. So I've sat down and read all the.
Incomprehensible to us what you know about Hegel.
That could be true, but like I'm not pretending to be a fucking a total fucking understander of all this shit. I know what I know.
So okay, how are you evaluating other people's knowledge when you are claiming for yourself that you don't even have the knowledge? You're not even capable of evaluating it.
The epistemology of the this and that. Okay, look, this guy.
Jay Dyer is a PhD in with a specialty in epistemology and philosophy, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's epistemology, but he doesn't know anything about Hegel. I mean, he knows things about Hegel.
How do you know what he knows?
Well, because the way what he's talking about is not comprehensible to me at all.
But you just said you don't know anything.
Well, I'm not saying to. I'm not saying that.
Maybe you can't comprehend it, and that's the problem.
I'm not saying I'm a Hegel.
Maybe you're projecting your own ignorance onto Jay Dyer. I don't understand what you're saying, so Jay Dyer don't understand because I'm smarter than Jay Dyer.
Right about a lot of things in my perspective.
You're just repeating yourself at this point.
I don't have a PhD in film analysis. I don't have a PhD in fucking Vatican II politics and all this, but I agree with what he's saying. Yeah, he's fucking right about those things.
That's
obviously,
right. Yeah, change the subject.
But when I call out something he's wrong in, it's interesting that I have to have a PhD because I did sit down for 2 years during COVID.
You should at least have some knowledge in the subject if you're going to proclaim whether someone else is wrong or right.
Metatrix, I could show you the books I have all my notes in. I can show you that.
Great. It doesn't mean you understand it.
It doesn't mean I understand it. That's true. I'm not a Hegel scholar, but I can tell you he knows fuck all about Hegel. As far as he's showing, right? He might know more than he knows, right? But as far as he's telling his audience, he knows fuck all. I listen to over
Cyberson.
I listen to over
Who cares? No, don't care.
I was just
irrelevant.
Man,
hurry up, bro.
I will care. I will just hurry up. Okay. I listened to over 120 hours of lectures that were given over 10 years by Sadler, Gregory B. Sadler. Okay. This guy is a Hegel scholar. This guy did fucking teach me how to
understand his interpretation of Hegel. Congratulations.
Well, it might be an interpretation.
I was just going to ask a simple question like, what is the Hegelian dialectic?
The dialectic is it summarized in the absolute spirit and Aufheben. But if you wanna quote mine and use things against me, I'll just use ChatGPT to summarize what I know. If you need to do all that, like
you
really,
knew it.
ChatGPT is not going to summarize.
Brother, do you know how complicated all this is?
Cyber, ChatGPT is not going to summarize.
How bad you just cooked yourself.
ChatGPT is not going to summarize what you know. It's going to summarize what you input.
The correct answer is
This is a
Hold on, brother.
One of the moves.
I'm going to
One
tell
of
you
the
the
moves.
straight
that we used
answer.
to- One of the
Oh, man.
moves.
Fuck, dude. Cyberson, chill. So the correct answer to the question was thesis, antithesis, synthesis. You
Look
failed.
up Aufheben. Look up Aufheben.
Yeah, that's not an answer. Anyway, the only way
It is an
ChatGPT
answer.
can tell you what you already know is if ChatGPT was trained. Its training data was your mind.
And something like that. It's a German word.
Was ChatGPT's training data your mind?
No, I'm trying to tell you that.
So it can't tell you what you know.
No, I'm trying to tell you that if you want to like pull out particular phrases, especially using secondary sources, I use primary text. I'm not that well read. I'm not
No, you
pretending
don't.
to
You
be.
don't. You read German?
No, I don't. But
Yeah,
I'm reading
okay,
the primary
that's the
text.
end of that.
So you don't think that translations are primary text?
Some words don't translate, especially with Hegel's invented up his own
That's
vernacular.
right. That's right.
So check
You
it out.
got it.
So check it out. Hegel used particularly his own vernacular, even in his native language, that people of his day fucking hated. They thought he was. People of Hegel's day thought he was full of shit.
Indio, you're right about the translation issue, which there's a lot of treacherous shit going on about translating Hegel.
He can't even translate into his own language.
Sir, but with the interesting part about
Notice
this
how
is
you don't answer anything. You don't address anything that's said to you. You're on your
There
own
is
fucking shit, just
there is
talking and blabbing and blabbing and blabbing. You haven't
Okay,
addressed a
but-
thing directly. Anything anybody in this chat has said.
I want to know. This is what I want to know. Is
And you're doing it again right now. While I'm saying you're not directly answering anything said, you're not even directly answering that.
Question. I'm going back to my original question.
No, you're
What
going
is,
back on mute. Bro, this is really fucking simple. I already warned you. You want to have a conversation, that's fine. This isn't your show. This isn't the CyberSyn show where CyberSyn fucking monologues while we pose questions to him and we ask and we say things to him and you don't even acknowledge that anything was even said to you and just fucking flap your gums. We're paying you the respect of listening to the words you say and responding to them. You're not showing us the same respect. I'm getting a little bit fed up with it because it's disrespectful. I don't know who your fucking parents are, but they should be slapped for not raising you right.
He probably doesn't know who they are either.
God. I didn't want to go there, but I will.
Listen, if you rearrange that sentence, it becomes quite a different story.
Okay, are we clear there, CyberSyn? Really simple. We're having a dialogue. It isn't the CyberSyn show where CyberSyn gets on the soapbox, ignores the crowd, and just blabs. Okay?
Can I go back to my original question?
Can you tell us anything anybody said to you in the last 10 minutes?
About Jay Dyer?
About anything. With
Yeah,
specificity,
okay,
not just fucking you heard a word or two.
Well, Jay Dyer just doesn't know anything about Hegel, obviously.
You just didn't address what I just said. All you did is went right back to you just spewing some bullshit. The same bullshit you've already spewed 10 times.
No,
Jay Dyer doesn't know anything about Hegel. It's like you're a pull-string dog, right? And you know what a pull-string dog is? I pulled the string and just the sound came out of it.
Indio, mutual respect, right?
Yeah.
I listened to 3 or 4 years of Jay Dyer.
You said this already too. We heard you.
And
do you have anything that's not on your script today, sir?
Do you want me to script? Do you want me to quote
because you're just repeating yourself, the same talking points over and over again.
Do you want me to quote mine? What I heard over 3 or 4 years?
You said that already too. That's the third time.
Well, I tried to say it earlier.
Yeah, see, I listened to you, dude, and I'm actually keeping track of you repeating yourself now. And you're just repeating the same buzzwords over and over and over again. Really simple. What did AI ask you? What is the Hegelian dialectic?
The Hegelian dialectic is not thesis, antithesis, synthesis. This is a misunderstanding of the dialectic. That was actually formulated by some other German dude. I forgot his name. Look it up.
Kant?
Who? Yeah. No, not Kant. It was created by I forgot his name. But
that's not a quote from Hegel.
No, synthesis. The dialectic is not synthesis.
No, I'll take
antithesis.
that as a no. I'll take your no, dude.
Okay, the dialectic is not thesis, antithesis, synthesis. That's a good way to understand it if you don't read any Hegel, and that's fine. Like if you're not going to read Hegel, better to come to that conclusion. It's really not representative of what he's saying. Aufheben would be the better way to understand it. The sublation.
I didn't ask you what it represents. I asked you, did he say it?
No, he did not. Mm-mm. Well, that's a simple one, though. Okay, let's move forward. I like Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer doesn't like me. I've tried to argue with him on X several times. I just want to be honest about Jay Dyer. He has very good things to say.
You've talked to him a few times. I remember hearing your voice.
What?
You've talked to him, haven't you, on X?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard your voice before.
Yeah, of course.
I remember him calling you a slow boy.
Okay,
I think I've heard
maybe.
you
I don't
talk to him 3 times.
You might be right, actually.
I think you're like, oh, you're the dude that from blah blah blah, and then that was like the second call, and then the third call is like you again. I think he just like kicked you. It's like a pattern with you. You know,
I don't know
if everybody thinks you're the problem, maybe you're the problem.
Well, I don't know if that was me. I don't recall him saying that.
Your voice sounds oddly familiar.
It might be oddly familiar. I mean, like that might be the case, but I don't remember him saying that. Even when I was kicked out after, like I was listening and I was like, I didn't hear that. So I don't know. Maybe it was me. Maybe, but the point remains.
Were you kicked out for the same thing I just complained about?
No, I was trying to get him to actually engage with people that were trying to engage with him on mutually respectful grounds, right? That Jay Dyer would go up against Haz al-Din on X. This is what I wanted.
Who's that?
It's a Marxist-Leninist.
What?
What do
Can
you
we
mean,
just
why?
fucking cut to the chase here with you, Cyber?
Yeah.
Like you clearly understand the Earth is flat. You give off that impression, but you don't like it, and you seem to be attempting to walk it back with whatever this nonsense is.
Well, if the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat. If the Earth is round, the Earth is round. I don't give a shit, really.
The horizon.
I don't navigate over the ocean. I don't planes. I don't know one way or the other, brother.
That's
as long
fair.
as you can.
Okay, but it is a worldview, right? It is a philosophical, cosmological worldview that dictates people's actions, right?
But
I mean, paradigm shaping idea.
If the Soviet Union and the U.S. were in a Cold War and they both
I was really talking about the Soviet Union. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about the Soviet Union, bro.
Because I'm trying to.
Cold War is a concoction of the American media source, the Soviets.
All right.
Well, that's what the Soviets said.
It was a pissing contest.
You got to have 2 sides to have a Cold War. You can't just. It can't be just like one side's like we're having a space race. The other side's like who the fuck are those guys?
Yeah, they sent out their potato. It's Sputnik.
Look, you fallen for Western propaganda. That's commendable. But the fact remains is that if you think the Earth is flat, that if you think the Earth is a globe, there's downstream consequences for one view. One view supports an atheist, materialist, solipsist worldview, whereas the other does not. Okay, so just on that alone, the question matters because atheism is on the rise. It can't be supported in a flat Earth reality. It can be supported in a globe Big Bang evolution reality, right?
I mean, I believe there's a religious angle to all this. Am I wrong?
Yeah, the heliocentric model is a religion without a deity. Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
There's generally a religious angle to pretty much any form of manipulation.
Okay, all right, but I mean, okay. Let's say we live in the flat Earth world, where now we believe in the flat Earth. If that was propagated, do we live under Christ, or will the devil still try to subjugate you under this understanding as well?
Wait, no.
You realize the god of this world is Satan, right?
Yeah. So
the god of this world is Satan.
What do you know about Christian theology? Probably zip.
If as long as I'm alive, Satan is not my god, and as long as I'm dead, Satan is still not.
You should read the Bible then, because I was quoting scripture. I digress.
Okay, so really simple. The whole heliocentric worldview, cosmology, it has a creation story, it has a creation of man story, it has a salvation story, has all the stories or the analogous stories of any religion, except it's missing some key components. And the main component that it has is it has to be taken on faith. That's the main component. Because the fundamental claims you can't test. But they say there is a group of people, astronauts, that have tested it, and you should trust them because they would not lie, because they're moral characters that have the right stuff.
Right, so you're reversing.
Hold on, let me finish, dude. I'm almost there, dude. Now it has all the hallmarks of religion. It's like a mirror image of a religion, except for it doesn't have the deity, right? So there's no deity that reflects all these ideas. But the fundamentals, the bottom, right, the support structure that claims to be of the natural world is all there, is missing. Okay? At least the support structure for religion is metaphysical, and they don't even claim you're going to find it in the natural world. These people claim you're going to find their religion in the natural world, but just that you can't find it there. Only they can find it there. You understand?
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I don't necessarily.
How do you know the Earth's a globe? This is where it comes to the fundamental question. How do you know? Not how you think somebody else knows. How do you know?
I don't know. I just assume that this would be a
doesn't need to get along and convoluted. You don't know. So the only way that you can actually justify that belief is outsourcing your belief on how you think somebody else knows. That's a leap of faith where you put what you think the universe, reality, and where you are is in the ideas of a man that you've never met that says that he has a special experience that you can never have. Right? Just like a prophet talking to God or something like that. He went to space in a tin can and he saw the Earth as a ball. You can't do it, but he did, trust me. You see the analogy here?
Oh, I absolutely do. I believe a lot of science does operate like that today. That's why
nothing I described was science, dude.
I like you flat earthers because of that.
Nothing I just described is science, dude. Do you even saying it's science means you don't understand?
Okay, sorry. The lack of science, the religiosity of it, and be emboldened behind the name of science to use it as a shield to call everybody ignorant. I agree. This is what I agree with. Is there something misunderstood?
I didn't say anything like that, dude. I don't know how you got that out of what I said.
I guess I'm just extracting.
Like your translator in your brain. Like, look, bro. You have lots of people have communication problems, but you have a ticker communication problem with, like, you're trying to reinterpret everything that's being said and look for some fucking hidden meaning or something. Dude, the words I used mean exactly what they mean. Exactly as I meant them. That's why I said it that way.
May I extrapolate from those words, or is that...
No, you shouldn't.
Okay, then I'll deal with the words
go by what was said.
To go by what was said is interesting to me, because I still would see, like, well, you need a massive conspiracy, you need the Soviet Union and the United States to work together to cooperate on this idea that they can both go to outer space.
1957, I'll give you the date when they started doing it. The 1957 International Geophysical fucking year.
1957.
The International Geophysical year. That's when space started. The United States and Soviet Union started collaborating. Do you know about the Soyuz Apollo program where they collaborated on that? They've been collaborating the whole time. The United States and the Soviet Union, just as any other country, I don't know why you guys don't get this. It's really hard for me to understand that nations, when their interests align, they cooperate. When their interests don't align, they don't cooperate.
Oh, that's a good point. That
So
is
where
a
do
good
their
point.
interests align? Always. Control of their domestic population. That always aligns. They want to control theirs. We want to
now you're
control ours.
Indio.
Japan wants to control
Indio.
theirs. No, hold on,
Indio.
dude.
Now I
Of
I
course you
like
gotta
you
interrupt.
now.
I'm getting
I
right
like
to the
you
point.
now. I like you now, Indio. Come on, man. Be nice.
Why are you interrupting right when I'm getting to the point? They all want to control the domestic population.
All right. Go ahead. Thank you.
Do you agree with that?
I think it's necessary to some degree.
I
But
don't
to
care.
what
I'm
end?
not making a moral judgment. I just this is a matter of desire. It's not about whether it's right or wrong. See, why are you interpreting shit, dude? What the fuck is actually wrong with you?
Why are you? Why you're a little too autistic for me to handle, but I'm trying to show you that I agree
I'm
with you.
too autistic for you to handle. What a projection.
Well, I mean, it's just a little bit
I
true.
say
man.
words, dude, and instead I'm like, hey, they want this. This is I said countries want to control the domestic populations. You interpreted that as a judgment about whether that was right or wrong.
Well, I could explain this by the
No, you're a
difference. in,
fucking
like-
idiot, dude.
Okay, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I don't know how to
How
not
do
be
you
an
get from whether they want to do it to whether it's right or wrong?
No, I'm not. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I was just asserting that sometimes that's necessary. Let's move on.
They want to do it because they don't want, for even if you take the most altruistic reason that they don't want chaos, that's fine. The space programs, and just like it was used in the United States, was a giant make-work program where they redistributed frickin' tax money all over the place to like 300,000 people that all made a little widget. And it improved morale, and it did national unity, and it made people patriotic, and it made people fantasize and not realize that, you know, their sons are getting blown into bits in the Vietnam War while they're fucking celebrating the moon landing. Oh, did you forget that was going on? We're going to the moon and getting people blown into bits. Yeah. Nobody's paying attention to the blowing people into bits because we're going to the moon, right? So both of these countries use the space programs to distract from actual problems. Okay, this is how they use it as a control mechanism. And Yoder, if he was in here, he could show you NASA's founding documents that said NASA was formed for the purpose of giving outside countries the idea that we are technologically superior. Not that they were actually doing it, but that the idea, just to project the idea out there, almost like propaganda, that we're technologically superior and they shouldn't oppose us.
So now, what should I think
We have
of?
the NASA documents that say this, dude. It's
So
not
what do I
opinion.
think of people trying to get to the moon then?
They weren't
overall?
trying to get to the moon, dude.
Well, I mean, in the future
They
now.
knew they couldn't get to the moon. Like 6 weeks before the Apollo program, they sent like fucking 6 frogs up on a rocket and they all died. And you think fucking 6 weeks later they sent fucking 3 astronauts there?
I don't know. You tell me. I'm just wondering what now is going on.
The moon program was Werner von Braun, the fucking ex-Nazi. That's a whole nother backstory of fucking craziness of von Braun and fucking Jack Parsons
Disney.
and that messiness. Okay, sex cults and fucking Aleister Crowley and Walt Disney and all these people are all in it. This isn't speculation. You can actually just find this on Wikipedia. That all these people were in bed together.
Yeah.
Werner von Braun, ex-Nazi, Jack Parsons, a fucking sex magic fucking occultist doing weird shit in the desert that somehow walked into Caltech as a fucking teenager with no degrees and they gave him a fucking rocket lab. Believe that one, dude. Do you believe that one? Because that's what they say happened officially.
That is very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. And Walt Disney was in bed with von Braun, and they actually did
the
a
New World,
documentary for going to the moon was produced by. Look, when the moon
Hey, you need to
program
stop
was
interrupting me, Indio. I have
I'm not finished, dude. When the moon program was first, when the moon program was first proposed, Walt Disney produced that documentary, and what von Braun proposed would have took 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building to go to the moon.
Okay, well, I don't necessarily know, but I do look towards the future, and there is a space race again now here.
Oh, yeah. I read that in the paper too.
Look in the
Did you know
site.
that there was supposed to be a Lunar Hilton hotel on the moon by now?
Oh, they sold tickets. They sold tickets to go to the moon. You should have already been there. But Pan Am went out of business, so you can't collect on them, so you're out of luck.
Look, I think you're brothers of another mother. I don't think I'll ever agree with you, but like, I don't think you're like wrong.
Oh, you already agree with us,
I
Cyber.
don't really care what you. Do you think we care what you think about us? Really?
No, I'm just telling you what I think of you. You don't have to care.
Not only do I not care what you think of me, I don't care where you're coming from or where you're going.
Do you take that as like do you take that as condescending that I'm telling you what I think of you?
No, I take it as narcissistic. Like you think that we care what you care about.
Well, wouldn't that be narcissistic of you to not care what I think I care about you?
It would be if your opinion wasn't if your opinion wasn't about us and what we care about. Okay.
Well, I mean,
if it was about something else that mattered, but you're talking about us.
I respect you so much that you can.
Why would I care about those?
Indio, I respect you so much that you can interpret how. I'm just assuming that, hey, we have a trust on this matter. You can interpret that how you want. I'm just letting you know, giving you a little hug.
Trust has nothing to do with it.
It's flat.
The only thing I've witnessed is you dodging the topic for fucking over an hour. That's how flimsy this ideology is to you, that you didn't even attempt to defend the globe because you can't, and you know fundamentally you can't.
I think there's limits of empiricism altogether. I do.
Yeah, that's great, but this isn't one of them because we're talking about the natural world. So you're like an NPC. You just looped back to the beginning of your script that you started with. You started there, and you just looped right back to it because you don't actually have any coherent argument.
I'm referring
All
to the
you
fundamental.
can do is poo-poo any type of knowing anything whatsoever.
Well, I'm going back to our fundamental differences because you referred back
Can
to
you
like
know things
why.
about the natural? Okay, let's go back to the fundamental. Can you know things about the natural world through empiricism?
You can observe things with
Can
empiricism.
you know things? That's not. I didn't ask you whether you can observe. Can you actually know things?
No, through empiricism, no, you cannot know things. But through
You can't know things about the natural world through empiricism.
through empiricism, no. But through
How do you know that?
Okay,
That you cannot know things about the natural world through empiricism.
That is an ontological question.
No.
How do I?
No,
That's an
it's a
empirical
epistemological question.
Yes.
How do you know that you can't know things by
How do I
looking
know
at the
that I
natural
can't
world?
know things? Because I relate to myself in my
What's that got to do
understanding
with anything? That has nothing to do with
that is an important starting
Your
point
relationship to yourself means nothing.
Well, you have to start with that, no matter what.
Look, this thing to know, okay? What does it mean to know something? To apprehend with the
know-
mind, right?
Is to experience.
No.
And whether that
No,
experience
because you can know
is
things
real
outside
or
of
false.
experience.
Well, whether it's real or false, right? You could be a butterfly in a dream or whatever, a brain in a vat. But at the end of the day, to experience.
Fucking sophomoric, dude.
Oh, sophomoric. Okay.
Yes,
I'm
it's
sorry.
sophomoric, dude. This is like fucking goddamn philosophy 101, dude. Serious, dude. Trying to be serious.
Well, I'm
with
bringing
you.
up
And I feel like
I'm bringing up the philosophy. I'm bringing up the philosophy 101 things because we're talking about the philosophy 101. I'm trying to go to 201 with you.
No, this is more complex than that. Okay, and I'm trying to show you that it's more complex. You're saying you can't know things about the natural world empirically.
You can know things about not empirically is a limited.
And how would you know anything? Because you only experience the natural world with your senses. If you had no senses, you would have no knowledge of the natural world existing at all. Okay, so you have to experience at least a portion of it empirically.
All right,
doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be a part of it.
Okay, sense certainty has its limitations.
I didn't say certainty.
Well, I know you didn't say certainty, but I'm referring to Hegel here.
Don't care about fucking Hegel. Hegel is a fucking crackhead, dude. Hegel ain't my god.
But you read Hegel then? Okay.
I don't look. I've heard. Listen, I've seen critiques of Hegel. I haven't read Hegel, and those critiques of Hegel are pretty much uniform in that he's just a fucking rambling gibberish fool. He basically invented his own goddamn language that doesn't even translate into his own language. And Schopenhauer basically followed
of ignorance. That's a level of ignorance I would expect from somebody like me coming into here trying to disband all of fucking flat Earth, right?
Dude, nobody takes Hegel seriously.
Okay, well, nobody takes flat Earth seriously.
You do.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. That's mutual.
Again,
hey, Indio,
all this
that's
was
mutual.
just another deflection.
Indio, that's
so
called
that you
mutual.
don't have to deal with what is outside your eyes, dude.
That's called mutual respect. I'm taking what you're saying seriously.
No, you listen. What you just did was another maneuver to not talk about the topic. You're not clever. Okay,
I'm telling you, I don't agree with empiricist ideas. I told you that.
Okay, but you can't refute them because you have no alternative that even lets the natural world exist in the first place.
You don't even want to entertain why I'm disagreeing.
Teach me what I just said. How can the natural world exist in the first place without sensory experience?
There's no way that the natural world can exist without sensory experience.
Exactly. Sensory experience is what empiricism is.
But here's
so you can only know the natural world empirically. So you can say all this shit that you don't believe in empiricism. You're just telling me you don't believe in the natural world. And so we're going to diverge and talk that there is no natural world. You can believe that, but we're done talking if that's what you believe. Because the lips and the mouth you're moving with, your feelings, the sounds that's coming out of your mouth, you have to hear with your own ears so you can actually enunciate the words you're fucking saying, prove you wrong.
Okay, you have to understand. This is why I was mentioning.
I have to understand. That's crazy.
This is why I was mentioning trees earlier, right? Then you said, "Oh, I'm just blabbing. I'm blabbing with my gums."
Please don't. Come on.
How do you know trees exist? Did you read about it in a book, or did you see one?
The thing that we agreed to as this is called what is it called? I forgot what it's called.
Now we're going to talk about talking anything but dealing with the fundamental claim of why you don't want to deal with flat Earth. That you don't.
I'm just trying to remember a word.
I'm trying to get as far away from flat Earth as possible, dude. You just do it over and over and over again. You try to jump like leapfrog, abstraction to abstraction to abstraction.
Fuck my brain, okay? I'm ChatGPT this shit.
How do you know?
Read ChatGPT to you motherfuckers. All right,
we don't need.
No, I'm reading. I don't trust myself because I can't remember. I cannot remember on cue the words you want me to fucking remember. So I'm outsourcing my brain to ChatGPT here.
ChatGPT is even dumber than you are, dude. What the fuck?
Right, that's fine. That's fine.
Are you sure about that?
I don't mind him. I don't mind him going to ChatGPT. He'll get more coherent.
Okay.
Let him.
Hegel's analysis of sense certainty, Die Sinnliche Gewissheit, is the first chapter of his seminal work, The Phenomenology of Spirit. He used it to demonstrate that the most immediate, seemingly reliable form of knowledge is, in fact, the most abstract and empty. Here's a breakdown of the limitations.
That is incorrect. I can demonstrate it because Hegel didn't know about certain things, like permanently vegetative states in which there is no brain function. Okay, and there is no mind. These people will still react to the senses and external stimuli. Okay, so Hegel's wrong, factually wrong. No. So he's factually wrong. I've heard this 100 times, where people say that the mind is more reliable than the senses. That's fucking horseshit.
Well, no, he's an idealist, but he's a weird.
I know he is, and the idea that the mind is more reliable than the senses is horseshit.
No, but you're misunderstanding something fundamental. You can't even refer to metaphysics without going through Hegel now. At this point,
what are you talking about? Who's talking about metaphysics?
Earlier, you mentioned it.
Oh my lord! I made the distinction between physics and.
Am I just bringing up old shit now?
No, you're bringing it up out of context. So I referred to metaphysics, saying that You can't know metaphysics empirically. We're not talking about metaphysics. See, you just looped back around, and now you're back in the morass of talking about anything but the topic, dude. And what you're gonna do over and over again?
May I get back to topic?
Shit,
May I get back to topic?
No, you're just scared shit. You're just scared.
I am scared.
It's really simple. We can't know the natural world without empirical sensation, okay? Otherwise, you're just a brain in a jar that doesn't fucking have any sensory organs. There is no external world. You're just a self-referential blob, okay? There's nothing for your blob even to work on without some external fucking thing.
Indio, don't be so up in guard. Let me just read some of this, okay?
No, we don't give a fuck about Hegel, okay? We're staying on topic. The topic is flat Earth. It ain't Hegel. You want to go to Hegel? Go start a fucking BC guest channel.
You
called
brought up
Hegel.
empiricism, and I'm trying to tell you the limitations of empiricism.
I don't care about the limitations. We don't need to know about the limitations.
No,
we're not looking for perfection.
All right, brother.
Okay, that's a different question. Whether the senses are perfect or whether they work enough to be reliable is another question. They're two separate questions.
Can we go back to Jay
This is called a red herring again to talk about nonsense. How does the natural world exist without empiricism?
Notice, Cyber, you have to go into the world of fantasy in order to prove your point.
How can you have a natural world at all without empiricism?
That's actually a good point there. I'm actually not a idealist myself, but I do respect how Hegel got me to the point where I'm at.
That's great, dude. Dude, look, I'm sure Hegel's fucking cold bones really appreciates the filleting you're doing all over his fucking bones, okay? But take a break, okay? How does the natural world exist at all without sensory input?
And look at the idea.
How does the natural world exist at all without empiricism?
It doesn't. It's not a
That's
Descartes
right.
world.
So if we want to know about the natural world, whatever it is, we have to use empirical means to discover what it is.
But you have to actually tarry with the understanding that also your perception could be flawed, right?
That's
or
right, it could be flawed. And we take account for this by using instrumentation, which is objective, and making uniform objective measures of reality.
But are you missing something here?
Like what?
The human mind?
So, if I look at a ruler and I see 12 notches designated as 12 inches and the whole thing says 1 foot, somehow that can be a hallucination?
I mean, you could go that far, I guess, if you want, but I mean, like...
No, I'm asking you.
And now, well, Indio, I'm reversing your words.
This is the tools we use.
Now I'm
measures, rulers, angle measurements.
On you. Brother,
So
I'm reversing your words on you now. There could be a collective
You're not reversing shit. You're just running away more.